A world destroyed by a zombie virus. In the safe zone, space is limited, overcrowding occurs. Prices have totally skyrocketed. People must participate in missions the government organizes to eliminate zombies. 3 years ago, the zombie virus suddenly appeared. Although the emergency center gave urgent warnings, citizens had no time reacting. The zombie virus spread worldwide like a wave. People desperately ran surviving. Creating safe zones became every government's priority. The eight-country government set up blockades around Busan. With the initial power line, people found safety temporarily. But problems followed: massive zombie hordes gathering, estimated at 30 million. And refugees constantly fought over supplies, abandoning all their dignity, humanity. Under these conditions, the government organized riot control units to quell all the violent incidents. But while people desperately fought for survival, some higher-ranking officials and rich businessmen continued enjoying their lavish lifestyles. However, problems continuously emerged. Refugees flooded into the safe havens increasingly, causing housing prices to rise 100-fold. Long-term rental rates increased 47 times. Short-term rentals went up 30 times, leading those without homes to live miserably, like those people trapped outside the safe zones. The guy's name is Jin Jezu, 23 years old. Like many refugees, he lives in a safe zone, temporary housing. Whenever he sees real estate ads, he stares at them with desire. For quite a while, Jin earns money by selling his labor day after day. He calculates sleeping 2.5 hours. He can make 4.5 million monthly. Buying a house in the current safe zone would take 731 years, so this isn't the money-making way. On this day, the government launched a campaign reclaiming the territory. By killing one zombie and bringing its head back, you could get 5 million. One in reward. The host's passionate voice appeared on screen. Aren't you people hungry, tired of being homeless? If you step outside the blockade, you'll have an opportunity to change things. Hearing the host's very inflammatory words, Jingzhou was moved. He gathered courage to participate. People came streaming in endlessly, clearly wanting to change their fate too. The ticket officer then asked him show his ticket. Jingzhou knew showing it meant giving up life in the safe zone. But better to fight and die than starve to death. This belief supported him strongly. A Pohong ticket represented his desire for a new life. Jin Jezu strolled along platform 3. Behind him was a shovel he stole from work. People waited anxiously at the platform. Their futures are uncertain. Risk everything. Turn your bicycle into a motorcycle. Either joining the zombie horde or becoming a homeowner. Something all would be known today. A girl came running up from behind, but Jeju's work-hardened body deflected the collision instantly. The girl and a clattering sound came. Crossbow bolts. The girl felt pain and couldn't stand immediately. Meanwhile, nearby, a man stooped, picking the crossbow bolts off the ground. The girl was scared and quickly shouted, "Return them." But her small frame received no apology. The man, it even attracted some other man. He grabbed the crossbow from the girl's backpack, roughly grabbing the girl's hair. He wanted the girl, knowing that someone who could not even protect their own weapon would just become food for zombies. If they went outside, give up your crossbow, go home, cool off. Next second, a big hand grabbed the man's wrist. It was Jin Jezu acting wordlessly. He slammed that man's head hard against the wall. The guy's territory reclaiming journey ended there. Jin Jezu had no intention returning the crossbow. The girl felt she escaped the tiger, only to enter a wolf's lair. Then a soldier shouted angrily in their direction. He was immediately stopped by Captain. Do not waste your energy on them. They are excited because they do not know. The true purpose here is population reduction. The train departed slowly, not arriving at the destination, Pohong Station, until it was nightfall. When doors opened, it was an empty platform. There were no zombies, just citizens disembarking. No soldiers exited the train. People were bewildered. A loudspeaker suddenly boomed. Participants of the 17th Territory Reclamation Operation, we thank you for coming. Everyone knows Busan is overcrowded. We must reduce population to ensure per capita land is safe. So Tucson and the government will remember your great sacrifice. That final sentence was very loud. People snapped out of their confusion. They saw endless zombie hordes. People were mad, but helpless. The train cars detached, quickly departing. Then people realized they were abandoned. They desperately ran after the train, try to grab a lifeline. But humans can't outrun a train. Exhausted people fell screaming, hoarsely asking why. But a zombie appeared behind him. People ran into the train cars, but the doorways were blocked by others trying to get inside. In this pushing and shoving, zombies rushed into the train cars too. Screams and wails rose up, then fell. Jean Jesu gave his crossbow to the girl, said it was a loan only. The rent was 10 zombies. Those outside are money. Jean Jesu did not want to miss a chance to get paid. The girl stared wide-eyed. Then Jingzhou raised his shovel. With a swoosh, the zombies turned toward that sound. The very next second, the horde rushed him like ants on an elephant. But Jingzhou's strength, for manual labor, showed itself brilliantly amid the chaos. One strike sent a zombie head flying. Another shovel swing separated a zombie's head from their body. But there were just too many zombies. During a careless moment, a zombie he'd killed slammed him against the wall. Jean Jesu coughed up blood immediately. The girl watched worriedly from the train car roof. Jean Jesu leaned against the wall. His pupils turned white, almost unconscious. Next second, his eyes emitted a strange light. Facing the approaching zombie horde again, he roared like some beast. The shovel cut through air with strong wind, harvesting the undead one by one. He was now a demon from hell. The fight continued until morning. Sunlight illuminated the severed limbs on the platform. The girl stared at the scene incredulously, looking at the man on a corpse pile. He was counting his zombie kills. At Land Infrastructure Natural Resources Department Group 3, the specialist watched this unbelievable scene. How can this be? He terminated 8,000 zombies at Busan Border's 4th District, surrounded by defenses works covered in bodies. Suddenly, a soldier yells, "Zombies at 12 o'clock, everyone panics." But seeing only 2, the captain gets angry, slapping the soldier's forehead. "When did you see zombies moving alone?" Binoculars revealed the image of a person, man and woman, carrying bags. Large blood patches cover their bodies. Following the girl's constant signals, soldiers decided requesting instructions from superiors. The reception department's land reception area. 3rd Squad Captain Jean Minji facing Jean Jesu, with 2 bodyguards. Data displaying 8,021 zombies captured total. 5,000,001 each zombie. A large money box was put before Jinju. Jinju never saw much money in his life. Before payment, Jin Minji wanted Jinju agreeing to 2 conditions. First was keeping this territory reclamation a total secret. Second, leave anything contaminated by the virus. These demands weren't excessive. Jin Jinyu immediately pressed his handprint to the agreement. But after he left, Jin Minji showed a cunning look. Outside of the building, Jean Jesu took 30 million for the girl from a box. They now owed nothing to each other. Then he immediately left, rushing off to buy a house, a place where his parents could find him easily. After he paid 395 billion, he finally acquired the house he desired, a single-family house with a garage. Entering, he felt a sense of great security. He removed his shoes, eager to see his home. Just then he felt sharp pain in his foot. What was this? Broken skin, black blood leaked. He thought back to Jean Minji, asking to leave behind virus-contaminated stuff. Could it really be him? Jin Shishu's entire body's veins bulged, turning black. His eyes became red, filled with blood. Past scenes played inside his mind. Following the zombie virus outbreak, he and his little brother were separated from their parents, but his brother believed their parents survived. After purchasing a house, they would hang their names outside so their parents find them easily. This is why Jinjizu earned money to buy their house. But now a wolf dragged him into the abyss. The very moment Jean Jesu stepped on the nail, Jinminji appeared with a riot squad outside of the door. He announced using a megaphone, "Survivor number 17 of territory reclamation. Mr. Jean Jesu, you are infected. According to the 1st clause, 3rd section, the zombie prevention law, we must take away the infected Jinjizu. According to 7th section of the 3rd clause, we must confiscate all property of infected." Now Jinjizu pushed open his door. His mind became hazy. Images of zombies appeared. Scenes of poverty played before his eyes. He was unwilling. He wanted to own a house. Why? Why won't the world allow poor people's dreams? That house meant waiting for his family. The girl was frail, couldn't even hold her weapon. Yet nobody expected she was. the CEO of the biggest mercenary company. Kuei Yang inside a tall luxury house. Kuei Yang washed away dirt from her body because at 530, she would meet the company's new client. The present client, Zhang Minghao, nervously sat waiting in the living room. This slasher company CEO that even the government didn't offend due to the sudden zombie virus outbreak 3 years ago, plus the government's inability protecting people's property. Many goods and items were abandoned in danger zones. Naturally, many companies like Slasher emerged. It was a large mercenary company. Big companies, of course. Prices were high. The company quoted based on size and location. This time, Zhang Minghao needed a 200 kilograms safe retrieved from a big city. But seeing the price, he was very troubled. It was expensive. The cheapest service cost 5.1 billion. He had only 1 billion cash. He was dismissed by Kuei Yang. Talking to someone so poor was wasting time. It's a seller's market now. Please leave after hearing this. Zhang Minghao said frantically. He had digital currency worth 50 billion. In this zombie era, currencies had all collapsed successively. Digital currency had increased 1,000-fold. Zhang Minghao would pay Slasher's fee with the money from selling these currencies. Kuei Yang's attitude immediately changed completely. After Zhang Minghao was sent away, Kuei Yang was getting ready to leave. She wanted to give somebody a housewarming present. Jin Jezu angrily charged toward the riot squad. Every negative emotion, resentment and frustration surged into his mind. A man of iron will cry. Push people and you won't know their actions. Jin Jezu then pounced on a squad member. The member kept swinging his riot baton. Jin Jezu didn't feel pain. He was already an infected. He focused and bit the squad member's neck. The squad members were shocked by this scene. Those who could react quickly tried to stop him. The bitten squad member was almost not breathing. Several people pulled Jin Jezu off, taking a chunk of the member's flesh. Get away, you absolute madman. Jinminji also understood Jinjizu's plan. Infecting others, he wants everyone to die. He will completely change in 3 minutes. Kill him, but no squad member would step up. Jinminji grew anxious. There's dozens of people. Whoever kills him receives an extra reward. A brave man was stepping forward. Jinjizu stood up looking like a zombie. His words were already becoming very slurred. Nobody is going to take my house. A guy about to become a zombie. What made him super obsessed with his home? It was his hope of finding his family. They had awakened a monster who killed 8,000 zombies. Now the riot squad was totally messed up. The dead died. Those who turned into zombies did. Turned, you could definitely say they were annihilated. Jinminji's legs became weak from fear. Before him was the wailing of his deputy. A blood-splattered garden surrounded him. He understood nothing. Fighting one person had become like this. Then a sound came from behind. An unfamiliar person appeared. He watched this person slowly open a box. A sharp chainsaw was revealed. This guy was Xiaoshang Shou, a slasher company B-grade slasher having killed 77,890 zombies. Kuei Yang also arrived there. Jin Minji knew their identities and instantly begged for help, but his bad deeds were obvious. Kuei Jiang said zombies can now talk. Xiaoshang Shu smiled knowingly. The chainsaw started immediately. Jin Minji couldn't react. His head flew off, drawing zombie attention. But Xiaoshang Shu's fighting skills were great. A chainsaw flew through the air. He soon cleared the zombies alone. Those two came before Jinjizu. Why did everyone turn into zombies while this first infected guy hadn't transformed yet? Was that willpower? Making him a slasher would surely bring good returns. Then Kuei Ajiang said, "Sir, do you want living?" Jin Juju didn't get why she was asking this. He was dying already. Did he have another choice? Kuei Ajiang explained they were slashers, chosen from survivors of reclamation operations, showing excellent service, handling requests from companies, warlords, and politicians. This was high-income work. Jin Jeju was confused. "I'm dying right now." Kuei Yung took medicine from a pocket. "This drug can keep him alive, but it costs 500 billion. Your future would be spent repaying it as a slasher. This world is like hell." Jin Jinyu was silent, meaning becoming a sword for others. Then he coughed up blood violently. He was mutating completely. Chia Shang Shou snatched the medicine impatiently. He couldn't watch anymore really. Although becoming a slasher was a choice, who would choose death? Jinzu was injected and he passed out immediately. This meant he started a brand new life. The man napped and owed 500 billion. Worse, he was thrown to kill zombies. All because he became a slasher. Jin Zizou woke, startled from his dream, finding himself inside a taxi. The driver was a balding man. The man asked Jin Zizou about his memory. He remembered going to Pohang vaguely, then killing some zombies, buying a house. And then wasn't he bit? Why was he okay now? The man continued speaking. The answers you want are on that tablet video. He needed to focus on driving, unable to explain details. Outside, a zombie sees the car roaring. The driver suddenly turns the steering wheel. The car drifts expertly, avoiding all zombies along the road. But Jin Zizou in back suffers. He struggles, reaching out, tapping the tablet. Hello, sir. I am Shu Yizhong, your slasher coach today. This cosplayer made Jin Zizou stare. What was she doing? Kuei Yung explains what a slasher is. The term means specialized zombie handling services. Main services are gaining new territory, collecting items, rescuing other survivors, handling specific targets, and so on. Then why aren't the government and soldiers doing this? This was because of resource shortages. The sudden zombie virus outbreak caused the government to lose much supplies, though ammunition factories are still working. The steel and gunpowder for bullets are exhausted. Their supplies could only protect the quarantine zones now. This was the government's original plan, creating the territory reclamation operation. People who performed well, exceptionally in the operation, would be hired as slashers. Mr. Jingzhou was also in this industry now. Jin Zizou outside the screen was confused. How did he become a so-called slasher? Kuei Jiang seemed to have seen this coming. Does Mr. Jin Zizou not want the job? But why must you? Because Mr. Jingzhou owes us much money. Jingzhou was confused. Could this be some scam? Next second, a loud boom came from that screen. Mr. Jingzhou doesn't recall. When you fought zombies, you took a medicine dose. The medicine was from a secret pharmaceutical company's development, used after proving effective. Its market price is 500 billion. Even with the current best bank loan at 23%, you still owe 115 billion until you repay principal and interest. Mr. Jinzhou is my slave to live. Please be a good slave, repay the debt. Mr. Jinzhou, the video stops here. This woman's harsh words are surprisingly gentle. The middle-aged man also revealed who he was. His surname, Kiwi, belongs to a slasher company. D-grade slasher that killed 1712 zombies. Jingzhou could not believe this. He wanted to escape this crazy place. Kuei did not stop him in his view. Jingzhou has to get out eventually. The car has already entered a danger zone, which is Jin Zizou's first mission. The objective: cross this road, enter Yangju City Center. Retrieve a hard drive from a specific location. Contact Kuei after retrieving it. Kuei tells Jin Zizou, do not overthink. If you want to go back Busan, do what you do best, like in Pohang. After exiting, a large group of zombies appeared. Really a bad start. He hated zombies, yet had to go outside the safe zone. Now he even has to work alongside zombies to pay his debts. It all seemed pretty ridiculous. The world forces the weak to make some choices, but these are choices without other options. Kuei was now reporting to Kuei Ajiang. He felt Jin Zizou seemed very, very angry, but he would surely complete his first mission. After hanging up the phone, the assistant asked, will this rookie follow our expectations? No worries, he'll do great. He's a natural hunting dog. Besides, he has simply no choice. The money he owes is not something repayable. By working in a bar, Jin Jinyu faced many zombies unafraid. He knew fear was meaningless. Fear would just slow his movements down, surrounded by hordes of zombies. One tiny mistake means complete disaster. So every move he made was swift and precise. The zombie horde dwindled from his frenzied attacks. Time passed, he was sweating buckets. But the drone above captured this heroic performance. The footage reached Kuei Yang live. She thought the medicine was totally worth it. Performing like this on his first mission ever. Kui agreed no rookie was like him. This is great for slasher promotional videos. It increases value for the company's mercenary Sami on poll. They discussed Jingzhou. Jingzhou was really depressed right now. How did he get into so much debt? 500 billion is not even realistic. He might live like a slave now. He wanted that crazy woman from the injection. If he couldn't escape, they could die together. But he was stuck inside a danger zone. That woman was gone. How could he return to Busan? Maybe pretending obedience. And finishing the mission would allow him to go back. Crazy woman, just you wait. After many obstacles, Jinzezu finally reached his destination. Number 406 Gyeongbuk Province, Gyeongju City. First floor of the hard drive was located on this building's 11th floor. This building's interior wasn't good for drone recording, so his job also ended. He just thought Jinjazu was a real genius slasher. Whether intelligence or willpower, endurance, strength, all were excellent. This shows the boss had great vision. Everyone she chose was a monster, and being a go-between for them. He could easily earn big letting his family be carefree. Suddenly something strange smashed into the windshield. His eyes focused his hand going to his waist. A sharp battle axe appeared ready in hand. Looking at it clearly, it was meat. The cut was even and clean. Didn't look like a zombie did it. Seemed more man, made I'm thinking. This queen looked around right away and saw a shadow fleeing the rooftop. Who was that? Queen spoke softly. Next, the phone and the meat emitted a piercing alarm. Kue was shocked, but before his surprise ended, the zombie horde was pouncing at him already. Scene changes. Jin Jezu stands confused in the computer room. He was totally computer illiterate, had zero idea what hard drives look like. 30 minutes later, down the corridor, he carried bags of many sizes. He packed everything resembling a hard drive to take away while cursing his creditor. But anyway, from his view, he had finished the mission now. Yet he couldn't reach Ka. Anyway, at this very moment, a figure appeared next to Ka's vehicle, confirmed the slasher's location. The stranger's eyes flashed coldly, putting away earlier meat, seeming to want to use that same trick. The stranger was Piao Shangjun, former C-grade slasher from Slasher Company, had killed 2,037 zombies, codenamed Ghosts. This person was extremely dangerous. Zombies were not his only target. What made him like this was money. During a combined operation, Piao Shangjun had the biggest insult of his entire life, with the Joint Command discounting the client, plus Slasher Company's 30% commission income tax too. He only received $5 billion. The explanation he received was, for someone useless like him, $5 billion was already maximum for C-grade slasher. Stop basking on past achievements. Want to do more than improving your grade. Piao Shangjun left Slasher becoming a hunter. All money-related targets became his prey. He just now wanted to sabotage Slasher Company mission. Then he'll sell the commissioned item, achieving 2 goals with one simple move. The meat chunk directly hit Jinjizu's face. The very next second, the phone emitted noises like before a big zombie horde arrives. Just as he expected, Piao Shangjun knew he had no advantage fighting. But zombies were to sound sensitive. Besides sound, there was smell also. In other simple words, you hide yourself and lure zombies to the opponent location. You won't face enemies directly achieve. It's like killing with someone else's knife. Naive Jinjuzu didn't know the meat made noise. Was it outer space zombies attacking already? He just had to fight. Piao Shangjun watched Jinjuzu swallowed by zombies, showing a disdainful look. He firmly believed even top slashers die facing many zombies alone. Wait a bit, then lure the zombies. See what mission items he had. The next second, a big bang startled him. Looking back, that guy blasted away zombie groups. He realized the person wasn't a third-rate slasher. Like him, this was a total madman. Could he a monster at the pyramid's peak? He was different from the taxi driver. Piao Shangjun told himself calm down. As long as he kept luring zombies, there would be a moment he'd collapse. And Yangzhou had plenty of zombies. He was going to throw another lure. Unexpectedly, Jianzhou looked his way. The two just stood and stared. The scene turned kind of awkward. Jianzhou figured out the meat source. Piao Shangjun knew he was screwed. He throws the meat hard. The meat chunk hits Jin Zizu's face. Jin Zizu now locks onto him. One chases, one runs away. Piao Shangjun throws lures. Jin Jezu cleared the zombies away. This process repeats itself. Jin Jezu is madder and angrier. Piao Shangjun's lure is almost gone. He realized a monster chases him. The two soon chase in an amusement park. Piao Shangjun yelled, "Stop chasing, madman." He forgot that he started fighting. Jin Jinyu also questioned, "Did you kill the taxi driver?" Piao Shangjun stayed silent, meaning admission. Only a life can repay another life. Piao Shangjun quietly reached into his waist bag then. He was reaching for a gun. Jin Jezu immediately alert. The shovel flew from his hands, piercing Piao Shangjun's left shoulder directly. This made Piao Shangjun crazier. He didn't pull out a gun, but a controller for the park sound system. He wanted to die with Jinzu. The amusement park played that death sound. Welcome guests to the amusement park. Please leave beautiful memories today, please. This sentence had ironic meaning. If one phone could attract many zombies, what about higher sound transmission rate speakers? Yangzhou's resident population is 260,000. You can die here with me. Footsteps caught their attention just then. The newcomer was an old man, asking casually, "Whose shovel is that?" Jinjizu was also puzzled. It should be full of zombies outside. How did this old guy get inside? The speaker sounds drowned the old man's voice out. The old man got furious the next moment. A fishing rod trails a line's glow. It sliced all the surrounding speakers. Seeing this, the two men changed their expressions. So powerful, the old man was Gene Zeisen, in an S grade from Slasher Company. He had killed 112,700 zombies. The old man now asked urgently, "Who owes Kuyajung money?" Jinjizu raised a hand sheepishly. "I am from Slasher Company. I believe you mean me." Kuei Zhang wants Jingjizhen to rescue Jinjizu. Because Kuei hasn't contacted headquarters for long, he might have met slasher hunters and been hurt. Although Kuei Zhang hates to admit this seems the most likely explanation now. A helicopter arrives in 30 minutes. This mission's reward is 50 billion. Then she sees Jin Shin pushing the box back. This shows he's unhappy with the pay. Kuei Yang immediately says, "The situation is very urgent there." Although the treatment medicine was discounted, it still cost 300 billion. She gets the answer, "You want me to bring medicine rescuing people? I must protect medicine and personnel and even guide him. My price is 200 billion or no deal. I got things to do." At the amusement park, Shin Shin starts analyzing this person. The kid's physical condition is good. Taking him back is not too hard. His eyes are sharp, constantly alert. Good rough palms indicates he had hard life before, although he is still very green. He currently has the qualities becoming strong. This old man was sent by creditors. Jin Jezu immediately asks, "Sir, who are you?" "Call me teacher. What in the world? You're controlling my life now." The gate could no longer resist the zombies. Impact with a loud crash, zombies poured in like wild horses. Seeing this, Jingzhou wants to save his words. Solving the current problem is most important. A fishing rod smacks him on the head. Jingzhou wants the teacher to teach respect. But now, Jingzhou is concerned about safely leaving this area. Jingzhou glances at him helplessly. "You asking me to get out safely? Let me start your first lesson. Killing zombies and fishing have what in common?" Jingzhou looks totally confused. Jingzhou retrieves a custom-made fishing rod. The rod comes alive like it's animated, dancing freely around the air. "You must build resonance with a weapon." The old man flicks forward. The fishing line ripples wave-like, attacking zombies, instantly ripping them into many pieces. Following, the fishing line moves satellite position, strikes harvest lives of several or dozens of zombies. Jingzhou exclaims, "Wow, old man, look behind you." The fishing line has already circled Jingshausen. He casually speaks. "This requires lots of patience. You understand just one rule. How to use it next." Jingzhou loudly shouts, "Get down now, kid." Jin Ziyu thinks not twice. Immediately, he drops down. The fishing rod is a blur, forming circles around Jinzizen. Zombies develop neat cuts on bodies. What happened? Zombies split before Jinjizu's eyes. The house behind could not escape. This power is terrifying. Is this an A-grade slasher strength? The fishing line extends about 30 meters. Zombies within this 30-meter radius are killed instantly. Is this something a human can really do? Then a zombie rises behind Jin Jeju. It's Piaoshang Jun, the zombie. Blood on his shovel turned him into a zombie. But he is different from normal zombies. He is a mutant transformed by chance. Some organs mutated. He's a C-class mutant. Although Piaoshang Jun became a zombie, he kept some really deep memories. That phrase, "Don't ever rest on your laurels. Want much more, raise your rank." He is angry and he's wrong. That damn C-grade one punch sends Jinsen flying away. He coughs up blood, hitting the wall hard. He despises rookies like Jinjizu and even more top-tier slashers like Jinsen. He faints, wishing he could kill everyone. Jinjizu is not taking any risk, already gripping his steel bar tightly. Piaoshang Jun swings his huge fist toward Jingzhou very fast. A C-class mutant is too much now. Piaoshang Jun's right hand is severed. Jin Jessen's voice comes distantly. "What is this? I remember meeting you, Ghost. A coward always in protective gear. You avoided zombies when others killed zombies. You were doing sneaky stuff. So you don't deserve being a slasher. Now you've turned zombie. Bringing slashers great shame. Shut your mouth, old man. Piao Shanjuan strikes with his other fist. Jin Jessen is knocked to the ground. Jin Jisuan wants testing Jin Jessen now. What was that zombie fishing story I told? You need to remember just one thing. It doesn't matter if others fear you. If you are killing for money, you'll become a true monster. Let's get going, Kuei. A young one is waiting. The old man is really a billionaire. Yet surprisingly, he lives in a collective apartment. No servants and no abundant food. Coming home late means walking dark paths. Jinjizu finally can't hold it back. He asks old Jean if he became a slasher to get money. Old Jean doesn't avoid answering yes. Where are you spending the money? Old Jean doesn't hide things from his disciple. He goes to a cabinet, takes the key. When the cabinet door is opened, what meets the eye are photos. One after another, this is his guilt. Next to them lies that medicine worth 500 billion. The medicine treats the zombie virus. Now it looks like it treats old Jean. When the virus initially broke out, old Jean was fishing alone by his place, resulting in him not getting home on time. During an outbreak, the worst is having nearby family, but you cannot rescue them. Just like that, he had a family, then became alone. He wishes to go back to Seoul, turn his family from zombies back to people. However, this thought may be pointless. Finding family among millions of soul zombies is seeking a needle in a giant haystack. But soldiers respect this stubborn money-loving old guy, and bodyguards highly respect old guy deeply. Is it only because of his pure strength? Seeing this very curious child, Jinjison smiles very happily. This could be two lonely people bonding. In the apocalypse, living in a danger zone or refugee camp, you cannot prevent any loss. Only accepting these facts makes you strong and earns you respect. Jinjizu asked too much. Jinjison also asks him stuff. What you have lost, of course. He has lost his dear parents, his childhood, his good friends, his brother, and the more he thinks, Jinyu realizes the many things he lost. That phrase, buy a nice house and put our names there. Then parents can come find us for this dream. His brother bravely left the safe zone. Since then, there has been no news at all. The two guys have similarities. One chooses to have family come first. Then home, one chooses a home first. Then family, they share one thing. Hope. And regarding Jean Jesu's living situation, Kuei Sung also gave her own answer. The company will seize it. Jean Jesu clearly couldn't accept that. Seeing Jean Jesu's reaction, Kuei Jong also got angry, not even mentioning medicine costs. She paid to save him, plus the taxi compensation, then helicopter deployment fees. Together, it's 800 billion. She gets Jinjusu's curses back. Jinjusu lost the drive in battle. That's equal to failing. She hasn't even exploded. Jingzhou also didn't back down. He felt the medicine wasn't requested. Yangzhou wasn't his destination choice. He demands Kuei Ajong give the keys. Things get very tense. Kuei Ajong dares him to try. Jingzhou is furious, really wants to attack. A shout saying stop halts him. He sees old Jin's hand reaching for his fishing rod. Because he knows Kuei Jiang did not cheat Jinjuzu. Jinjuzu feels wrong becoming a zombie or not. His own business, this woman took everything from it. Old Jin asks why not kill more zombies to pay debt. Retrieving items, reclaiming some territory. All can earn commission, helping you clear debt. He indicates he will guide Jinjizu. Jinjizu snorts, turning his head away. He states the day he clears his debt is when he quits being a slasher. That day he'll beat Kuei Young badly. Kuei Young sneers, you'll only make the company lose more. Meanwhile, she hands over the arranged medicine to old Jean. Although this investment made her lose money, it's clear she still keeps her word. Before she can finish speaking, old Jean snatches the medicine away saying, little boss, thanks. Kuei Yang's heart aches. She asks old Jean, does he really want to train this jerk? Though he cannot control emotions now. If he lets go of that naive worldview, he could reach Shang Shou's level. Old Jean is getting ready to leave. Just before leaving, Kuei Young tells old Jean, bring this jerk tomorrow night to a slasher gathering, teach him professional slasher stuff. Also understand the world situation now. A fancy car, a handsome guy drives. A normal scooter, a beautiful girl drives. Which would you choose ride right now? Jean Jeju is sitting by the sea. Looks back, this is Jean. It is only a gathering your outfit is too much. Slasher gatherings are common nowadays, yes. Wearing formal clothes shows some respect. Jin Zizu says his clothes are comfy. Catching zombies is enough. He has not accepted his slasher identity yet. Soon a luxury car arrives. This company car is sent to pick up old Jin. The driver is exclusively his also. A great liaison officer, Zeo's Hengi. Being exclusive means Jinjizu cannot get in. The company sends another liaison officer for him. This is the slasher class system. Jinjizu is looking confused. A small scooter stops nearby. The girl is Jin Jezu's new exclusive. A grade liaison officer Minori. During missions, slashers and liaison officers complement one another. Every slasher is valuable for humanity. Slashers handle dangerous frontline missions. Liaison officers help handle all the miscellaneous matters. They can be called butlers. This is liaison officers' work. Inside a luxury mansion now, Kue Ayong prepares to get dressed up. Her assistant is confused. Does Miss have expectations for Jin Jezu? Why pick Minar as liaison officer? Kue Young trusts Minari's skills. It's a test for her, a former A-grade liaison officer. Kue Ajong is now the company representative. She manages more than a single C-grade slasher, but a major company with 44 slashers total. Like old Gene said once, if that guy abandons his naive worldview, he could reach Shang Shou's level easily. She's thinking Minari will catalyze him. Their personalities are so much alike to Kue Young's. This is her grand plan. Minari's task now is handling Jinjizu's transport. She senses the strong person sent about him. Jinjizu, meanwhile, remembers what old Jin mentioned about these gatherings beforehand. Slasher companies and various elites host them jointly. Slasher ranks low to high are 4 levels. Classified by kill count. D grade needs 100 kills. A grade requires 100,000. The slashers coming here are at least B grade. You kids are an exception, however. Inside the 5-star hotel now, people are moving about busily. Everyone's busy with their own tasks. A security guard says they're here right then. All units attention, various vehicles are coming. Guards line up welcoming the VIPs. Those receiving such high honors are all A-grade slashers, affiliated with Loss and Victory Company. Codename Big Brother Zongdesha is a freelancer. Codename Dogfood Piachunji, another one. Affiliated with Jehovah Holy Society Organization. Codename Priest by Beijian Next Slasher. Affiliated with Kue and Zhang Office Today. Codename Female Boss Li Tak Young. Affiliated with Defense Ministry Special Forces. Codename Lieutenant Ren Ziguang. Working with Jaguar Enterprise. Codename Fish Market Hanwha Elder. And we can't forget Old Jean. Affiliated with Kue and Zhong Office. Codename Fisherman Jean Zizan Elder. The hotel doors now open. It also starts this gathering officially. Lu Zion said humans are cowardly creatures, but they become very cruel in groups. An ordinary gathering was expected. It turned into zombie auction. Is a human nature distorted or morality collapsed? Outside a 5-star hotel, guards check the guest list. The nation's largest, most important meeting. There can't be any mistakes. Breaks sound drawing their attention. The guard greets Minari warmly. She's clearly attended these events before. She ignores Jinjizu next to her. Minari introduces Jinjizu to the guard. His name is not on the list. Learning he is a C-grade slasher, the guard displays a disdainful look. Gathering rules state only B grades or above enter, where those with VIPs are allowed. Then Kue Yang shows up, stating Jingzhou is her guest. The guard explains he is following procedures. Kue Yang doesn't care about his attitude. She calmly says, "Don't underestimate a survivor of the 17th Territory Reclamation. He rose from rookie to C grade overnight, and he's currently my favorite toy." This news spread among slashers already. The big shots await the super rookie. I doubt you will go against them. Inside, Kue Yajiang proudly states in future, if anyone blocks him, he can say her name. Jin Jeju thinks if Kue Zhang hadn't shown up, he could have gone home early to bed. Kue Jiang's teasing is really disobedient. Please follow my instructions until you repay the 800 billion. Jin Jeju gets even more annoyed. His eyes sweep around though. There's delicious food everywhere. For someone from a temporary housing area, seeing this is just unbelievable. So what? Every slasher here has killed at least 30,000 zombies, or their liaison officers serving those slashers, gathering information from everywhere. There are also wealthy clients issuing missions. Everyone comes for the same purpose here, doing business. One mission could involve thousands of billions. After the virus outbreak, the country declined. This business is alone growing. Jean Jesu wonders why Minari is explaining these things. As a liaison officer, she wants her slasher integrating quickly, feeling proud to participate. If you see something twisted, stay calm. Jean Jesu has refugee status. Refugees struggle daily for food. Inevitably, there will be things here. People will make him feel uncomfortable. As they talk, someone comes chatting, admiring Jean Shazu killing 8,000 zombies. Minari whispers an introduction. This is VF Group CEO, 24 missions issued, each paying at least 50 billion. He's very important among VIPs. His purpose is retrieving his wife's finger. His wife is trapped in Taegu. He just needs her thumb back. Stock trading requires fingerprint decoding. Hearing this, Jean Zheizhou turns to leave. He can't accept such cold looks. He cannot fake admiration. His anger making him bump a large man's shoulder, getting cursed at by him. You hear that rumored rookie. Watch where you are going. The two are about to fight. Another person stops them, though. The newcomer's Ma Cheng-wei, affiliated with Loss and Victory, a B-grade slasher, codenamed Snake. He tells Jinjizu everyone treats newcomers like this. It means they are very interested in you. Do not get too angry. The main event is starting. They will not have time bothering you. Just then the place suddenly goes dark. Only spotlights illuminating the host are left. The main event begins. However, unlike merchants and politicians, company representatives are not satisfied. They were here to do business. The host says we have something prepared for all distinguished guests. A currently popular auction. Items are provided by Grade A Slasher. Codename Big Brother Zhang Dehe. This is a zombie auction. The host continues. Introducing from left is famous actress Jean Hengji, a zombie next to her idol singer Mi OK. Lastly, the wealthy young lady. So he due to extreme capture difficulty. Starting bid is 5 billion. Ma Cheng-wei is excited, believing these items will fetch sky-high prices. But Jean Jinsu silently pushes his hand away. He can't hold back anymore. People say work hard, earn money, then spend a lot, but as humans, there should be a bottom line. As Jean Jesu steps to the stage, Minari anxiously calls out. She has no idea what Jingzhou might do. The next second, Jingzhou's blade is falling. All three auction items find their piece. Kue Jiang is shocked. Xia Shang Shu thinks it's interesting. Old Jean wonders what he is doing. This action even frightens the speechless host. The whole venue falls suddenly silent. Then Jean Yezu picks the microphone up. Are you beasts? You all are perverted. Although I'm a rookie C-grade slasher, it doesn't matter, you ignore me. But you're all slashers living from your profession. It is necessary earning money this way. He truly feels the slasher profession is absurd. People desperately avoid zombie survival, while people here are competing. Competing in who enjoys life more, who owns more things. Just then, a figure appears behind everyone. It's a grade slasher, Zhang Dehe. This is my income, you got a problem. Zhang Dehe is Loss and Victory CEO. His company manages several A-grade slashers, but he is not satisfied. The luxurious JDC building's completion makes folks know him a gangster, posing as some entrepreneur. Also because this news report, his company lost 120 billion won in market cap. Anyone blocking his money making faces one fate only. Death inside a dockside container. The captured man is the reporter of that article. Although this guy is backed by the state, someone daring to speak openly. But during this chaotic time, killing is like playing games. Just that Zhang Des, a born gangster, operates more brutally. The reporter despises this thug. He vows after becoming a zombie, he'll find Zhang Des instantly, tear him apart, bite him. The response he gets is, I am no thug. I'm a bandit. He was furious about losing 120 billion for the company. Now he is much better. You becoming a zombie is only the very first step, making you devour a yummy family meal. That is my plan shortly. You will want to devour your own family. The reporter screams immediately. I will kill you before I become any zombie. The voice of the weak is always so very powerless. The whole family went together to heaven. Nice and complete. You should be thanking me instead, loser. Then Zhang Dehe orders his men. Come tomorrow morning, take some photos. Send those to his news company. Tell them they do not retract the report. I cannot promise such incidents won't happen again. This is Zhang Desha. He is bad with math, but fantastic at plotting. Seeing Zhang Desha walk toward Jinzaizu, Minori immediately wants to explain. But Zhang Deshi's slap sent her flying. The force was truly substantial. The wall forms a depression now. Jingzhou anxious steps forward are blocked. At this moment, Zhang Des asks again. This how I earn money? You got a problem? With any opposing view, use it naturally. There's no room to discuss. The next second, Jingzhou swings his knife, chopping directly at Zhang Dezu's neck. But that powerful-looking strike is stopped by only Zhang Dezu's 2 fingers. A great strength shouldn't be underestimated. Thinking this, Zhang Des shows his tattooed arm. His fist lands a nuclear bomb. Jin Jinyu blocks that punch. The great force directly breaks both his hand bones. He's stunned too. Is it over before it started? He can think more. Zhang De's kick follows, hitting his head directly. One-hit knockout. This is a grade slasher strength. Jin Yezu seems like a kid, completely powerless now. Zhang De's liaison officer arrives, calculating the losses from the auction. 3 auction items cost 12 billion. Event image damage fee 50 billion. Staff psychological treatment fee 500 million. Total 62.05 billion. Zhang Deja tells the liaison officer, adding his foot injury. He doesn't get this kid. Is he crazy biting his foot after losing a fight? Final total 62.512 billion. Zhang Dezu doesn't believe this kid's got that much money. 50 billion will be used for his funeral. The rest will kill the man from Zhang's company. A fishing line wraps around Zhang Dezu's neck. It's Jin Zizan, what you are doing. Old man Zhang Dezu, you're rough with youngsters, but you can't dispose of this person. Meanwhile, Kuei Ajung also walks over Big Brother. Do you possess 800 billion? Kuei Ajung knows what kind of person Zhang Dezu is. Zhang Dezu doesn't understand 800 billion. What exactly you are saying? So Kuei Yang wants to save Jin Jezu her way. The guy you're going to kill owes my company 800 billion. Are you killing him paying his debt? Zhang Dezhang isn't easily fooled at all, thinking Kuei Jiang's just making excuses. But when he sees evidence, Zhang Dezu's speechless why this person owes a lot of money. Kuei Jiang is nervous facing this big shot, but the mind game between parties happens instantly. She wants Zhang Dej to kill Jin Jizu immediately, so she can collect the debt quickly. Do you really think I won't? Or think loss and victory has no money? Both hands pry open Jin Jizu's mouth now. The assistant's nervous miss. This jerk won't because he is too smart. Zhang Deja then looks back, looking at every guest. Zhang Deja is now in a real dilemma. Not killing him means losing face, but killing him, the 800 billion sound echoes in his mind. After a short while, Zhang Deja slowly gets up, having made a decision. He unexpectedly grabs Kuei Ajang's hair next second. Bitch, are you making fun of me? 3 figures have already appeared around him at once. Please let go. We don't care about company connections. We will simply kill you now. The 2 companies' grudges are settled. Zhang Dehe says someday he will come back and kill Kuei Yang, then leaves, taking his people under everyone's quiet whispers. Meanwhile, Kuei and Zhang offices people under Kuei Yang command. Immediately send 2 injured men to the hospital and compensate the venue damages cost. Kuei Yang's mood is terrible now, leading Sui and Zhang office's team to leave the location. It's really similar. You all are slashers. All of you making a living this way. Must earn money like this. Back then, Kuei Yang held an A-grade liaison officer position, and Kuei once spoke these words, along with Zhang office's other founder. S-grade slasher codenamed Apostle Zhang Jinhao. Is this all really coincidence? In the hospital, Jin Jezu gradually wakes up. Sitting near him is Minori. She sustained lighter injuries. He regrets his recklessness involving Minori, but Minori simply states that understanding a slasher's personality, their feelings, is a liaison officer's job too. So there's no need for apologies. He now feels afraid. Zhang Deja is very strong now. He wants to know is also a slasher. A slasher like Zongdaeja Minari says in the slasher world, only two things measure a person. One is zombie killing power called ability. Two is turning ability into money called wealth. Mr. Jinsh's Hao was defeated by Zongdes because your two things are too far apart from his. You can only watch him doing his arbitrary actions. So you're saying we can only watch. Now Minari is implying he is not alone thinking this world's crazy. This is also her feeling after the slums visit. She wants Jin Jezu growing his own ability, also wealth. Only then he can speak freely at gatherings and fix this world turned upside down. Jin Shezu seems finding his life's purpose after this talk. He asks Minari to arrange work quickly, but Kuya Zhang replies there's no work arranged because Zongdesh seemingly used his contacts. Company potential clients are collectively gone silent now. A loss in victory is almost like a loss. Taking every mission, it looks like they poked a hornet's nest. Breaking this blockade is now key. Minari knows she just persuaded Jinjizu. First time succeeds, second time it's weaker. Third time's a failure. They cannot stop now without work. So she declares she's ready for any mission, pay doesn't matter. Kuei Yajiang also understands breaking the deadlock. They need trusted results to persuade clients. Then after searching below the desk a while, finally pulls out some documents. This mission is tough with little reward, but currently, something is preferable to nothing. Mission is at Yonsun South Road, in Gimhae City. This town's in the backdrop of 12th and 13th territory. Reclamation efforts. Development is for expanding Busan Protection Zone. Narrow area was Jaguar Enterprises territory, but suddenly a B-grade mutant appeared Z-177. A human-faced earthworm caused Jaguar Enterprise to lose 31 slashers and 3,700 civilians. Since then, the place became absolute hell. Then loss and victory intervened together. Zhang Des led 50 slashers, losing half their manpower. They killed the human-faced earthworm and successfully took over the place. This is Gimhe blockade lines past. Looking at Zongde's group photograph, Jin Jinyu just wants to destroy it. This mission is Gimhe blockade line construction protection. The project lacks only the western protective wall. Once completed, it can reduce Busan population density. But the problem comes from construction noise. It attracts zombie horde attacks constantly. Although they work 24-hour shifts now, the speed simply cannot keep up. They have organized people for protection, but continuously rising casualty numbers are staggering. Minari also poses a question. Only the west wall is left, meaning other directions are already completed. How did you defend before the man explains? Other ways are near Busan. Supply delivery is faster. Also back then construction money was plentiful. They hired many slashers. So the team leader talks indirectly. Minari understands there is no construction money now, meaning they are coming to help. The government sway and Zhong office agreed that after Gimhe blockade lines finishing, land ownership will have compensation. Thinking this is why the boss has not dispatched people guarding such a huge construction site. If work is stopped, slasher companies will be responsible mostly. Strong Jin Jezu does not overthink. He wants to quickly start working, making Minari speechless somewhat. The construction team's request is very basic. The two will reside on the construction site, kill zombies threatening the workers, protecting the nearby environment. Before them, there is a house from the construction site. One room the construction team did their very best. Man-woman sharing a room alone. The vibe is super awkward. Jin Jezu then finds somewhere to sleep. He gives Minari most of the space, telling her go to bed early, avoid panda eyes. Minari's cheeks redden slightly hearing that. Unexpected things always happen during quiet nights. Jin Jezu is half asleep. Suddenly, he feels a figure passing by. The window quickly wakes Minari. She suspects zombies outside, and then the door is being pounded loudly. Are surrounded, the supervisor didn't notify us. Could it be Jinjizu, asks Minari. Opening the door means the battle starts. You find somewhere to hide. The countdown begins. Each number feels like centuries pass. Counting one, Jin Shizuyu kicks open the door. The shovel follows, making a whistling sound, drawing an arc carrying some red lights. Slashing at the enemy unit. Seeing the other party, Jin Jezu freezes. It is not any zombie. These are staff members' ribbons, and spray fall everywhere. The leader trembles. saying welcome party, the construction team leader explained. The Gimhae blockade line completion could greatly reduce Busan housing pressure. This would affect certain people's interests, resulting in the party. Everyone shared their recent work feelings, which was summed up as pure hell. The two-shift schedule left everyone exhausted physically and mentally. But worse is that during work, workers must always stay alert because zombies might appear behind you anytime. This high-intensity work situation directly caused delays in the construction progress. Under such harsh working conditions, would workers receive any extra compensation besides basic needs like food and rest? There was nothing. Some workers already lost power, so what keeps them going? It's housing construction work. Workers building the wall would receive a house. Upon finishing, these are folks with families, those who are now homeless. Jinjizu's presence gave them new hope. Jinjizu's heart felt mixed emotions. He was once seeking housing. He didn't get why destitute workers would throw such a welcome party. Minori explained that among slasher companies, there's a saying: if you want success, you must feed others' vanity. In operations, saving or protecting humans, you can instill emotions into slashers. This way they know what they need to protect, and it makes them stronger too. Talking so mysteriously, isn't it just flattery? That's absolutely right. But maybe it could normalize your mess of social interactions. Jin Jezu was totally speechless. He could be socially awkward, but he is definitely reliable. When zombies arrive, a home is what they need. Jin Jezu swore to protect that for everyone. During the following days, Jin Jezu was training constantly, or getting called away to kill zombies. This time of combat improved his technique greatly. He really had a warrior vibe about him. Workers were all excited about the hard-earned security. It's just what I do. Continue whatever you're doing, put a ladder down. I came down at night, forgot to bring it. Minori was calculating profits. Now, they just have a 5 million government subsidy for their first job to avoid being entirely free. OL Gene would sometimes come to beat up him. Nope, to guide him, actually, using shovel attacks all day. I'm very bored, even you are not. Learn about ranged weapons. Old Gene asked Jinjizu about his recent work. Jinjizu said it was his first real mission. It felt exciting. He would protect everything here. He'd never let happen to him here. Hearing that, Old Gene was very pleased, though he couldn't show on face, lest kid become too arrogant. Old Gene threw rope to Jin Jezu and told him, "You're too green using fishing line. Practice this first going out." Zhao Zengyi asked, "Does Mr. Gene Jizn do this?" Old Gene explained he'll return Seoul someday. On that day, he will protect Busan for me. Old Gene anticipated that day. This kid was developing very fast. Inside the JTC building now, the chairman Busan Financial Holdings Association, Nazan, sought Zhang Deji's help. Zhang Deji didn't understand some wealthy man dealing in construction and property sales would want anything from him. A zombie hunter, Nasanda, demanded our conversation must now remain completely confidential. Zhang Dezu was happy to agree. Nothing attracts him like money. After Zhang Dezu's repeated assurances, Nazan finally revealed his true purpose. He wants the Gimhae City blockade zone destroyed, which construction reached its final stage. It is completed. Busan's real estate will drop 30 to 35%. The association members agree to take action now. So if zombies appeared at the construction site, causing chaos, Zhangdez laughed understandingly. This is treason, punishable by death if found. But knowing his personality, could he resist the lure of money? He would receive 10% equity in Busing Financial Holdings Association, worth 20 trillion, and after collaboration, he had men and money. Just more earnings, Zhang Dezu calculated. He instantly agreed to the offer. But if any news leaked, he'd pull out, win or lose. Learning the hired slasher was Jin Jezu, someone he had problems with before. Zhang Dez hesitated no longer, saying he'd do it neatly, leaving no evidence. Inside a lab in a petri dish's center was a human-faced earthworm embryo. Someone was really breeding these things. One man had just eaten a wild boar, yet it attracted many zombies competing for his food, along with a giant earthworm, competing to see who's hungrier. Then two scheming people reached agreement. To stay safe, Zongdez decided to get Zomvex's test subject. Zomvex was a company specializing in virus research. When slashers captured any mutants, they'd transfer the mutants to Zomvex, getting paid. They researched mutants illegally, The young human-faced earthworm was also sold to Zomvex by Zongdesha if the juvenile disappeared and arrived in Gimhe. This was Zongdeshi's master plan. That said, Nasond also left. Before leaving, he reminded him, keep it secret. It was a matter life-death. Zongdetsi then instructed his subordinate to have Ma Changwei spread some word that previously appeared. The human-faced earthworm was in Gimhe, still had some surviving children, and go to Zomvex retrieving the kid. Meanwhile, find 10 people with clean records from that refugee camp. I got big plans for those people. Inside of Zomvex, company security discovered someone breaking into stealing test subjects. The intruder turned out to be Ma Chongwei. Security recognized him, AB grade slasher. He quickly said he saw nothing and he wouldn't say anything. But what could keep a secret better than a dead guy? On another bridge, a car slowly drove toward 10 refugees. The person exiting was Zhang Deja's contact. They came giving these 10 people a mission. After the mission contract got signed, payment would be directly deposited into their families' bank accounts. Now this contract was looking like a ride that could take their families straight to heaven. 10 people rushed, signing their names. Everything's ready, the game's about to start. The calm before a storm is always very peaceful. Workers were immersed in joy from the blockade. Lines finishing tonight. The construction site was having a celebration. The guy told Jean, Jezu, relax. It was break time now. Everyone enthusiastically invited him to join. Thinking back to past, it had been so long since Jean Jezu sat with many people. That was probably his birthday as kid. Everyone's kindness made him, who had social anxieties, unconsciously cry at this moment. He just wanted to forget it all. His lost brother, his parents who wouldn't return in the cruel world. Suddenly just then, loud music made everyone confused because they had been required to keep noise levels low. During work, how could music be on? No, the sound came from outside of construction. Now outside the site, 3 cars blasting music and flashing neon lights were racing toward the construction site. Behind them, a huge horde of zombies. The 3 cars didn't intend to stop. They slammed into the blockade line's containers. The people exiting the vehicles nearly fell from the crash were 10 refugees. They couldn't catch a breath. They were engulfed by zombies. The light from that site attracted the zombies. This area was where the blockade was weakest. Next, a massive zombie group surged like a tsunami. Now on top those containers, Machangwi holding a human-faced earthworm juvenile. I've been waiting here a while. Now all that's remaining to handle these metal lumps. The cultivation dish, in his view, tumbled, then landed. The sound was covered by zombies. Nobody would notice death coming. With that cultivation dish breaking, a huge flesh appeared on the ground. The face on it slowly opened its eyes surprisingly. Spoke human words, mother. Inside the construction site, dormitory workers suddenly awoke from their sleeping. Was that an earthquake? Disaster always strikes when people are unprepared. Outside, the human-faced earthworm was there, devouring one dormitory after other dormitories. Before the dormitories entered the worm's stomach, they were crushed to powder by a massive mouth. You can imagine the people's fate inside. This B-grade mutant is codenamed Z-177, a human-face earthworm. Others fight zombies using all sorts of weapons, but the man only had wild boar bones. After few swings, it was broken, leaving him with strained muscles, also fractured bones, drawing even the defense ministry captain taking action. By now, the zombie horde had rushed into that blockade line's heart. Those at the celebration party were first facing them. Everyone was shocked. Perhaps the earlier music attracted them. Minari told Jean, Jezu, stay calm. If even a slasher is panicking, the situation would be more uncontrollable. Now the important thing is evacuating the workers. This scene was similar to his parents' separation. Circumstances were similar. People were similar. It's Runjamin, Juju meeting in Busan. Back then he felt so helpless. Now he had confidence to protect people nearby. He quickly assigned individual tasks. Minari, go to the dormitory, get shovel and rope. Everyone else retreat now. I'll hold them. The zombies are approaching. Jean Jezu just had that. Wild boar leg bone. But fighting barehanded was worse than the horde. Yet bone is just bone after few swings. It broke into 2 pieces. This was life or death, because the zombie horde already surrounded him. Next, a shovel and rope appeared beside him. It was Minari there. She needed to reach the site's control room, contacting headquarters with the right tools. Jean Jezu exhaled deeply. On the far side, The fleeing people saw no zombies chasing them. Looks like Jesu's protection is working. Now they can think clearly. They had the small hope getting a house. After the blockade lines were finished, should they just quit? Obviously, some people couldn't. But the construction site was full of zombies. Perhaps if they returned now, they would get killed by zombies. But how is this different from struggling in the refugee camp, losing the chance to be human beings? Who would feel for them? He wanted to fight back. Fight for the future, protect his home himself. Hearing all this, everyone was silent. He was definitely right. Given the choice, nobody wants to live like some cockroaches. Inside the construction area, zombies appeared everywhere suddenly, also having to protect the civilians. Jesu had to use ranged attacks. He needed to protect it all. He couldn't let this become some zombie playground. But now he felt overwhelmed. Workers turned into zombies kept appearing, making him feel even worse. This clearly meant the zombie numbers might be far greater than seen. Without an organized evacuation now, without any broadcast guidance, things would only get much worse. Suddenly, a vehicle sound came from behind. It was a medium truck. It drifted, knocking all the zombies behind Jingzhou away. Over 10 people exited the truck. A zombie was stuck at the truck's front. A worker used a flamethrower, launching an all-out attack. These were the workers who escaped already. Jin Zinzu didn't know why they returned. Because before completion, this place was home. The gap was widening. It's very hard for one person dealing with them. Since we're already here, is it? Might as well some zombies down. With us we die before. Ginger Zhu understood now wasn't sentimental time. Well then, let them on their way send. The promise wasn't just protecting them previous, but also the other workers their homes for building the isolation wall. They to stay and fight chose rather than running away. There was still a long way before the battle ended. Scene changes. Manhwa sees the ruined main control room. Zombies alone couldn't have caused all this. What could it possibly be? Maybe a high-level mutant. A C-grade person like Mr. Jean Jeshu couldn't handle this. How can we possibly contact headquarters? A huge figure appears behind Manhwa. In the Defense Ministry Special Dispatch Department, a grade liaison, Captain Song Jing, was giving report to an A-grade slasher, code named Lieutenant Captain Renziguang, because the Defense Ministry tonight hadn't gotten the evening report from Gimhae construction site, and reportedly flames were seen from the Judong Road section, heading to Gimhae City. They thought abnormal situations at the Gimhae construction area, the Gimhae blockade line, was an important project of the interim government. Renziguang will lead a team there to see. The earthworm knew the art of splitting, beat the guy until he was helpless. Finally, the dude defeated it painfully, but someone stabbed him in the back. Now, with everyone working together, the zombie numbers decreased fast, though some stragglers still existed. They had passed desperate resistance now. A container explodes with a massive boom, causing dust. Jing Ziyu finally smiled a little. He protected them, he thought. Then a motorcycle's sound comes close. It was Manhwa chased by something huge. Seeing this, Jin Jesu was startled. Manhwa said quickly, the control room is destroyed. Now we only hope workers escaping to Busan can find help from Slasher Company quicker. Someone here would die. One wave subsided, another wave arose. Manhwa immediately evacuated the crowd. The human-faced earthworm was right there. Its massive body was 35 meters, around a 10-story building's height. Jin Jesu was an ant before it. Next, a mouthful of sharp teeth covered it. The mouth hit the ground, an earth-shattering sound, leaving a giant crater where the mouth struck. Jingzhou didn't freak out like that night. He killed 8,000 zombies, and he evolved, using the rope he holds, moving fast through air. The human-faced earthworm was caught off guard then. As he got near it, Jin Jesu jammed his shovel into the earthworm, and using that leverage, left a big gash on the earthworm's surface. The worm rolled around on ground in pain. Jin Jesu uses his shovel and rope, changing positions mid-air. Right now, Jin Jesu doesn't feel this B-grade mutant is all that hard to fight. He swings the iron shovel, striking the human-faced earthworm. Far away, Machangwi watches using binoculars, because Machangwi knows the earthworm is entering its second stage. Attack mode now. The human-faced earthworm retracts into a flesh mass. Behind Jinxishu, a humanoid flesh tumor rises. Soon Jinxishu is caught unawares, and the tumor punches him flying. Before landing at that position below, the flesh tumor reappears, but it is not humanoid, instead hand-shaped with strong pull. Jinjizu is slammed into the ground. The impact was pretty big. He picks his shovel, sweeping an arc. The flesh tumor was gone. He was puzzled, then flesh tumors condensed around him. For a period at once, each tumor swung fists at him. Machangwi shouted excitedly. Jin Jeju was beaten senseless. He knew if this continued, there was one outcome. He needed to find an opening and avoid these attacks. Then a hook smashed into the human-faced earthworm. Previous workers came to help him. The worm was angry. It wanted to kill these insects, hindering it. More flesh tumors appeared on its surface. But Jin Jinyu got a chance to breathe. Couldn't let it have its way. The rope tied up all the flesh tumors tied. The flesh tumor closest became a punching bag. He raised his iron shovel. He was delivering the final blow to the tumor. Suddenly a knife went through his chest. Jinjizu looked back incredulously. Ma Changwei had stabbed him now. Ma Changwei's answer was simple. He came to kill Jin Jezu today. Jingzhou knew his grudge with Zongda's Hao. One more hit, and that earthworm wasn't dead. He might not protect people here ever again. Machangwi put his knife in the worm's blood. He wanted Jingzhou becoming a zombie, to destroy what he protected desperately. Machangwi's eyes then focused. His knife traced a flower on his chest. A military dagger fell down. It was Rinziguang then. They just stared silently. The dripping of the earthworm's blood. Workers' cries for help seemed far away. Rinziguang asked angrily slowly. What you doing? Rinziguang previously belonged land. Infrastructure, Transport Department. Special Action Team, original name, Rin Sarong. Before the zombie virus outbreak happened, he was Special Forces Lieutenant. Participated in many battles under his command. The Special Forces became well known. This was his glory and belief too. But early success, a captain's promotion, often attracted jealousy from bad people. His team betrayed by superior in operation, leading to total annihilation. He paid with his right eye. His revenge came next. He killed the superior over this. Sentenced to years military court, one question. You willing to fight again for country? Pulled him from that cage. Because he possessed unique abilities. Country needed most after virus outbreak. Yeah, that's the only ability he possessed. From that point on, he was Rinziguang, meaning radiant and honest. With codename Lieutenant commemorating his fallen comrades. Right then Machangwi faced Rinziguang, thinking this is terrible. He is an A-grade slasher. Rinziguang shouted, Answer, what are you up to? Machangwi tried to bluff all he could, now claiming he was here assisting. But earlier stabbing Jinzhou with a zombie. Bloodstained knife had raised the alarm. Rinziguang needs to stay calm, showing no flaws. He immediately defended himself, saying this guy looks suspicious. I thought he was the zombie bringer. A coughing sound just then interrupted him. Jin Jinyu pointed at Ma Changwei with all his might. The zombies were brought intentionally by him. During my human-faced earthworm fight, he backstabbed me. Immediately Ma Changwei was furious. He stomped. Rinziguang also recognized Jin Jezu then. He was that kid ruining the vibe everywhere. Rinziguang and subordinates were present then too. Since everything was exposed, there was nothing to discuss. Per the zombie prevention law, Article 2, Section 3, spreading zombie virus intentionally means immediate execution is the punishment. Machangwi said, thanks for your review. I could also suspect you of bringing zombies. Machangwi and Rinzo gang were tense. Tension rose immediately. The very next second, a green light knife slashed at the enemy. Rinzo gang dodged it, bending down. Machangwi wanted to find out what the gap was between Rinzo gang and him. Besides zombies they'd killed, he'd always known slasher rank was not representing actual combat strength. He had killed those ranking higher. He was then confident facing just one person. He'd never lose. After Rin Shiguang ducked, avoiding a sweeping attack, Ma Changwei's eyes narrowed. His supposedly fatal strike was avoided by Rinziguang's odd movement. He would unleash knife strikes quickly like lightning, yet none could touch Rinziguang. Rinziguang dances his dance of death while battling. His movements are surprisingly graceful, and each approach would give Machangwei a cut. Although the cuts were shallow, this gave him a deeper sense of helplessness. Mashangwei realized his opponent was toying around, but Rinziguang should quickly end the battle and deal with zombies outside the wall. Mockingbird was confused. He didn't understand why Rinziguang toyed with him, because Rinziguang hadn't fought in a long while, sparring with 8B grade slasher. He's preventing the person from dying fast. Meanwhile, the workers were confused seeing a strange man appear, because since his arrival, he'd yelled loudly at them, "Good job, soldiers." Zombies were like dominoes falling under his direction, occasionally from container tops. Sniper shots rang out loudly, taking down zombies. Then someone wearing full grass camouflage appeared, carrying an 800 kilograms heavy iron hammer, coming down, sweeping the field like a storm. Hearing all the noise, Ma Changwei knew Rinziguang had backup. He knew he couldn't get away. He hated this man, who ruined the things he planned. He knew the difference between him and this man. The more arrogant he was, the more uneasy he is feeling now. Rinziguang also wanted to quit playing. He spit out the cigar, hitting Ma Changwei between the eyes. The sparks blinded him. Rinziguang was already behind him. The first knife flashed a cold light, piercing his arm directly, so he couldn't lift the knife. The second knife was like frost, piercing his head directly. It was finished. Jinzezu watched this lightning strike. Rinziguang spread his arms like a god. He was too strong. "Is this a level I cannot beat?" Rinziguang said casually, "Kid, don't be scared." The Gimhai isolation wall site became peaceful, but this left the place ruined. The zombie horde and a human-faced earthworm. They were held off by a C-grade slasher. The workers responded quickly, plus the A-grade slasher gave support, finally successfully defending against the crisis. Jin Zhizu fainted, earning Rinziguang's recognition. Given more time, this kid would become extraordinary. A voice then came. "All dangers are dealt with. Awaiting your orders." It was Rinziguang's subordinate of the Defense Ministry Special Forces. B-grade slasher code, named IC Mungshagen. Seeing his excited look, Rinziguang said helplessly, "Big guy, you're paid to work. Don't be like a kid wanting praise. The urgent thing now is getting this kid hospitalized." Another subordinate discovered the human-faced earthworm. From his experience, it was undoubtedly a B-grade mutant. Was it this kid's work really? The inquirer was called Zhang Suli. B-grade slasher code, named Full Blast. Rinziguang wanted to know the answer too. Everything must wait until this kid wakes up. The final person carried Jingzhou on his shoulder. This guy had only killed 521 zombies, but had killed a B-grade mutant. So that person was specially promoted to be grade. Named Sangzuyin, code, named Grassland. The Gimme blockade line incident concluded then. Time flies inside H country's army armed hospital. Jin Jezu opened his eyes slowly. Saw the extremely familiar but strange ceiling. This is a hospital. He recently was hospitalized for repairs many times. First time, then second time. This was the third time already. Would he spend his entire life with 4 drips? He unexpectedly discovered others were nearby. Rinziguang squad was there. Jin Jezu wondered their actions. A grade is truly a grade. Their perception was greater than regular folks. Noticing Jingzhou waking up immediately, Rinziguang kept rubbing his own brow. He acted like he didn't know, since he already had a creditor. This person couldn't be coming to collect too, right? But then Rinziguang pinched his nose. "Damn, get off me. You perverted bastard." Renzo Gang was confused. This kid was pretty ungrateful. Jingzhou said everyone helping him wanted money. He asked Renzo Gang, "Isn't that you're waiting here?" Meng Xiaogan exclaimed, "Wow, how you know that you read minds?" The scene turned instantly silent. Everyone looked incredulously at him. Jin Jeju was going to jump out to escape, not caring which floor it was. Scene changes, everyone calms down. Wang Jaegon was also securely tied up. Renzo Gang said, "You totally misunderstood, kid. We successfully protected Gimme I anyway, so I will not ask for compensation. However, private companies would contribute most of the funding building the blockade. In exchange, they get government protection in business." What Renzi Guang said was after this, the government would give a report to the council. Possibly they use this to close the construction, which means the employer goes bankrupt, and you would get nothing. Jin Jezu did not care about himself. He cared about his workers here. Those people fought hard protecting their homes. Rinzong Guang was very stunned. He did not get why Jin Jezu cared about these homes, instead of caring for his slasher honor. because to him honor does not protect from weather, nor does honor help find family. He cared about helping those people keep their homes. More important than homes, he wanted to tell workers that when zombies arrived, slashers would not appear. He wondered whether this was dumb. At least they could still fight hard. This caused Rinzagwang to smile knowingly. After that experience, he always thought chaos caused people to lose heart. Unexpectedly meeting someone so zealous, he ordered his subordinate to tell Captain Song Jing, "Stop reporting." Then Rinzagwang offered Jingzhou an olive branch. "Mister, do not go too far." Who would have thought at this moment? Kuya Yung and Xia Shangshu burst inside. The tomboy Jinjizu got startled by the door opening. Then came an Ari doing checks. She was very sorry she could not inform the office sooner. Kuei Yang was anxious and barely speaking clearly, saying Renzo Gang must pay 8 trillion before taking him, then that it would not work paid. The girl still could not ditch her bad habit, wanting to keep slashers near her. Just like Zhang Shiheo, my boss's business. Stop meddling, old man. Both sides are filled with anger. Rinzagwang wants to teach this brash kid something. Song Zian stops him. He wanted Rinzagwang to realize not stealing Jinjizu means he can be rented later. Telling Kuei-zhong this benefits everyone. The two reach an agreement. C grade slasher codename Shovel. Real name Jinzhou, massive debts. Attack rating 4 stars, defense 2 stars. Jingzhou says he isn't an item. Refusing rental, Kuei-zhong replies, "Pay me back 10 billion now." Rinzagwang asks, should report be filed immediately? "You two are devils. I am refusing rental. The matter is settled, moving on. It's time we settle up." The man had ambitious plans for a capture, but the other guys used connections, escaping everything. It ended as a case with no evidence. Inside the luxurious JDC building now, Zhang Dehe embraced beauty while giving grand talks. Only he couldn't imagine any reason failing. Suddenly, that door was forcefully opened up. It was his exclusive liaison officer, the boss. Something really terrible happened. Zhang Dehe never thought Mishangwei could fail. The liaison reported all zombies were eliminated. Also, the human-faced earthworms, too. What happened to the scene, most importantly? How to resolve using some connections now. Zhang Deji's phone was full of important people, like 3-star army generals, opposition party members, 2-star military commanders also, ruling party members, and many on. He wanted them dropping what they were doing and gathering at the building's entrance. If the military show up, by some time he sensed danger coming. The scene changes, showing a camouflage sedan stopping before the JTC building. It was the Rinzagwang squad observing JTC. Experienced Rinzagwang marveled at this building's luxury. In an apocalyptic world, how much evil was done constructing such building. When they enter the building, they are surprised to see a large group waiting, each one with imposing physiques. Could it be JTC's first floor was for Jim? Seeing an A-grade slasher had come personally. Everyone's expressions turned extremely serious. Loss is victory, forcing them to surround Rinzagwang. Mungshagen's eyes are very sharp. "You want to fight?" Jiangsuli's eyes gleam cold. "You don't want to let us go." Next second, the liaison officer speaks up. "The chairman is busy now, has no time seeing you. This is private property, why you here late?" Rinza Guang calmly answered, "You lure zombies to the Gimme blockade line. What is wrong us coming late?" The liaison officer faked innocence. "What game, huh? Blockade line, what zombies are you talking about?" "What you mean, damn? They're good at pretending." Then immediately, Rinzagwang produced the Zombie Prevention Law, started reading. Under Article 10, Section 1 Zombie Prevention Law, individuals or groups intentionally spreading zombie virus or assisting its spread directly, indirectly will face treason charges under criminal law. The subordinates' expressions became more severe. Accomplices get a life imprisonment sentence. The scene became deathly silent then. "I will repeat, we do not understand you. You got no right trespassing here. Thanks for understanding." Rinjingwang couldn't believe this guy ignored his warning. Zhong Suli desperately reminded him to stay calm now. They needed to show some evidence. Then Meng Zhigan slowly opened the back area. Inside was Ma Changui. "You say you don't know him, but he is one of yours." The subordinates were all shocked, speechless. The liaison officer ordered everyone be quiet, even if Ma Changui was involved somehow. It couldn't prove their connection exists. "Now show your arrest warrant, please. Otherwise, please leave immediately." Rin Zagwang bit a cigar in anger. "Cut the crap, brothers. Let's go now." Meng Zhigan was secretly delighted, demanding that no one touch them ever. They were all his. Zhang Suli and Song Shiyun protested loudly. No way, this can't happen. Rin Ziguang stated whether they be sentenced or not. They could wait until upstairs, finding evidence. But anyone obstructing official duties gets forcefully removed. The liaison officer yelled loudly. Stop them, all subordinates charged with their weapons. But the subordinates' job was buying time. They couldn't match 3B grade fighters. Rin Ziguang hadn't moved his hands. Casually, he was walking forward. Those stopping him were immediately taken down before they touched him. A B-grade slasher emerged now. Codename Brown Bear, He Yong Pei appeared. But his impressive start lasted 3 seconds. Rin Ziguang one punch took him down. The gap was huge. The liaison officer fled. He hadn't expected any of this. Cursing Rin Ziguang attacking during other slashers were out. Cursing the elevator door closing slowly. A hand already grabbed the door. A fierce eye through the gap showed. It's over. You took the elevator alone. The elevator went up to floor 36. The liaison officer looked remorseful. Inside the elevator, it's hard seeing you, Zongdes. You're in serious trouble. We must invite you to Defense Ministry interrogation. For coffee, Zongdes said on the phone. Yes. Yes, I appreciate that. I owe you one. Zongdes ignores him. Rin Ziguang flicked his cigar. Hey there, punk. Did you hear what I said? The response. When adults are talking, kids should be quiet. Cut out. Do you get this? I'm arresting you now for treason. Treason? That is ridiculous. Ask your boss how to handle this. Rin Ziguang was puzzled. That phone call was your superior. Finally, the Gimhe blockade line incident was Machangwi's personal crime. The person instructing him was Busan Financial Holdings Association Chairman Nazan Dai. However, during the appeal, Nazan vanished mysteriously. The case was concluded in the Defense Ministry's Special Dispatch Division. Captain Sang Unong reported Nazan Dai was discovered hanged this morning. Rin Ziguang didn't believe someone pampered would end their own life that way, but every clue vanished quickly. The higher-ups promoted him major to keep him quiet. Without great merit, nobody is promoted colonel. What great merit have I? Next day, a stretched Lincoln arrived. The Country Army Armed Hospital. A priest figure opened the car door. Exiting the car was affiliated with Jehovah Holy Society, an A-grade slasher codenamed Priest by Bichon. The zombie virus outbreak happened. The Times made heroes. Some rose to power having ability. Some rose up manipulating people. That's why he was rated an A-grade slasher, despite having 0 zombie kills. Bai Baixian led the priest to the hospital. He removed his mask along the way. This attracted crowds of patients. Some wanted handshakes from him. Some wanted to cure their illnesses. But 4 priests blocked them all. Baijian immediately prayed to God. He wanted people to understand miracles. Salvation and eternal prosperity were inside everyone's hearts. Don't expect miracles from other people. Live firmly according to your heart. He would just pray for everyone here. The crowd cheered after hearing like crazy. Holy Father, Holy Father, Holy Father for us humans. The scariest thing is truly the unknown. Ghosts appearing are scarier than traffic accidents. Mental patients are more terrifying than armed criminals. Thus, zombie-caused deaths generally inspire fear. Before the virus outbreak happened, Bai Baijian was an ordinary stage actor. One day, rehearsing, a blood-covered man walked on stage, frantically attacking everyone around. He was the only one left alive. He killed everyone. He decided give people an answer they must face. He taught citizens zombies are not scary. They could be eliminated alone. Through his efforts, thousands voluntarily took arms. Under his great leadership, the situation stabilized gradually. Many no longer feared the zombies. And he established Jehovah Holy Society. Thereafter then, he appeared publicly as CEO of Jehovah Holy Society. Simultaneously, he was also an ambitious guy. He thought people should forget zombies. God separated humans and non-humans. God is merciful to humans. Only conquest gives people hope. This was a Jehovah Holy Society tenant. The elevator went up. The assistant didn't know why Bai Baijian traveled far to see a C-grade slasher. Not only was he unlikely to be trusted, even their power showed no merit. Indeed, Jinjizu seemed like no one with power or wealth by any means. He couldn't match B-grade slashers. King Leon, Prosecutor Harris, Missionary Kim, even the monastery's abbot. But lately, The power gap between slashers reached equilibrium. Every company trained many slashers, though with little effect. He thought about his brother today. Might upset the slasher balance. He took out 8,000 zombies one night. Then he survived that national conflict. Land and Natural Resources Department conflict. Killed a high-ranking official of resources. Then opposed the government. Became an office slasher of Kuei and Zhang. Then clashed with Zhang Deja at Gimme Blockade Line. Also formed strong ties to the Defense Department. Honestly, seen anyone maneuver among many forces. It stays so very calm. Besides Apostle Zhong Yahello. By Baekxian. Never saw anyone stir things up so. He thought this guy could become the next Zhang Zuho. Recruiting Jinzhizu looked necessary when the door opened. Bai Baekxian put his actor clothes back on. His overacting shocked Jinzhizu and also Manhwa. He lauded Jinzhizu's great feats. Lots of zombies and 1B grade mutant. It was a truly revolutionary achievement. The term savior was made for you. Before becoming God's servant, he showed utmost respect and appreciation for Jin Jesu's service to humankind. You are not fighting alone, because today a powerful company decided to accompany you. Minari understood this person's purpose. Tried stopping him, but a nearby priest stopped him. The Jehovah Holy Society will offer Jin Jesu a well-paid administrative job. Jin Jesu seemed confused since entering. Until now, this person had not introduced himself. Then Bai Baekxian introduced who he was. A grade slasher from the Jehovah Holy Society. Codenamed Priest You're Asking that I join. These cults become so widespread now, recruiting people in hospitals now openly. Obviously, Jin Jesu was not affected by praise, expressing he's uninterested in joining. Just get out now. This guy ruins the mood wherever he goes. After thinking, Baekxian snapped fingers behind himself while saying, he would give something celebrating Jin Jeju's accomplishments. If Bai Baekxian was not in the apocalypse, he would be great at sales. The next second, Jingzhou's eyes are frozen. A big box of money Bai Baekxian had mentioned. He owed the Chui and Zhang office 800 billion won. The society could help him pay his debt. He wouldn't need to be a slave of the Chui and Zhang office. The Jehovah Holy Society would give a nobler identity. Come child, be God's servant now. This offer was very attractive indeed. 800 billion equaled an A-grade slasher's payment. For an A-grade mission by Baekxian brought real cash, showing his great sincerity and true determination. Minari wondered what he was thinking, spending huge money on one C-grade slasher. But regardless of that, she was part of the Chui and Zhang office. She must stop him. She then interrupted Bai Baekxian. I'm sorry, Mr. Bai. Although you're CEO of top slasher groups, there are industry rules here. You cannot poach a slasher with a special contract. Jin Shizu raised his hand, stopping Minari from continuing. Minari shuddered at Mr. Shovel. You're seeing this clearly, Big Shi, and immediately produced the contract, stating Mr. Shovel didn't comprehend the Holy Society. He wasn't a fool, though. Jinjaza didn't want Minari talking because this contract, he wouldn't sign its savior or priest. What you want is like that tomboy. But 800 billion isn't bubblegum money. You make me earn it back. Baekxian tried some quibbling. Jingzhou knew this was probably wordplay. Changing slave to a worker, homeless to a refugee. Debts would be repaid, becoming a sacrifice, or executioner, depending on your value here. Because that was the refugees' world. It was the world Jinjizu experienced. The liaison officer started cursing. This insults the Holy Father. What could they do? Bai Baekxian never said. He knew this was the essence. Before he's leaving, he told Jingzhou today's offer was always valid. When he couldn't stay there anymore, he could come find Bai the next second. Minari's lips formed a smile. She immediately hugged Jingzhou then, showing belief in his loyalty. Loyalty, they were essentially both creditors anyway. He chose the less hypocritical man. Then Minari told Jinjizu about renting. Defense offered to lease him with a deposit, but Kuei Yang got anxious. Suspecting Defense had other motives probably. She knew Jinjizu's debt couldn't grow, so she just agreed. This was big. Minari dared not delay. When she saw the mission details, she was stunned. Operation codenamed Salamander it is. Local officials knew the interim government's main task was maintaining the status quo. When variables appear, our job is removing them. The variable appeared at Algen Nuclear Power Station, which was still operating as per normal. Although the zombie virus risk was considerable, it unfortunately had survived. But Investigation showed signs of decay at the station. Most dangerous was the Algen nuclear power complex, where cooling system aging happened. The core temperature was rising slowly. Salamander was an operation stabilizing the Algen nuclear station. Renzo Gang asked about people and equipment needed. They required 20 former nuclear power station engineers, 100 workers doing repairs, and a considerable amount of heavy, high-tech equipment in use in such circumstances. Air transport would be difficult. The plan is traveling by land, traveling together as a convoy to the power station. The convoy will create tremendous noise, needing much time to arrive. Big noise attracts huge zombie hordes. That was the meeting's purpose. But Renziguang's squad alone was not enough. Song Doin quickly places a list before each leader. This list contains slashers joining the operation. Scene changes. Jean Jesu appears surprised. Since the apocalypse began, he'd never seen a grand scene. Like the big equipment vehicles. Soldiers are neatly arranged. Renzo Gang asks him, "You never witnessed something this grand?" This operation differs from reclaiming our territory, or the game Hey defensive battle. This is not defense, but offense. It might be this country's very last operation. The last operation. Jean Jesu looks confused. Renzo Guang says he will watch him, hoping everything goes smoothly. Operation Code, name Salamander, begins. The guy was put in the cannon fodder group, but through his own power, he earned an A-grade slasher's recognition. And even his convoy teammates admired him. The bulldozer cleared obstacles ahead, all cars closely following behind. Though the convoy moved slowly, it advanced orderly. Jinjizu was inside a vehicle. No one there wore army uniforms apparently. All were civilian slashers. He had seen some of Minari's materials. Every slasher firm had intelligence gathering sources, though they couldn't cover everyone. This was to help clients initially choosing the company, or outside slashers after they read carefully. You'd see everyone had unique abilities. Put differently, you could find teammates complementing your weaknesses, forming a strong small team. Jean Jeju took it further, wanted to learn enemy B strengths. Clearly he's humble. Minari felt his thinking improved greatly, praising Jinzhou, making him feel shy. But the client left no comments about him. Zhou Huan, C-grade slasher. Main weapon, a homemade air gun, shooting compressed bolts and nuts. Kai Tianhu, C-grade slasher. Main weapon, a custom pole, a backpack unfolding into a battlefield. Fenvosnaolotsi, Jean Jiaxu, and 7 others. Probably all C-grade folks here. Glancing over, that kid belongs to Jaguar Enterprise. B-grade slasher killed zombies, 2 B-grade mutants. And Shanlan Jinzu remembered her. History's youngest B-grade slasher. Shanlan noticed someone staring at her. Jinjizu immediately looked away, pretending that nothing ever happened. Shanlan knew during the journey. Jinjizu was observing people in the vehicle. She told him not to worry, because 3 hours after leaving Busan, half the vehicle's people will die. She hoped Jinjizu wasn't one of them. Another half would die next day. Jean Jesu understood, not her meaning. Looks like you're a rookie. You haven't seen the convoys set up. Matrix formation. The lead was an upgraded truck. They cleared obstacles from the highway. Vehicles with equipment and engineers are protected. In the very middle, protecting them were slashers the Defense Department sent. Also soldiers and some Humvees. The outermost layer was U.S. civilian slasher trucks. Protecting those Humvees, you understand. Now we're a wall of flesh blood. Jean Jeju roared, so freaking what? Shanlan, he asked. What if over half the vehicle's people survived? The topic had strayed after 3 hours. Shanlan wanted to express this mission was hopeless. Jean Jinyu also stated, everyone's striving to finish missions and earn money. You are here undermining team morale. Is that really appropriate? Jinjizu wanted a bet with this scared cat. Both raised their weapons. Squaring off, their confrontation broke the tense atmosphere. Suddenly, the convoy stopped urgently. A soldier came running. Shouting, zombie hordes appeared the convoy's right. They were approaching fast. The left wing engaged, already in fighting. The soldier told everyone get ready. A flying shadow quickly flashed past. Taking down the soldier, Shanlan said, this is only the first one. The guy's dead, you are counting. The bulldozer pushed away abandoned vehicles, scattered on the highway, making noise. The convoy couldn't stay still. Let the slashers just fight. Surviving people protect themselves, advancing 1 kilometer. Every step the convoy took required a bloody sacrifice. Chun-Lin and Jin Jezu are competing over kills. One channels a Spartan warrior. One embodies white-clad Ichigo, making Rinziguang think these people weren't useless. The shovel exceeded his expectations, although they paid a heavy price. The objective was unchanged. Uljan Nuclear Power Station, returning this entire country to its origin. Meanwhile, Zhoan was also killing wildly. Bolts and nuts flew like they were free, forced into a unique gun barrel. But with the frenzied output, the gun barrel jammed up badly. Jin Jezu saved him, rushing over unexpectedly. Nobody can die. He wanted the kid's mind right. Zhou was very grateful. Without him, he would have died. 3.5 hours passed. Everyone was breathing heavily, but no one from the vehicle was gone. Jin Jezu gloated to Shanlan. Shanlan pouted if you'd stayed out. Half of those guys would be long gone. But did the rules forbid rescuing people? Shanlan was speechless. She knew she lost. She was wondering about her punishment. You are big, so you won't hit a kid. Right, in normal places we say watermelon smash, freeze, or I'll smack your head hard. The mission had lasted 4 hours. They were slashers who had never teamed up. This was amid the zombie virus outbreak, representing the best fighters from among civilians. And this elite fighting group recognized Jinjizu, that guy addicted smashing watermelons, hitting girls whenever he encountered them, just because he wanted the girls know. Connecting with those around you could lessen her nervousness and discomfort. From Busan toward Uljan, the distance was around 200 kilometers. Every meter forward demanded a cost, simply because the very next moment, you might see something unwanted in your rearview mirror. The 12th squad spotted zombie crowds behind them, requesting the slashers to attack. Numerous fights had left many people feeling desensitized. Meanwhile, staff numbers were declining rapidly. Slashers mindlessly swung their weapons now. Cause the road held more than zombie remains. It also held teammates just chatting moments ago. In that recent battle, the 12th, 13th, 14th, 15th, and the whole left wing, each squad lost 2 members on average. Vacant positions would be taken by military slashers. Rinziguang thought things were under control, because the original plan stated civilian slashers should be used up now. The convoy would then create a second barrier of soldiers. At this current rate, he believed reaching Ulgan Nuclear Power Station was imminent. Jiangsi said he understood the leadership's plan. With an operation like this, those centrally located obviously survived more easily. Truly cruel leadership caring. Civilian slashers endured exhaustion and mental despair. They also resist, but survivors were certainly the elite ones. Among the very elite, racing through zombie hordes are Jaguar Enterprise members, codenames the Ripper and also Shanlan, caring for others during combat. From Jehovah Holy Society, codename Manbear is Choi Peter, using his wisdom to understand the situation. Clearly are members of Jaguar Enterprise, codename Disciplinarian Piao Zhenghua also, and the kid who could kill the mood anywhere, also whose instincts naturally connect with folks, belonging to Siwi and Zhang office. B-grade slasher, codename Shovel Jinjizu. He performed the best among everyone, with the highest zombie kill count ever. Yet their team had very few casualties among many squads. Renzo Gang believed now his judgment was right. Shanlan was looking at that figure. He was popular among teammates, surprisingly. Could her initial thoughts be wrong? Following a short rest, Rinziguang ordered walkie-talkies distributed to key personnel. This enables orders to be communicated more quickly, improving the convoy's survival rate. Time passed. It was evening. Finally, the Olden Town sign appears. Nobody cheered since work was only beginning. Youngbook County appears. Uljan Nuclear Power Plant complex damage report. Military personnel losses are 20%. Civilian slasher losses are 60%. Already far beyond expectations. Undoubtedly, after this battle, these slashers will receive high attention from the military. They are now experts in this mission. Orders are out to everyone. We have reached our destination. Begin setting up camp. Not heading to the power station today. All personnel, rest. Ogan escort operation is complete. Vehicles form a circle outside. Tents for personnel are inside. Jin Shizu stretched. He sees and Shanlin alone near the campfire. She was engrossed, not noticing his approach. Let's keep quiet. He directly smashed another watermelon. You are hooked on this, since we made it alive so far. Let's do it again, you jerk. How much longer can you live speaking like that? The scene became silent. Jean Jesu likely knew her pessimism's source. He took out some chocolate, asked Shamlin if she wanted to join them. Believe in yourself, you can Jinja. You've said becoming a slasher. Everything around him changed, it seemed. In a depressing world like this, becoming a great slasher makes people, even oneself, feel afraid, especially those from regular civilian areas. Not everyone possesses that awareness. And Shamlin slowly unwrapped the chocolate bar. If you want to lecture me, do it later if we live. I won't hear any bullshit from dead men tonight. The night passes quietly the next morning. All personnel are present and ready. Rinzong delivers a speech on a vehicle. Today we enter the nuclear power station. We do not know how many enemies are there. We don't know how many will survive. This operation's success means removing potential threats, reviving hope for our great nation. Put simply, everything we do here today will decide the nation's fate. Olga Nuclear Power Station compound. After other nations fell, it became a largest nuclear plant. It was a place of talent. But now the power station is dangerous. A place filled with crises. Everyone's gathered together now. This is our final tactics meeting. Bulga Nuclear Power Station was formed, merging several units. Currently, they can't confirm the situation inside. The meeting assigns target sites for small squads. Sweep team leaders are 4 slashers with walkie-talkies. 8 military slashers, 4 Defense Department soldiers were there. Each team had 5 to 6 people assigned. Eliminate all dangers within assigned sites is an objective. Jean Jesu's assigned personnel were his old vehicle teammates, making all them pray thankfully. They all knew during the escort. Their squad had a low casualty rate. Shamlin, as team leader, was also assigned members. The watermelon smashing incident spread out. Everyone who came up patted her. If you dare mock me, I guarantee you will die here. No zombies outside. They must have left already. Each squad reached their sites smoothly. Rin Ziguang commanded inside the control room. Alja Nuclear Power Station Complex will be reconstructed. Mission codename Operation Salamander starts now. Each squad breaches their door. Data shows a maximum of 12 zombies inside. All were staff previously on duty. Though their numbers were limited, finding them in this big facility is a huge issue. The helmeted man suggested they split up. A fist works best when clenched tight. The enemy is concealed, and we are not. Splitting up is basically suicide, the helmeted guy thought. Operating solo would allow for quick maneuvers, thus boosting chances of staying alive. Zhou Wuhan stated the helmeted man had a point. Staying together also means accounting for stamina. As time passes, stamina drops and focus fades, raising the risk of an ambush. So how can they finish the mission safely and soundly? Jinjizu produced the facility blueprints. He asked Zhou Huan to locate the central point, the most open and accessible area inside the station. This was definitely the station's central hall. Central hall. From station outlets to outside offices, support facilities. Everything's connected. Jinjizu's plan was singing loudly here. If the sound was loud enough, it would echo throughout the nuclear power station. They would simply wait for prey. Coming then, zombies wandered aimlessly. Suddenly an off-key singing voice came. They all looked toward the sound's direction. A short while before Jean Jesu suggested this. Everyone was shocked. What kind of idea was this? But following his analysis, zombies were super sensitive to light and sound. We must maintain formation, reducing stamina consumption. No other choice but to actively lure them. That's why we are at the central hall now. The method was from Piao Shangjun. Scene changes. Zombies appeared almost at every exit. Some are even jumping down from above. Weren't there supposed to be like 12? Shun Jinyu yelled loudly. Do not blink, don't look back. Everyone make a circle, killing approaching zombies. Trust teammates, give your backs to them. Intel was bad, there are way too many zombies. Some were getting caught by zombies. Zhou had also used all the bolts. Too short time, there is no reloading. Right now, Jean Jesu centered channeled his warrior spirit again. Before him was old Jin's very first lesson. This was it. Zhouan worriedly said, Captain, we're surrounded. This was a beautiful fishing rod and zombie story. The rope twirled just like a propeller. Jean Jesu's eyes were gleaming cold. The words ducks slowly came out. Next second, red light covered the whole scene. Zombies appear to be paused. Under everyone's watchful gaze, they split into 2 pieces. Zhou Wuhan wondered if this guy was human. The master told the man, You are too inexperienced for fishing line. Start using rope first. The man inherited brilliantly his master's great skills. His first use amazed everybody. All his teammates had shocked expressions when they first witnessed the master. Zhou Huan knew Jin Jezu's great evaluation was reviewed, but without attack power. Passing was only time. This kid reminded him of someone from Jaguar Enterprise who killed many zombies. Codename Fish Market Elder Hanwha. He said to himself then, "You are not hurt. I will help you." This was a boss caring for a worker. Jin Jezu didn't know why Zhou Huan stared at him. Maybe he'd been bitten by some zombie. But Zhouan thought as he got back, he would report to Elder Hanwha. Losing a guy like this would really be Jaguar Enterprise's loss. Zhouan then immediately tried to get closer. "You're actually so strong, kid. You've hidden it so well." But Jin Jezu knew to grade slashers. He was average person. All right, just one final check for stragglers. Team Captain Jin Jezu cleared the target location, the old Jin nuclear power plant. Cleanup first seemed not too difficult. It being a secret national facility, personnel numbers were super limited. So infected staff weren't many to threaten the cleanup team. This is how I got into it. And Sandland's eyes looked fierce while he killed zombies. Sent shivers down spines. There shouldn't be any more. Captain, you're truly amazing. Why don't we just stow our weapons? Team B Captain and Sandland cleared the target. Secondly, cleanup team captains fully knew the site structure because of site layout maps distributed beforehand. But there'd always be overconfident people. There's a guard room ahead 10 meters. Probably with many zombies. Let's go, carefully maintaining a safe distance. This drunk wants to give some orders hiding back. Why are idiots listening to a drunk? I'm going to just walk, however. You total idiot. I told you keep your distance. Who do you think the next second you are? A zombie horde swarmed this fool. Instantly they knocked him down. Yet nobody came forward rescuing. Don't be scared. Keeping distance in tight corridors is no problem. Soon the zombies were gone. Pio Zengwo looked at that recently bitten fool. This is what happens when you disobey. I hope in the next life you are not an idiot. This guy's been bitten by zombies. Even if he lives, he'll change in 3 minutes. C-Team Captain Pio Zengwo cleared the target area. All slashers gained valuable experience. Regular zombies can't cause much trouble. Unless mutants appear, a zombie knocks down a slasher. At that dangerous time, a big black shadow grabbed it around the waist. The zombie was held down by a black shadow. The brass knuckles were flashing. The Jehovah's Holy Society badge came down like thunder on that zombie's head. The slasher who got away was frightened. It was Captain Choi Peter. His fierce look vanished. He gently asked, "Brother, you were not bitten. Were you? Thanks to you. I am okay. I think that is the last one. Let us go outside. Now, get fresh air." D-Team Captain Choi Peter cleared the target site. In control room, Rin Ziguang asked Jiangsi, "Have all teams come out first? Are me Mengjigan's team. Second is Jin Zeza. Third are Samlon and Pia's Hongwu. Fourth is Choi Peter. Other teams are still cleaning." Looks like things go smoothly. Renzo Gang also had execute secret mission assigned by superiors cleaning all the army's parasites. Those bad criminals who joined the military through high-level connections were often heinous criminals and incompetent fools. The maps they received were fakes. They cannot escape the maze-like facility alone. Major, wait one moment. Actually, you do not need to get dirty hands me, or Muscle Pig can take care of that. No. Trash cleanup should be done the operations commander. I should face those furious with power holders. You need to be responsible, those slashers. Who came out? Don't be back too late, okay. Inside a facilities section, soldiers questioned if the map was wrong. They were circling here several times already to make up for their crimes, not embarrassing their guide. They had complete this mission whatever it cost. Suddenly a sound from ahead. Soldiers were very alert, but instantly it was totally quiet. You could hear pins drop under the squad leader's flashlight. They found it was Major Rinziguan. Everyone immediately relaxed their guard down. The squad leader was going to report. Next second, soldiers saw the Major aim his gun at them. "Major, what are you doing there?" The machine gun roared without mercy. These evil criminals are like lambs for slaughter. There were no zombies around them. Yet it was a hell of bullets. Soon Renziguang slowly vanishes into the darkness. At a sight in the quiet corridor now. A sudden noise broke out. Shit. It's a grenade, except the grenade didn't explode. The soldiers were very confused. Death appeared like a flash. You guys aren't real soldiers, so there's no need for honoring your sacrifice. You all can go to heaven with this corrupt country. The man was loyal to this country his whole life, but power holders emerging changed everything around that. Who could have imagined the man now? Meanwhile, in another location of the building, a group of soldiers in different uniforms was moving forward. In a search formation now, the captain in the middle noticed something amiss. The map guided them deeper inside, instead going toward the exit. Their only hope, the communication device, stopped responding. More precisely, only communications of soldiers monitoring Rinziguang were down. They were cut off right before departure. People from various factions joined this mission. Their task was monitoring, controlling, and when needed, eliminate the military operations commander. These people's insertion bypassed regular procedures entirely. Some soldiers were clueless about their presence there. They could only really guess. Since Major Run killed his superior, he was very unusual. Only radical slasher teams would take him. We can't really know what they'll do. The squad leader saw it differently. He approached the major before his inspector. Through their conversations, he felt Major Ren, good commander, someone who could take care all team members. The captain didn't think a person loved by soldiers could be very bad, but the general grimly replied, "He's a sharp blade nobody can control. As soldiers, you must execute. Obey headquarters orders, understand rank is everything." The captain could only reluctantly agree right now. The captain thought the major knew about it. These illogical things couldn't otherwise be explained, but the captain didn't believe the major would eliminate everyone unless he wanted the monitoring personnel gone. Looking at two people behind him brought peace. Both were unofficially from the Defense Department. Former B-grade slashers, the All Brothers. All In and All Sean. The team had the highest scoring military soldiers, or special operations, so if the major does that, in a worst case, we could counter-kill. But what he thought about? How could Rinziguang not consider this? The captain shined his flashlight at the sound source. Reflected light revealed an SVK's scope. That's why they were easily handled. Final danger, everyone stay alert. Several bullets made dull sounds under the silencer. The captain shouted, "Go all in." A riot shield with a skull slammed down, hard onto the ground heavily. These people's tactical awareness was clearly extraordinary. Shield front, everyone find cover and start firing. Behind the shield guns were ready to fire back. Rinziguang's eyes narrowed slightly, quickly dodging the bullets coming. Heavy gunfire tore the sniper's position apart. The whole team advanced using defensive formation. All In held up the shield. Regular soldiers with guns behind him, calm and collected, quickly responding. This team was unlike the previous trash. Being a top soldier, a grade slasher. Only Sean handled him, otherwise everyone here dies. Yet Rinziguang belonged to no faction. But some people this might be a crime. The shield blocked grenade fragments, but could not stop smoke grenades. Their central position immediately dropped zero visibility. Rationally speaking, the post-apocalyptic world, the interim government should pursue one correct goal. The problem's in that word correct. All personnel form back to back circle, waiting for that smoke clear. But everyone thinks they're the right one. Their serious differences will then arise. Slashers are human. They also die when shot. A shadow, the smoke suddenly turned. Gunfire rang out of close range. Eliminating other noise is the way ensure resonance. Damn you all bastards. Different uniforms show different stances. Rinziguang, do you still deserve being called a soldier? Yes, slashers are still people after all. Looks my superior was right, Rinziguang. You're the type who takes other lives. Murdering superior was just beginning of your demonization. The captain shouted hoarsely that one time. When Rinziguang sought justice for his dead comrades, he only got endless humiliation. At his fallen comrade's tombstone, he swore to perish for honor. He knowing if this was right. He just followed his own heart. Let time judge of all things. At this moment, Renzo gang calling over the radio. Clean up is complete. Send telegram to Busan Jiangsu. Asked about the message content is. Alja nuclear power plant will explode. I am Major Rinziguang. Have taken control here because betrayal by former superiors. Zongda's arrogance made him lost faith this corrupt country. Thus began Country H's smallest military mutiny. From Olden Town H Country Interim Defense Department, a soldier urgently pushed open the door saying, "It's bad, Major Run has mutinied now." Renziguang slowly walked from the combat zone. The remaining soldiers showed him the greatest respect. These people shared the same beliefs as Renziguang. He inhaled deeply because next would be it. Announcing conditions for negotiating with the interim government. Corrupt Age Country had made him take this undoubtedly heavy decision. Major, you can start now. The camera recorded a lonely figure. I am H Country Interim Government Defense Department Council member. Major Ren Ziguang, I can't tolerate this country's decay. So now I have done this. I could have originally worked with the interim government to improve this country because we have the keys if we united the military. Combined with power of slashers throughout the regions, we could have achieved a shared goal together. Rebuilding a nation after this apocalypse, distributing limited resources fairly to all, so people no longer suffer hunger or cold. But it was an illusion. All military forces were used to protect those with established interests. Limited resources became much more scarce. Wine and meat rot in rich homes, while the poor die of cold. It's disgusting, more heartbreaking. As a soldier, I protect this garbage. How ridiculous Olden nuclear power plant is mine. All engineers and workers are now hostages. I'm not doing this to murder everyone. Meet my demands before society returns to order. I won't leave the nuclear power plant. Ignore my demands, then see the mushroom cloud. Finally, Renza Guang seems to lose all strength. He staggered toward the camera, saluted the homeland and people he served faithfully. Seeing that, all soldiers involved spontaneously did the same thing. The nuclear plant echoed with many shouts. Long live the motherland right now. Jean Jinyu still didn't realize what happened. His mind wondered if they are done and could return. The soldiers seemed gathering. Were they celebrating their survival? In the Defense Department building, the 4-star general cursed loudly. This crazy dog has finally bitten people. He's worse than the zombies. General Choi arranged this operation. Hadn't expected so many people could not control him. The general's veins were bulging. I will deal with you later. Now, we must handle the time bomb. But staff reported insufficient troops remain. Many troops were sent to repair the nuclear plant. Forget dealing with Major Ren now. Even maintaining Busan's security was incredibly thin. Sending a small force might just be consumed by the major. Most worrying was this now. They didn't even know how many Defense Department people shared the major's thoughts. Fearing his speech was very inflammatory. The general threw at the staff member an ashtray. He lost a general's dignity. Arrest them, arrest all these guys. In this atmosphere, those had to shout loudly yes. The general really hated Renzo Gang. He'd never faced this before kind of threat, but now he couldn't ignore Renziguang's demands. Perhaps pretending to satisfy them was best. The general needed to know what were Renziguang's demands. The scene changes. Military men are arresting Zhang Deshe. Zhang Deshe shouted angrily, "You know who my powerful backers are. You realize the outcome of this action." The captain holding the cuff spoke. "I know your backers, but currently, please cooperate." Zhang Desh totally disbelieved it, still resisting strongly. A gun was pressed beneath his chin immediately. "You understand, all of Busan could be gone. I have been polite. You resist, I will blow your head away." Finally, Zhang Dej obediently wore the handcuffs. He did not grasp the captain's words about Busan's destruction. Nearby, someone reported via radio. Zhang Dej has been caught. The major's requests have been fulfilled individually. Inside the nuclear plant, Jingzhou chatted casually with colleagues. Suddenly, Song Jian emerged from He and said the major wished to see him. Song Jian said there was a big problem. He told Jinjizu, "Prepare yourself mentally." Jinjizu wondered what serious problem existed. He and other slashers had been controlled. Troy Peter asks, puzzled, "You know what was said?" "I'll repeat if you want to live. Cooperate with me, change this country together." The man initiated the mutiny because the country was falling into anarchy. The Defense Department's against him, was hiring grade slashers to eliminate him. The controlled slashers seriously doubted what they heard. "You're saying Mutiny?" Renzo Gang said if they wanted life, they should cooperate obediently and also persuade their team members. Help change the country together. Sandland suddenly lowered her hands, knowing her great value to the major, not obsequiously surrendering with hands raised. He needed them to persuade civilian slashers. So if they behaved well enough, the soldiers won't shoot. Renziguang nodded approvingly. This kid understands things pretty well. He stated they would not eliminate them yet, but if they don't cooperate, that could change instantly. Aunt Samlin slapped him. Everyone was shocked like what? What was that? Was she courageous or stupid? Sanlon demanded Rinziguang must answer. If the mutiny fails, you will detonate the nuclear plant. Because civilian slashers were hired for clearing zombies, not to die with you. A soldier aimed his gun. This mission was dangerous initially. The present situation is not very different, correct? Sanlin retorted angrily. Has any slasher ever said anything from fear of dying? No, right? You know why? Because that is our duty. This is our job. So arranging our vehicles on the perimeter is fine. As meat shields, ignore our exhausted force. Continuous fighting as long as orders concern zombies. They will follow them without complaint. But mutiny was unrelated to her. Her family still resided in Busan. Mutiny meant becoming enemies with Busan's interim government. Have you considered our families? Hearing this, Renziguang's demeanor also softened. He said it truly was difficult to ask for an immediate decision. That would impact their families' lives. But the country would be a few powerful people's plaything, and their dogs' people could only survive by currying favor. It would be a hopeless world. Sanlon thought this was made up. Renziguang calmly spoke. Shangsili Xiangsili was startled. She thought promoting revolution was good, but revealing military secrets to civilians was not. After getting the notebook, Renziguang thought for a while. Still handed it to Anson Lewin and San. One had no idea, but Pia Jungwoo behind her knew clearly. This recorded interim government secrets in many aspects, though it couldn't directly explain it all. By analyzing, connecting past events carefully, conclusions can always be drawn. Pia Jungwoo broke into cold sweat while reading it. After a while, Pia Jungwoo was speechless. Jean Shizu behind him urgently asked, "Don't just read it yourselves. Tell us what is going on." Choi Peter organized his words. He is saying, our country's national power declines alarmingly fast. The country could hold until now, only relying upon resources accumulated during peacetime. However, the report mentions they cannot find new resources. P.O. Zhuangwu then continued, ordinary people living with resource shortages a while. They cannot feel the difference. But the problem that in the past, it was scarcity, not total absence. Reserve resources were circulating on the market. We could still grab some scraps. If these resources disappear, the masses will get enraged. People lacking power or status still have feelings. Renziguang stated, if this was everything soldiers know, we might still endure somehow. But that is not the only problem. Pia Jungwoo understood what Renziguang wanted to convey. There's also how fast military supplies are reduced. Statistics show very soon. Military supplies cannot guarantee the basic minimum level. Jean Jinyu didn't grasp what minimum level means. It means being unable to maintain borders' integrity. Below the minimum level, put another way, the country would exist in just name. And based on these data, from now only a single month is remaining. So Renzo Gang didn't act from impulse or temper. Well, now you know the whole truth. Planning to join the four or still considering? Walked around the outskirts. Pio Jingo suggested, let us agree initially. If we resist now, we are definitely shot. And after reading that report, I also understand Major Ren's feelings. And Sam Lewin said, I do not want to be a rebel. Choi Peter, I also believe joining is way better. Living in walls, I never thought the outside world had become like this. When everyone looked expectantly at Jinzezu, who knew his understanding was pretty different, he believed Renziguang was persuading them. Just to avoid internal opposition and external enemies. Simply agreeing will not make us rebels or get anyone shot. Right? Piao Jinghua immediately has an epiphany. You are a genius from Country H. Interim Defense Department location. Underground interrogation facility room. The police captain brought some water to see Zongdash. This happened because superiors ordered him to free the person. Totally different from his prior attitude of holding a gun to his chin. Zongdash smiled like he knew. I'll speak well of you, so you're not eliminated. But for punishment, you're transferred to a more peaceful position. The captain ignored this subject. The higher-ups said releasing you has a condition. Go to Uljin and take out Renziguang. Zhang Dehe said that to do this task, he would need another person, an A-grade slasher accompanying him. He was well aware of Renziguang's scary nature, having both military and slasher skills, and also carrying modern weaponry. He'd pay half to hire a slasher, but the Defense Department must issue the job. Thugs can only defeat soldiers using money. Kuei in his own office now. Kuei Yejiang got a job from the Defense Department. She understood not why they were leasing more, and the target location was Uljan Y. Wasn't Shovel present already there? Now the conspiracy smell grew much stronger. For insurance now, the defense leased 2 A-grade slashers from Kueija right away. Codename Fisherman Jean Jessen, also codename Female Boss Liz Auron. You can't solve problems. Then just eliminate the one who raises the problem. Renzo Gang wanted threats to get the country back, but it involved their very own interests. The Defense Department completely ignored it. The nuclear plant threat of detonation. Mobilizing A-grade slashers plus some special forces. Determined to push until no return. Ren Yuan was deploying defenses then. He knew how dangerous was the step. The defense people. Bunch would definitely do anything to reverse this bad situation. Just then, Major. Let us talk 10 minutes earlier. Jingzhou felt bewildered. Everyone pushed him out to negotiate with Ren Ziguang, but he knew about brains. Pia Zhengguo was 10 times better. Regarding eloquence, he was inferior to the heretic. This happened because Jingzhou had not noticed Renzo Gang's gaze. Was a little different. Based on Pia Zheng's analysis, Jingzhou really had some indescribable personal charm. The Major was captivated by this charm, experiencing a sense of great identification. Jingzhou felt really confused. Look now at your members. You inexplicably make other people trust you. And Sanlin say no more. Weren't you capable of scolding me training? Sojin Jizu's seemingly simple, foolish proposal, following Pia Zhengguo's changes. When presented to Ren Ziguang, the message became firstly, slashers aren't Ren Ziguang's people, cannot be considered military. Secondly, in all circumstances, slashers are neutral, not tied to any profit organization. Thirdly, after resolution, soldiers must take slashers to Busan and shield them from zombie attacks. The meaning was clear. However strong civilian slashers are, they are regular civilians. Though understanding Ren Ziguang's rebellion, they avoided this mess. This was Ren Ziguang's hope. It's slightly regrettable, but he couldn't rebuild alongside Jingzhou, expressing that he tried. Prevent them getting involved in the Busan War. Before going, Ren Ziguang said slasher still had night guard duty. This was their job handling zombies. Jingzhou's eyebrow went up. Isn't this seeking free labor? But the matter reached a good answer. Slashers announced neutrality. Meanwhile, Uljan's soldiers' uprising also began preparing for long fighting. First, prevent accidental explosion. During revolution, workers were held hostage. Performed little maintenance on the nuclear facility. Second, for the insurance. Soldiers set explosives at different positions. Built defenses in open areas. Many personnel deployed efficiently. This was the first defense revolution, not assault or invasion. Ren Ziguang spared no military maintenance people. Not participating meant only one thing, death. Before delivering orders, Zhang Suli asked Major, you think they will really ignore the nuclear plant? Detonation warning, send troops to attack here. You're afraid? I never seen you scared. Facing hundreds, thousands of zombie hordes. But you are afraid of fighting people. Zhang Suli was silent. Because killing zombies was something everyone deemed righteous. But this, do not be afraid. Those guys are living like walking corpses. Also, even if we threaten them using the nuclear plant, they will come because, as I just mentioned, they're just walking corpses, having lost rationality completely. Soldiers, one by one at Busan Air Force Base, were gearing up now. Zion Jez was grumbling, this weather sucks. It is like it's trying to predict something bad. The liaison officer stated. The Defense Department specifically chose to act because the rain is falling. The enemy lacks radar. Weather like this improves surprise attacks. Have the other slashers arrived yet? Zhang Dezu felt anxious also. He had no idea who the other slashers were. Oh, it's you, thug. Clearly it is. Old Jean didn't know who he'd be with before departure. Zhang Dezu wasn't angry after hearing this. He was overjoyed with old Jean there. Taking the soldiers' heads wouldn't be hard now. A voice came from behind them. Hello, I am Colonel Zhao Changshan, the commander for this operation. Things are urgent, so I will explain the battle plan now. This attack is a surprise. Combat personnel go by transport planes toward Uljan, arriving over Uljan around 3 a.m. My special forces will land there first. They're tasked with suppressing rebel firepower. The slasher's target is capturing Renzo Gang. He has authority to detonate the nuclear plant. Xiao Changsheng said that they say capture, but elimination is acceptable too. Bringing him back means death penalty anyway. Old Jean wanted to simply know how the Defense Department would handle civilian slashers if they cooperate willingly. The country won't hold anyone accountable naturally, but those siding with Renzo will be charged with treason too. Xiao Changzheng knew well. Old Jean worried about former company members or people he met before, so he reminded him, quickly eliminate Renzo. Command those slashers, preventing them from losing many lives. Hours later, when the signal light illuminated the cab, it also announced the beginning of soldiers versus other soldiers. A grade slasher against a grade slasher. Defense Department led an operation to retake Algin. The well-prepared Renzi possessed extraordinary hearing. Fired illumination rounds rise one after another like meteors. Illumination rounds were ascending into the night sky. Underneath the bright illumination were special forces paratroopers with horrified expressions. Because of waiting anti-aircraft guns, rebels with ammunition were aiming directly at them. Renzi said we'll have honeycomb pizza for a late-night snack. Now open fire. The blood-red night sky looked sewn with dense, beautiful golden threads. The man wanted to sleep, then he was shot. Because of the Defense Department's diversionary plan, their route was blocked by these civilians, preventing the rebels from finding them. The soldiers chose to kill everyone. This means war. Special forces in Madare were like sitting ducks, though some soldiers deployed their chutes. The heavy gunfire just shredded them, leaving a gruesome fate awaiting below. A few soldiers started shooting back, but descending their aim was terrible. Several soldiers were already panicking badly. This was a slaughterhouse up here, except they were being slaughtered. This happened because from the start, someone in the interim government leaked intel. These people lacked courage to join the action. Everyone was waiting. Someone raised an arm and pointed toward the Defense Department soldiers. Each person had tried for this. Wherever help was required, they would help. Then intelligence was steadily coming out, leaking from the Defense Department constantly. Renzo Gang could see their continuing fight. He gathered soldiers with live ammunition experience. Rain mixed with blood fell like heaven cried bloody tears. Renzo Gang ordered now, therefore, conserve all ammunition during battle. Meanwhile, report in real time fallen body counts. Shadows flash soldiers emerging from bushes. Commander, you were correct. Attention is on the paratroopers now. They have not seen our encirclement. Good at last. We sacrificed much. The soldier wanted to ask the commander how he knew their plans were leaked. This happened when deploying the diversion. He had sidelined all officers disagreeing with him, and those connected with Renzo Gang somehow. Under repeated brutal torture, nobody could resist speaking. Xiao Qingxing's eyes suddenly turned cold. Why, you ask, could you be their lackey? The soldier panicked, denying repeatedly. I was kidding. Being tense during combat causes mistakes. The soldier claimed he was not nervous. His face revealed otherwise. Let's prepare for action. Contact our slashers now. Old Jean and Zongdesha landed safely too. Zongdesha complained about this. Renzi Guang not only imprisoned me, now he forces me to parachute. Old man, aren't you mad? Unexpectedly, Old Jean replied. You provoked him, I think. You little thug. Zongdesha was shocked. This old guy should know the details. In Old Jin's eyes, Renzi Guang's success or failure, and Zongdesha's life or death are meaningless. A slasher kills zombies, and he was exactly that guy. This immediately confused Zhongdehe. Why come here then? Isn't also for money? Ol Jean implied more than that. He also worried about a kid involvement. I wouldn't sell out colleagues like you, parents and brothers, for cash. The talent business is my calculations. These words made Zongdesha super uneasy, thinking about killing him right here. Meanwhile, simultaneously, Zongdesha received action instructions on another front. Jean Jizu, awakened by gunfire, walked lazily from the tent, seeing the crowd gathering. He asked, what is that? What's going on? What else? The war has started, of course. The constant gunfire sounds and the rising flames all confirmed this. Piaojin was said Major End now had advantage, which was good, at least safe they were. Troy Peter was grateful too. That earlier brother, Jezu, had negotiated placing the slasher camp far away. Jean Jezu said we just need to remain here. Shanlin said exactly right. Don't interfere like before with me. Those are incomparable to fighting zombies using a shovel. Being told Jin Jinyu wasn't pleased. When did I ever interfere? Piao Xinghua said, tell other slashers stay here. If they don't want to get shot, Jin Jezu just wanted to return to sleep. They missed the light flashing in the distant forest. Captain, those seem like slashers. Are they associated with Major Ren? The captain was seriously conflicted. These slashers are also just regular civilians. But if Major Ren already persuaded them, when our soldiers detour to attack, they could attack us from behind. Then attacking is out of the question. We'll be the first troops ever taken down by regular civilians. So get rid of every risk. This is also war. If problems arise, Commander Zhao should help us somehow, right? The trigger creaked under a hesitant finger, spitting out brutal flames finally. Shanlan urgently asked Big Bro, did you just hear those gunshots? Their closer heart skipped because Jin Jezu wasn't moving. Yeah, the soldier fired. He got hit. Shanlan's heart skipped again. Jin Jezu said confusedly, didn't we agree a minute ago that if we don't interfere, we won't be shot, darn? Dizziness followed quickly. The slashers who reacted late came to check. Suddenly, Pia Jungwoo told everyone to halt. Look there. Soldiers with raised machine guns had already targeted them. The demon-like roar of machine guns followed. The slashers never expected warfare would reach their location. Many people fell in blood pools before reacting. Shanlan's shoulder also took some bullets. Opening fire so fast meant those attacking now were Defense Department soldiers. But gunfire never ceased. Could it be that to first deal with U.S. slashers, they split their forces? 2 from and Shanlan's team members believed surviving until Hell's Gates opened. They couldn't just wait for death. The soldier captain waved. Shooting immediately turned toward 2 people. The Defense Department had no intention to communicate. They wanted everybody here killed. One guy didn't die right away. Before death, he whimpered to Shanlan, save me, please, Captain. His eyes showed sadness and unwillingness. This scene affects Shanlan's heart deeply. I am killing all of you. Next second, a large hand grabbed her. It was Jin Jezu. He thought now wasn't time. You still want to remain neutral. Watching comrades falling and still standing idly. Seeing Shanlan didn't understand. He gripped harder, bringing her close. I'm not telling you playing dead. Wait until retreating. You are right. We have to fight for survival. But Jin Jezu thought the slashers would not all die at once. He thought this particular group, who had fought together before in battle, would surely create a counterattack opportunity for all of us. So do not be rash. Lie down now. Sure enough, Piao Xinghua was watching somewhere. Zhouan asked, what should we do? Hide here and let the beast go. Piao Xinghua thought this raid was planned, which meant they would search the camp. So just hiding would equal death. A man in a knit cap held an axe with zombie blood, saying, how can we fight guys with guns using these weapons designed for the zombies? This got Pia Jungwa's interest. Weapons to use on zombies. Then a very sinister smile appeared on his mouth. We catch zombies, we are slashers. Use this against them. Right now it's them or us. Look, zombie blood is on top. Everyone was surprised you're using this against them. Seems easy, but can they approach? Pia Jungo knew soldiers wouldn't approach obediently, but certain people didn't need approaching. That's Zhou Wan and her air gun. Pio Zhengu then gave instructions. Shoot one person, letting them become infected. When somebody unknowingly becomes a zombie, chaos happens and the virus spreads. That creates opportunities. Then eliminate them we might. Zhou Wan was worried failure happens. That exposes everyone's location. Then we all die. Can you promise no blame? Piao Xinghua smiled meaningfully. We'll curse you before dying at most. You aren't afraid of curses. Are you like Jin Jeju predicted? Humans are thinking creatures. Slashers are a distinct group. They experienced countless killing fields. Even with 2 captains down, facing enemies with major firepower, they would choose to fight. The man wearing the knit cap scraped zombie blood off the axe, using a little knife. Piao Xinghua cut his hand using blood to neutralize the virus. Every near-death crisis told them they could not give up. They should find every possible way for survival. They cannot ignore the bulletproof vests or defensive gear. There's one chance. They must wait until they can pierce the army uniforms before firing shots when shooting begins. That is when they will attack distracted soldiers. Besides those present, Piaojianwood didn't think everyone outside was eliminated yet. They had to deliver weapons to other slashers hiding. Is everyone ready? Everyone was really silent. Their eyes showed they were long prepared. Two soldiers searched this specific location. A black gun barrel extended slowly. Aiming at them, what the heck is this? The air gun sound attracted more soldiers. The soldier was hit by virus-laden screws. He'd already become a zombie. The zombie soldier bit his incoming comrades frantically. Now's the time everyone attacked at once. Facing soldiers turning into zombies at close range had thrown the Defense Department troops into chaos. A shovel fell near Jean Jesu. A team member joked, "I saw you alive from far away. Quit pretending, get up and kill these beasts." Jean Jesu told Shanlan, "I said they'd create some opportunities. Let's move to," and Shanlan was worried about it. He hadn't stopped bleeding after being shot. "Stop saying such discouraging stuff. Even dying, I must take them all down." The dangerous situation made soldiers yell, "You are traitors," showing they completely forgot who shot first. The next moment, a cold flash went by. The soldier immediately could not speak. Code-named Human Bear Choi Peter was holding back. One moment, Defense Department soldiers dealt with zombies ahead of them. The next, they were struck by an axe. When their captain yelled hoarsely, they had been labeled as national traitors. This survival crisis also ended. The idea to maintain neutrality seemed totally impractical to everybody. Now, they had to find Ren Ziguang to explain the situation. If possible, lend that guy some strength. This was officials forcing people to rebel truly. People have no choice but rebel. These regular civilians now had one thought survive. They were Country H's elite soldiers. Also the guys protecting Busan from zombies. But today, Country H deployed every one of them. The spearhead pointed straight at Olgan nuclear plant, completely ignoring Busan citizens' survival. Ren Ziguang was currently marking the map, the locations that were taken care of, having gotten intel beforehand. They predicted locations and timing precisely. With hardly any casualties, they totally wiped out enemy paratroopers. But Ren Ziguang, a veteran soldier, felt something was off. It was incredibly smooth. He felt really uneasy. Then the communications officer reports. Paratrooper death toll was confirmed, excluding missing guys and transport plane crews. Total of 82 people after this. Ren Ziguang felt things were even worse. Dealing with a seasoned officer. An A-grade slasher eliminated over 100,000 zombies, only dispatching about 100 people to capture. He figured the Defense Department was incompetent. They would not be so stupid. The communications officer also felt numerically it was really abnormal. But after checking the identities of those dead, seeing elite paratroopers among them, he thought Busan's forces were quite thin. Everyone knew it was hard to mobilize more troops. If this elite group had really landed, they would surely have threatened us. Considering all this, he felt they were unlikely to employ unknown tricks or scatter their troops. Ren Ziguang also knew, objectively speaking, everything the communications officer said was right, but he could not feel happy about this victory. Ren Ziguang's gut feeling was not wrong, because during this military rebellion, the administration department and defense mobilized almost 5 times their available troops. They sent out 500 top elite soldiers. Outer perimeter sentries were removed one by one. Ambush danger silently approached nearby. Defense Department sniper squad. Eagle Eye stopped the sniping. Temporarily standby, ordered Eagle Eye's deputy. Commander Ming Zhonghan seized the base. It does not look hastily constructed. Intense outpost layout was totally a military textbook, but even great textbooks have weaknesses. He was a military expert. Given this layout, he could locate vital points blindfolded for attack. Left 32 degrees up 17. Beware southeast wind, 2 more sentries down. This is outer perimeter Eagle Eye. Sentries cleared, mission accomplished, transferring command. Excellent control transfer is confirmed. The bald guy ordered the enemy is unaware of our ambush. Avoid gunfire attracting unwanted attention. If you can resolve at close range. All units get ready for combat. Defense Department Assault Team, Mad Bull name. Move out. The speaker was Mad Bull Deputy Commander. Commander Shojing Jun giving this command. Mad Bull ahead, Eagle Eye is behind. Quickly forming an echelon attack formation team. Before Mad Bull's group of tough guys, The nuclear power plant gates are like paper. Renziguang's subordinates heard the noises turning to look, discovering it was clearly very late. Enemy attacked. The communications officer was previously shot. Did these troops sneak around behind? All units get armed. Enemy troops attack, but the ordinary soldiers, under the Defense Department's elite Mad Bull unit, were quickly taken out. Many people fired one shot before collapsing into blood pools. The communications officer reported using his remaining strength. The north side boundary position was attacked by the administrative department. Flanking forces are requesting immediate support, but Shou Jingjun then appeared behind him. This meant the northern defense forces were totally eliminated. Meanwhile, bad news arrived at Central Command Post. Southeast west side, northwest, all engaged the enemy without sentries giving warnings. Renziguang gritted his teeth hard. These crazy men sent all of Busan's elites. Otherwise, breaking through defense lines wouldn't be possible. From many directions so fast. What happens if zombies attack Busan now? Or if public order collapses completely? What then? They not consider these things. Just to avoid the nuclear plant threat, they actually sent all their forces. It seems like brainlessness from this country's leaders has gone way beyond our imagination. After just a little scare, they totally ignored the citizens' lives. Then he grabbed the radio ordering, "We're mobilizing all of Busan's forces. Outer perimeter people, form a defensive line quickly. Central personnel, take your positions. Prepare yourselves for positional warfare. These guys you fight are national parasites pawns. They'll keep oppressing us and families. But their main force is just these guys. If we defend well, our revolution won't be stopped at Uljan. We'll attack Busan, where our families live. This changes our country completely. Use everything, don't let a single one escape. Everyone hang on tight, use everything." Renziguang drew a dagger and pulled out his pistol. Today he fights alongside everyone. As a soldier, a grade slasher for this era's army, he stands in the most dangerous spot. The south fell the fastest. So Renziguang's target was the southern position. Then a fishhook approached like a snake. Anxious Renziguang was caught by the Hook clan. He fell down, opening his eyes to see who it was. It's a grade slasher codenamed Fisherman Jin Jisuan. Following was a grade slasher codenamed Big Brother. Zhangdej the next second arrived. Zhangdej's iron fist crashed down. He wanted payback for imprisonment. The man was a soldier in decision-making. He gave his foe a checkmate chance when defeat seemed imminent. Civilian slashers appeared, giving him hope. All plans went smoothly, using paratroopers as bait. The Defense Department distracted Renziguang. They launched an all-out attack on his weak points. Most importantly, they knew Renziguang could never abandon dying comrades. Xiao Chongxiang was very happy with his arrangement. Someone unable controlling their emotions cannot achieve anything great. Next, we just wait for A-grade slashers to take him down, and this will be over result-wise. Renziguang's decision was clearly wrong. The Revolutionary Army leader, knowing the enemy had diversionary tactics, went alone to the rapidly falling southern zone, resulted in an ambush by 2 grade A slashers. In really big trouble. Major Rin didn't expect we would meet like this. You thought I was still locked up. In this chess game, we call reform. He gave his opponent a checkmate chance. Don't just lie there now, get up. Didn't you previously say I was a thug? Always targeting me, the radio transmitted from various units. Crisis support requests, the tone changed. Becoming major, fighting alongside you. I feel honored, please change your country. Finally becoming only static noise. Yes, definitely. Renziguang was who charged into the battle. As people say, mercy doesn't command soldiers. So his solution was, take out 2 obstacles before him. Only then could he save them. He immediately pulled his gun, aimed at Zhang Dehe, because this thug is the chief among the state's goons. But his hard gauntlets completely blocked bullets fired. An A-grade slasher could not be underestimated. Zhang Dehe also instinctively raised his hand, breaking out with cold sweat. Now, just as Renziguang aimed again, a fishing line appeared silently. Tripping him instantly, he lost balance. Renziguang still fired, but just like before. Old Jean yanked hard, Renziguang flew away. Zhang Dezu complained, old man. Couldn't you have moved sooner? I was almost shot full of holes. Old Jean said very calmly. That wouldn't be so bad, because he felt even if Major Run was traitorous, his character was much better than Zhang Detzi. The fishhook kept pulling him. making Renziguang a kite with string, constantly crashing into all trees. Don't struggle, being captured is better than death. I'm here saying shovel, not to take life. Day's Renzo gang went to the past. The scene of comrades falling down. Before him, they fell one by one. It was a powerless question indeed. Lieutenant, why did you arrive so late? Helplessly watching comrades depart was hurdle in his heart. He quietly told himself he couldn't be late. A blade flashed, cutting the fishing line instantly. Old Jean was shocked what belief supported him. He immediately called Zongdizi for help quickly, while preparing another fishhook. But Zongdizi displayed disdain. Don't underestimate that thug. He's Major Run, he has a gun. Zhang Des was very contemptuous. He fired many shots. There are many bullets. Old man, why are you timid? Renzo Gang was badly injured now, slowly rising, supporting himself on a tree. As Zhang Des correctly guessed, not many bullets were left. He searched through his pockets. Now this was it. Suddenly rustling sounds came up. He pointed his gun at the darkness. Hold your fire, we are friends. The newcomers were Jinzezu. Shaman wondered why the soldier looked that way. Renziguang was shocked, then smiled. It seemed heaven had not forsaken him. These civilian fighters clearly looked they had also fought hard. Piao Jinghua described how the defense army attacked without listening to any reasons. So they fought back to live. Nobody expected after he heard this. Ren Shiguang laughed out loud. I told people join up long ago. Jin Shizhu scoffed, do not claim credit. Tell people can all survive. Renziguang got to his feet. It is never late, he comforted. He had decided at this moment. The man smiled slightly. It made the army incredibly energized. Through countless battles, the guy showed what dying for someone who understands you meant. Waves of footsteps rapidly converged on Renziguang. Central position suddenly from behind sandbags. A mirror emerged reflecting enemy silhouettes. They were the very last defense line. If they died, the revolutionary flame would extinguish. Now everyone stood and turned around. Streams of fire lit up the dark night. All defense army troops fell to gunfire. But the soldiers weren't joyful because this was, who knows which assault wave. If it continued, they could run out of ammunition. A soldier wondered if the major gave other instructions. The lieutenant knew. The major was in a more dangerous place. They just needed to hold on. The major would rescue them. Just like before, after every battle. Renziguang and his soldiers had built trust. This was something high-ranking officers could never get. Dying for someone who understands you. Yet they are still alive. B-rank slasher codenamed IC Mengjigan appears wearing heavy armor. On the battlefield, bullets don't affect this armor at all. Two soldiers are picked up easily. Getting a tight embrace, the defense army captain grits his teeth. Now, they could only keep firing. However, all bullets hit those two captured soldiers' bodies. Soon only the captain remained sitting on the ground. A distant sniper scope was aiming at Mungzigan. It was an enemy sniper, but a gunshot came elsewhere. This sniper just fell down dead. B-rank slasher codenamed Full Blast Zongsili report. Enemy snipers are eliminated. Everyone can move freely with natural camouflage protecting you. B-rank slasher codenamed Prairie. Song Zuyun leads soldiers cleaning the battlefield, but he was speechless, handing the radio to a nearby soldier. The officer shouts into the radio, using all his strength. Enemy supply lines are cut. They cannot resupply their ammunition. The battle situation is now reversed. Hoping all troops advance very bravely. The lieutenant smiled with much relief. He knew this would happen. The slashers create opportunities for us. Begin our full counterattack. In the far distance, a defense army captain observes the whole battlefield. Originally, they thought creating some gap when Renzo Gang wasn't here would help avoid a fierce battle. This is a very deep sense of powerlessness. Before he could finish speaking, a big hand grips his jaw. It was Xiao Cheng, the Sheng lieutenant. Please watch your big mouth, avoiding undermining morale. He believed his plan had no flaws, just differences in pieces' capabilities. But it wouldn't affect the outcome, provided the slashers could win. Once the rebel troops saw Renziguang's head, fate's wheels would remain on course. He needed to contact those slashers, asking when Renziguang's head arrives. The civilian slashers were all wondering, considering Renziguang power, who beat him so badly. 2 A-grade slashers were sent. Everyone immediately felt shivers. If Major Run couldn't handle it, how could they help at all? Renziguang smiled. Regular slashers had no chance, but he sensed they could attempt. Pia Jungwo was still concerned. They'd never battled slashers, especially a grades beyond them. Then he asked, "Have you a plan?" Renziguang's plan confused him greatly. Renziguang wanted him leading the regular slashers to support the central position. Defense troops. Piao Jinghua felt very puzzled. Aren't we using our numbers to defeat those 2 A grades? Initially, Renziguang didn't want explaining it, but 10 truckloads of regular personnel wouldn't match them. Insufficient power would just be dead weight. And the direction was totally wrong. It wasn't defeating 2 A grades, but holding back defense to survive. Piao Jinghua thought and knew Renziguang was correct. The plan started. Only 4 people remained Renziguang. Jin Zezu, also Shanlan, and Choi Peter. Renzo Gang split the 4 into 2 teams. Each would handle 1 A-grade slasher. Shanlan didn't care about her group, but if Renzo Gang could be split, each team getting half for survival. Jingzhou became excited too. He wanted to know these 2 A-grades identities. It couldn't be Big Gorilla. Renzo Gang was surprised at his very own intuition. One was that thug. Jingzhou immediately declared loudly, "Leave him, I must settle a grudge." This was Renziguang's plan. Dealing with the other guy would be more trouble for Jingzhou. Could it really be? It's him, codename Fisherman Jingzizhen. Past scenes flashed before Jinjizu's eyes rapidly. Renziguang heard they were once close. So old Jin, handled by him, Choi Peter, abduct him first. Then Jinjizu persuades the old guy. Hearing this, Jinjizu angrily stated, "I won't show mercy, that gorilla. Couldn't be better, I wish you luck." The silent night sky filled with crows' cheers. War was them, a sumptuous dinner. For Jin Jezu, also in Shanlan. That sound was humanity's cry. They finally found their real target, codenamed Big Brother Zongdesha. Seeing him there again, the pressure made Jin Jezu gasp. Shanlan teased, "You said you'd take him down. Why are you scared now?" "I'm not scared, I'm getting him." Renziguang also faced off against old Jin. He knew he was hurt. He needed Choi Peter shielding him. Old Jin's eyes flashed coldly. "You choose this path, there's no return. It is the final battle for our nation's fate." The slasher's enemies were people, not zombies. The 2 hotheads rushed toward Zhongdesh. As for teamwork, they hadn't thought about it. Everything was improvised in a moment. Shanlana grabbed 2 axes, attacking Zhang Dehe's lower body now. She knew despite her small size, her advantage was agility. Jin Jezu possessed tremendous strength and explosive power though, so attacking his upper body head-on was the correct approach. If their attack ranges didn't overlap, this was the very best possible coordination now. But Zhangdej seemed to see everything. He grabbed with his right hand and kicked his left leg. He easily deflected everything they did. They really underestimated a grade slasher. The shovel creaked under his hand. He spoke to Jinjizu, being beaten badly. "You still haven't learned." His left leg exerted force, pinning the axe down. This was raw power difference. Jinjizu was shocked physically and mentally. He was much stronger now, yet he still felt so powerless. Why? Or was it that he tried? The strength gap was difficult to close. Monster Shanlan cursed as his mind wandered. "Do you rely on brute force fighting? Is strength all you've improved recently?" Actually, at that cocktail party, Shanlan A-B grade slasher was present. She believed Jin Chihao's progress was not just strength, but also experience, also speed, also more. Jin Jizu was stunned. That is correct. Something definitely changed. Combat strength has many areas. I can't be led by him. First is courage. Second comes strength. Third is skill. If strength isn't enough, gain advantage elsewhere. Zhang Dezuyi was startled. His opponent abandoned the shovel like some monkey, grabbed onto his right arm. Damn, it is a joint lock. Right now, his right arm joint bones were cracking loudly. Thinking clearly, Jin Jezu remembered techniques he had previously seen in street fights. "Quickly do this. Let's take this guy down now." Shanlan abandoned her axes too, though knowing this would not be as effective like Jin Jeju, but she could not think of a better way. Zhang Dezu desperately swung a left fist, but his right arm was entangled. His mobility was reduced greatly. So on that battlefield, a bizarre scene developed. Male and female koalas tightly hugging big tree branches. This tree was Zongdes. He cursed angrily, completely relying on his own strength holding on. Jinjizu has one thought now. Break this dude's arm. But as said before, Zhang Dezu was good at calculating. An A-grade slasher's combat experience told him something. He only lacked in one area compared to the two monkeys. That was his speed. He most needed to regroup fast with the old man. Taking the major out was the real deal. So, these two fighting hard from the start was not bad. A feeling of falling suddenly came. Zhang Dehe slammed Jingzhou by his hand down hard. The iron fist and a grown man. Weigh at least 250 kilos. He expected the strength difference was so great. His left hand does the same. Shanlin's defense was weaker than Jingzhou's clearly. She was struggling already. Seeing this, Jin Jezu said urgently, "Hold tight, we will both die. Then you can stay still until I beat you both." A thin fishing line danced up and down in the black sky. Rinziguang yelled dodge quickly. The fishhook flew carrying Netherworld's fire. Rinziguang spun 250 degrees midair, barely avoiding it. Old Jin's A-grade intuition sends chills down spine. Next, two bullets fire from Rinziguang's own gun. The old Jin dodges the critical spots. His clothes are still grazed at the waist area. Kuei Peter nearby felt terrified too. This was so horrifying. All the towering trees before them were all now chopped into several segments. The cuts were perfectly smooth. He saw no fishing line. Only knowing just that, he should not interfere battles between A-grade fighters, or he might die at this moment. Rinziguang gave him strange instruction. Grabbed the fishing line because he saw old Jin predicting the gun direction, dodging bullets when facing such a top-tier fighter. They couldn't be led by him anymore. Grabbing that fishing line, pulling him over was the only way to stop him. Capeter was shocked after hearing this. That thing can cut through trees. Grabbing it might slice his body. Rinziguang simply stated calmly, "If you observe closely, the fishing line only has that lethal power when reaching maximum velocity. The chance to grab comes when the line's speed decreases. So focus, observe its trajectory closely. Put sand on your hands, increasing friction." Capeter became silent truthfully. Would this work? Rinziguang answered certainly. "We must do it, or we'll both die here." You madman. Capeter had to comply. "I cannot see that fishing line." He needed Rinziguang to help finding the right time. Rinziguang changed his magazine, saying slowly, "Even dying sends you heaven your leader talks about. What is there to be afraid of? Only death in battle against zombies gets you to heaven. Dying fighting people like this gets you absolutely nothing." Rinziguang deeply inhaled his cigar. That moment is truly terrible. Though the two saw nothing, they heard a buzzing. The one from darkness was coming. Jin Jezu fiercely fought Zongdes to survive, given the strength difference. He used street fighting tactics, eye gouging for example. He knew only those standing can talk about justice. After the zombie virus erupted, when administrative departments fought back and built isolation walls, civilians in Busan took advantage of weak law enforcement, engaging in brutal battles for resources. They were once people abiding by the law. They lacked decent guns or proper weapons. They fought for survival using fists. Under such circumstances, many large violent groups emerged naturally. Whoever had bigger fists survived. This became the only order then. Those rising to prominence in that era were outstanding figures all. Zhang Dehe was definitely one of them. With a robust physique, fierce combat power, his group grew larger increasingly. In other words, he was a beast. How such a person take young Jin Jezu seriously? Jin Jezu now also struggles to hold on, let alone Xianlan in this situation. Breaking his arm was a pipe dream. Jin Jezu urgently says to change the strategy. You quickly find Major Rin or bring Meng Zhigan others here. Anyway, just run now. But Shan Lin unexpectedly and firmly refused, because two people couldn't beat him. Leaving Jin Jezu would be committing suicide. Their time together made them understand each other. You hold tight, I'll handle him. A big foot kicked Zhang Des in his face, using force to create some distance. Jin Juju told himself he must remain calm. If this attack was interrupted, giving Zhang Des any time to think, they would both certainly die, given the current situation. It's like fighting a boss with one health. So Jin Jeju disregarded dignity completely. He spat some saliva at close range. Zhang Dij had no time for reacting. It hit his right eye, no matter of body strength. Humans have weak points on their body. Zhang Deja was a man that was his fatal point. His expression showed true male pain. However, Jin Jizu continued his attack. Once in pain, his abdomen is exposed. Liver-bursting punch now. Good people often lose to bad guys, because bad people use tactics good people don't. But many forget it. Only the last person standing claims justice. And Shanlin was surprised too. That AB grade could suppress an A grade briefly. The reason was simple really. He never forgot that day's humiliation. When Zongdezu treated him like an insect, he had looked up at Zongdezu, knowing shame will lead to courage later. He thought every day about defeating Zongdezu. Lost deep in thought, Zongde's left arm bent slightly, entering now a charging state. Jinizu shouted, "Do not freeze. Keep twisting." Then Shanlon snapped out of her thoughts instantly, gritting teeth and using all strength. Under this immense force, his arm actually broke. Zongdiz roared, "You despicable monkey." He had no time dealing with Chanlin. Now he just wanted to bash Jinjizu's head. But his right eye was disabled. He totally lost distance perception. Jin Jeza grabbed sand, throwing it at his eyes, again giving him no chance. Break Shanlon his other arm. Like a snake, Shanlon attacked. Both legs clamped using full force. Zongdeshi's right arm made breaking bone sounds. You kids are damned. Shanlin's damage forced him taking her seriously. Shanlon was slammed to the ground hard. She spat a mouthful of blood. This injury was severe, preventing standing up. Zongdezu wasn't feeling that well either. His arms were unable to move. This gave Jin Jezu a chance. An ape-like being without arms couldn't beat humans. This punch was super fierce. Jin Jezu's full power attack. He threw it. He also coughed up some blood. The extended battle with that gorilla, plus an earlier abdominal gunshot wound. Jinjizu's body had reached a limit. The battle's key was whose stamina ran out sooner. Jin Jeju clenched a fist before his eyes. Flashback scenes from the distant past. The shame of being instantly knocked down flat. Minori's injury people's lost hopes and their wishes. People could not protect the anger in this single punch. Building your happiness on the pain of others. You don't even deserve being human. Another forceful strike made Jin Jezu feel dizzy. His legs buckled and he fell down. Zongdesha before him was standing silently. He prayed his opponent would just fall, because he truly had no strength remaining. But he heard Zongdesha muttering some curses. He was going crazy. This monster was standing. Suddenly, all the light focused on that beautiful figure. Shanlin showed a small smile. Together, we should do it again, right? Jin Jinyu smiled, saying, of course. Minori told him to build his strength. Now he clearly understood that this type strength wasn't just about his resource ability, but also having trustworthy companions. Those professionally hunting zombies. Doing evil things give this wicked world slaps. Wake up, a splash of tomato juice flew across the night. The monster fell down this time. Zongde's battle's result. Jin Jezu and in Xianlan are victory. Both armies were humans. Yet the defense force failed to make breakthrough. They released an A-grade mutant only for men. Face was much more important than their subordinates. Rinziguang at this point. His companion sprinted straight into the deep forest, dodging old Jin's fish hooks. Old Jin frowned. A clever move indeed. This forces him to switch for stronger hooks. This was exactly what Rinziguang was hoping for. Inside the dense forest, small agile fish hooks are affected by trees. Rinziguang wanted to quickly subdue him instantly. When old Jin was switching hooks, when the fishing line speed got weaker, you see the speed is slower now. Capeter at his time. Then he tears open his clothes, wraps them around, and firmly grabs the fishing line. Making complex things simple is skill. Making simple things complex is trouble. Next comes the time to test strength. The best outcome is if Capeter uses his strength to pull old Jin over. Rinziguang wouldn't put all his hopes here. Right now, old Jin was no threat. He wanted to end this battle himself. Capeter gritted his teeth hard. Facing an A-grade, the opponent was old twice his age. He believed in a pure strength competition. He would never lose dreams, ignite real passion. Hot blood forges true glory. The force was incredibly strong. It almost made old Jin's rod slip away. Old Jin calmly said, young punk, you show no respect for your elders. I'll put in some effort now. Old Jin's right foot stomped down, showing the great vigor of age. Not below Li or Po. Quick Peter was pulled, stumbling forward. This old man had strength from where? He exerted his force again. The fishing line didn't move one bit. It gave him a feeling of being immovable like mountains. This difference created a feeling of powerlessness. The fishing line cut into his palm tightly. Queen Peter knew to hold old Jean tight. He didn't want to go back to the first virus day. Zombies were flooding into the campus. His seniors were trapped in cafeteria. The zombie horde charged at the gates. One senior noticed his hesitation then. Hey, you are scared now. Leave first because in the track team, Peter's stamina was always best. The seniors could not run. It would just go on with beliefs. He couldn't overcome his heart's fear. Whenever he recalled it, he was shameful. This time he would not run. Come on, let's tug of war. Betting with our lives. Old Jean thought strength came from Renzogang, who also held a rank. It gave Renzogang a chance to get near checkmate Jean Jizan. Old Jean admitted Renzagwang's tactics were clever. However, given his vast battle experience, how could he not anticipate an enemy circling? The very next second, a strong short fishing rod appeared in his right hand. Quickly he swings it toward Renzagwang. Many world conflicts have happened. It depends on your heart, a battle between loyalty and faith. Zhao Chengsheng silently watched the nuclear power plant. Damn it, why can they still resist? News of a revolution cannot spread. Then a soldier urgently shouted, Commander Zhang Dage is defeated. This news clearly worsened the defense forces situation. You think this is boxing? Whereas Renzagwang, Xiao, Chongxiang frantically yelled. The soldier trembled answering. He didn't even fight Renzagwang. Survivors among slashers took him down. Xiao Chongxiang suddenly remembers. Old Jean, that old man, fighting Renzagwang. Yeah, but they're still fighting now. Xiao Xiang raised a palm, unleashing his anger on some soldier's face. Useless trash, you cannot even kill Ren's Eggwang. Things not yours. Will only hurt you grasping them tightly. Release what we brought. Another soldier was shocked. You deaf, I told you. Release that grade A mutant we brought here. The soldier asked release it to where? Major Ren's position is too far away. No releasing it from there. Might make Jean Zison switch his sides now. The best place is downstairs. Soldiers followed. Xiao Chengshang's look below. What about our troop losses, though? The soldier could not finish. His head exploded. Xiao Chengshang said angrily, Release the mutant to get the enemy slasher's attention. Then we will eliminate them gradually. The other soldiers nervously executed the given orders. Now Xiao Chengshang's expression turned ferocious. You messed up and embarrassed me. The camera cuts to that soldier. He's shaking. He's near a big metal box. Historically, victory in war often means justice. Defeat, conversely, means evil. So to win, this man released an A-grade mutant. The small keyhole looked like infinite abyss. Every moment the soldier spent retrieving the key seemed forever to main army guards question. Are we opening it up? The commander ordered this. He thinks there is no alternative way. Hold on, does the commander understand what is inside? It's an A-grade mutant impossible to kill. Only just contained when we cut its air supply. Earning this title had strict standards. First, harming many civilians over 200,000. Second, single-handedly destroying over 2 platoons, or fighting evenly with an army. Third, destroying a whole city. Fourth, killing multiple A-grade slashers. Meeting just one condition would mean an A-grade mutant classification, posing danger to all surviving humans. The box contains something terrifying, called a Legion soldier, who fulfilled the first 3 requirements. A monster sealed only after great loss, sacrificing soldiers and many slashers. Yet, because of human conflicts, Xiao Chengxiang wants it released now. The soldier knew this well, but disobeying would make him a traitor. He had no option. Xiao Chengxiang often did this. Being a traitor risks his Busan family. To avoid betraying the country, you must betray humanity. The soldier could only hope then. The Defense Department had control methods. The box door slowly opens with a dull thud, gazing into the abyss. The abyss gazes back, but surprisingly to all, there was nothing there just at that time. A light flash in the dark. The 3 soldiers' view shifts up because they were eliminated. A Spartan warrior-looking zombie slowly appears. The A-grade mutant Legion soldier. Simultaneously, distant gunfire catches its attention. Now it speaks human words destroy. Nearby mortar positions were indiscriminately attacking enemy troops. Next, a golden light flashes. Every soldier was killed instantly. The only final sound they heard was the word destroy. Humans are pack animals. Facing danger, the first reaction is rushing into crowds, even if enemies are ahead. Help, a mutant is here. Mangjagon was greatly shocked now. That soldier didn't run far before getting pierced by Zhang's long spear. Suli plus the 3 other B-grade slashers finally saw the monster appearing clearly. Nobody could believe their own eyes. The infamous Legion soldier from the records, an entity transcending death itself, appeared right before them. It was incomprehension. Panic spread among the crowd fast upon. Even autistic Song Shuyun was shocked to speak. Do these madmen know what they're doing? With a loud roar, a massacre started. An A-grade mutant leader. Not reacting quick enough meant death, but reacting guaranteed survival was uncertain. Meng Jugin's strong armor broke apart. His severed arm lay close. He couldn't feel his lost arm's pain. Everyone had to give everything to survive. The Defense Bureau and rebel fighters now fought together. This wasn't about politics anymore, but humanity's survival fight. Meanwhile, in Zhao Chengshang's radio, his subordinate's shocked voice came. He ignored it. He now needed to order snipers to attack their forces, while the mutant entangled the enemy. Cut off their supply, but soldiers are people. They have feelings. Once they shoot the slashers, their comrades would face the mutant too. As someone hesitated, a black gun barrel pressed against his head. Another punk not obeying his master. You must be Renzo Gang's spy. After speaking, Xiao Changxiang showed no hesitation. Immediately he pulled the trigger. Before I kill you, I'll shoot them. The remaining soldiers dared not think anything. All removed their safeties, aiming carefully. Xiao Chengsheng had a smile. That's right, we must bring back Renziguang plus his core staff's heads to that defense wall. Don't mind that mutant. Concentrate your fire on the human targets. People often see beasts as very cruel creatures. However, those dying to their claws plus fangs, compared to humans killing each other during the Eternal Wars, amount to less than a tenth. Only because people's hearts are hardest to understand. Now the Legion soldier found strength. Leaping high, dodging every bullet attack. The soldier's legs became weak. The normal spear became a devil's grin, they thought. Song Xian blocked the deadly blow recklessly at that moment. For that soldier of defense force, knowing it was not human conflict time. But this blow was powerful, making his entire body tremble. They could see that. Legion soldiers attacked from the spear in its hand. So first control its weapon, they thought. As the Legion soldier's veins bulged, attempting to break free from the control, Meng's Hagen entangled its shield with a severed arm. When fighting humanoid mutants, the only possible advantage was internal organs structured were like humans. A liver-bursting punch. Meng Zhigan tried destroying its internal organs to eliminate it. Then Legion soldier spat out blue liquid indeed. Is it blood did this work? Next, a long tongue with sharp teeth appeared. Suddenly hit Meng's Hagen lightning fast. The fear lurking in everyone's hearts now turned into sharp fangs. Song Doin realized being swallowed up. An infection would happen instantly without a second thought. He quickly grabbed the Legion soldier's tongue, but the surface mucus rendered him ineffective, like slapping a tiger. Generally speaking, B-grade slashers are not qualified to fight A-grade mutants. This conclusion came about from the bloody lessons learned by predecessors. But Muscle Pig will support you. Fight it with all your might. We have to stabilize our morale. Become pillars supporting the majors will the fight. We have comrades here who have experienced life and death together. With them here, nothing's impossible. The Legion's soldier advantage was their ridiculously fast movement. If we just entangle it some, it will be a sitting duck. A gunshot sound rang out. A dark, shadowy figure slowly fell. It was definitely Meng Zhigan. The human heart's like a well, unfathomably deep. Nobody knew what occurred. Even the Legion's soldier looked dazed. Song Doin angrily cursed Jiangsu Li. You're an idiot. How could you misfire now? Jiangsu Li was sweating cold. She knew that last shot wasn't hers. But who her mind recalled what she asked Renziguang. Will Busan ignore our nuclear plant detonated and launch full-scale war? They would definitely come. They've already gone insane. Jiangsu realized. Could it be facing an A-grade mutant? They actually chose eliminating the slashers initially. The distant sniper scope's reflection showed her the truth. The devil's roar also told her. They wanted to change an already mad world. To this point, as Song Doin screamed terribly, Jiangsu Li then fell. Human hearts are difficult to measure like the ocean. The unrestrained legion soldier then immediately attacked the remaining insects fiercely. With one-hit Song Doin, embracing death flew back like a ball. Rebel and defense soldiers all reached out, desperate to catch him. Rest first will buy some time. Pressure again fell on the ordinary soldiers. Fear taught them real strength. Reality taught the soldiers cruelty. Then Xiao Chongxiang's words came to the defense forces' earpieces. Your guns are aimed wrong. The target isn't the mutant. It's the rebel army that started uprising. A soldier replied tremblingly, but if we take them out, then the mutant will kill us all, rather than us dying together. We should try to survive together. Xiao Chongxiang didn't give orders, because his gun was aimed at a sniper. Fine then, kill the kid speaking up. Someone spoke into the walkie-talkie. I'll repeat it again. Our mission's not mutant elimination or survival. There's one target: eliminate all rebels. If you want your Busan families to be safe and to still live in their small apartments, you better follow orders or else I will kill you with the rebels. All Defense Force personnel heard that. They grit their teeth, feeling unwilling, but their gun barrels still pointed at their former comrades. The anti-mutant formation fell to chaos then. What are you all doing? They are going to hurt my son in Busan. Please just understand. That word understand seemingly cleared his guilt. Hypocritical sincerity is more frightening than evil. Nearby, a rebel soldier shielded Song Eun. He knew clearly without the slashers, nobody could handle this monster. Please, you have to survive. They've all gone crazy. This idea struck Song Soo-yun. Right now, who could still fight the grade A mutant? Only a few people. Xiao Chongxiang watched the scene. He happily ordered everyone pack. Let's check if that old guy took down Runziguang. He dreamed about a life of promotion, an advancement expecting him. After going back, he ordered his troops call helicopters escaping. For the people staying, 4 or 5 should suffice. Where are you going? The voice thundered in Zhao Chongqing's ears. Pio Zhengu appeared, leading some civilian slashers to arrive now. Zhou Huan held his air gun, declaring, "Can we just kill them now?" Piao Zhengu's eyes narrowed. "Open fire. The only goal is the wireless communicator." Zhao Chongqing now truly panics. Wait, is there a misunderstanding between all of us? Misunderstanding? Attacking neutral civilian slashers you are. Hunting down Major Rin, also his subordinate forces. Bringing a grade slashers, making slashers kill themselves. And releasing grade A mutant. Your crimes are so many. Is this your so-called misunderstanding between everyone? Amidst the dull sound of the air guns, several bullets flew. Carrying the zombie virus, they entered Xia Changshang's body. A piece of garbage disregarded life, played with power. Thus his sinful life ended, however. Things were not over. Next second, as Defense Force soldiers approached to check him, Xiao Chongxiang became a zombie, biting them furiously. What came next was revenge for the civilian slashers. Only that a grade mutant, how should we deal with it now? In the apocalyptic world, some live without regrets. Others choose to live life without remorse. All because of one corrupted regime. Jean, Jezu and Ansalon are traveling through the dense forest. After many battles, Jezu's health has bottomed out. That gunshot wound in the abdomen. Plus the fight was on Dehe. It's a miracle he's alive this far, brother. Why not rest now for a bit? But Jinjizu refused. Major Run might have won already. Other slashers also support the battle against our Ministry of National Defense. We have only just defeated Zhangdech. But this war is far from over. But brother, you are bleeding now. Jinjizu took one deep breath. The final outcome is now hard to predict. Both of the sides are in a power struggle. He can't stand by because everyone's safety is at stake here. You said we're zombie hunters. So let's lend our strength. Let's swiftly end this human war. Checkmate. Jean, sure son, old Jean never expected the fishing lines. Reach came from a slasher. But how could an A-grade fighter not anticipate this? An elegant fishing rod appeared his left hand. Close combat between A-grade fighters. Victory is determined instantly. Blood drips down. This time Rinziguang was victorious. Give up resisting, old man. Old Jean slowly sat then spoke. What do you hope achieving this? Do you want a new nation? Or is it pure revenge? The interim government wants all of you eliminated. Cover up the military rebellion's truth. Before the company dispatched me, the boss wanted me help prevent a military tribunal for you. That promise I made still stands. The easy path isn't necessarily a bad thing. After some moment of silence, Renziguang softly replied, I also thought once I had choices, but from these choices, I've lost so much my subordinates' sacrifices became numbers on someone else's bills. Don't always pour your hardships out and reveal your weaknesses to everyone, because your suffering is to them just a joke. I want the simple purge of the upper ranks to care for my subordinates and prevent history's repetition. Old Jean was surprised seeing Renziguang personally light a cigarette for him, showing he meant no harm. I gotta go now, old man. Please don't stop me. I won't change. Then Renziguang deeply bowed to Old Jean. Old Jean stayed quiet, having no comeback. Renziguang was a stubborn rock, stinky and tough with some quick moves. Renziguang had disappeared completely. He urgently needed to return to the central battlefield, standing together with his subordinates. As Old Jean attempted to get up, he noticed Jean Jizu was coming. Grandfather and grandson meeting was emotional. Then Old Jean began hitting Jean Jezu, yelling, You have become so very bold. Others stage revolts using guns, but you use a shovel. Jingzhou helplessly explained he was forced into this because he was saving people. Sanlon also rushed to mediate, saying many people lived due to him. And uncle, since you are a slasher, you understand our positions can shift, depending on the client's situation. Old Jean learned the troublemaker was defeated. He was extremely happy, but now is not a time for joy. This place would soon become a bloody mess. He needed to contact Kuei Yong to get a helicopter to Jinjuzu out fast. But Jinjuzu stopped his hand on the radio. Kid, don't do anything foolish. You cannot handle what's going on here. I know that, Grandpa, but it's too late for turning back. Hearing this, Old Jean became enraged. What do you mean by too late? Are you doubting a grade's capability to protect you? Jean Jezu said that wasn't his meaning, because someone is expecting me. From the start, Jean Jezu's dream was having his own place. That fool, who didn't even finish elementary school after betrayal, left Busan, first time ever, became a zombie hunting slasher. After near-death experiences, he understood why he wanted a house. It was to wait for his family. Didn't Grandpa want to return to Seoul too? With the thought of changing family from zombies back into being human. All precious things were gone when the apocalypse happened. This time he was being waited for, so he wouldn't have any regrets even if he died. Old Jean understood Jean Jezu's decision now, but he couldn't join because if he rebelled too, no one in Busan would speak for the major. Old Jean gave Jean Jeju just 1 hour. Even though he couldn't help much, he could at least bring those people back, and also on the way, bring that big guy tangled in the fishing lot. Finally, Old Jean reminded the little one to watch that pump. On the tall cliff, a lonely knight stood. Below was the blood-colored abyss of Central Command. What happened Meng Zhigan Zhong Suli? Who might do this to Ren Shiguang? One step forward means the gates of hell, but nothing describes his current inner anger. Human nature, human hearts can withstand no tests. Usually when you want to test someone, it shows you already are doubting them. Doubt is the beginning of all misfortune. Subordinates could have lived inside the isolation wall, followed Renziguang's ideals unhesitatingly. Among them are family breadwinners, kind, gentle older brothers, filial sons, only sons his brothers in arms facing death together. Now they have an unfortunate end. Words don't describe Renziguang's rage now. Song Zuan heard the major's sorrowful cry. Seeing the leader arrive, Song Zuan felt great shame. He felt helpless his brother died. Renzogang's usually calm face shows indescribable emotion. Those knowing him understood his current mood. The wounded soldiers, seeing Renzogang, seem injected with newfound strength. Everyone stands again. Renzogang speaks calmly. Report on the situation. The Defense Ministry released an A-grade nuke, causing battlefield chaos. To prevent things worsening, we withdrew most elite forces. The Defense Ministry took advantage, launching a sneak attack. Most cadres and slashers were sacrificed. Those surviving are maybe only these people. It's our incompetence failing to prevent this. No, it is my fault. I underestimated the Defense Ministry's insanity. Everyone listen, find somewhere to hide. If I die, bring my head to Busan. It's a chip that can grant you amnesty. Now things are really out of control. Everyone leave fast. That lone figure turned around gradually. Having you as my subordinates was my honor. But Song Su-yin quickly stopped him. Major, can I come with you? Getting closer, he saw something shocking. Tears flowed from Rinziguang's eyes. The strong man seemed 10 years older. He was so very tired. Why did those who followed him always meet this fate? Rinziguang slowly spoke to Sion. All these years you stood quietly by me. Now I have a final request. While I am fighting the Legion soldier, protect the soldiers and remaining technicians. Please live. This is a simple request, not a command. His shaking hand almost touched Rinziguang's shoulder. The major already walked towards a Legion soldier, leaving only words "thank you" echoing around. Rinziguang fought the Legion soldier suicidally, exchanging a single fierce blow. The spear's long reach bent the strong military sword a little. The major quickly drew his gun, aiming it at the head. The Legion soldier swiftly dodged. Clearly, it's not a zombie craving flesh only, but a mutant as intelligent as humans. The major kicked at it, but the strong kick only tilted its head. When he looked at himself, getting ready to attack again, the Legion soldier swung its spear. This time, the military sword gave way, breaking it with a crack. Now, the major's only weapon was his handgun. The next second, the spear horizontally swept again, cutting the handgun into 2 pieces. The Legion soldier was super fast, moving like water, like an expert warrior. Since the battle started, the major planned dying holding it. Who knew that an A-grade slasher's hands would only last for a few moves? Dust settled, revealing the major's lifeless stare. Strongwill was the slasher's spiritual pillar, but subordinates died one after another. The major clearly lost it. At that life and death moment, an iron shovel blocked the fatal spear. Hey there, old man. How long you gonna sleep? Jinjizu had now appeared. He angrily shouted, "Is this rebuilding order?" A cold light flashed. The Legion soldier retreated several steps. Sanlin quipped, "I said civilians fight wholeheartedly. Why do soldiers seem soulless?" The retreating Legion soldier angrily roared. Its weird tongue reappeared. The tongue was instantly shattered, falling down to the ground. Those appearing were civilian slashers led by Pio Zhenghua, who immediately said that damned commander is taken care of. Now we are here saving an A-grade slasher. We will brag about this to others later. Jinju stood in front, the major speaking. "You cannot die. You have not paid this agreement's fee yet." Rinziguang asked, all puzzled. "What kind of agreement?" "The agreement to safely send surviving soldiers back home. Are not you also a surviving soldier?" Only then Rinziguang remembered the previous agreement with civilian slashers. Jin Zezu offered his hand. "Did you not say you wanted fighting alongside me? Let us bring you your subordinates home safely." The friendship between men is truly that simple sentence. The enclosed space, the open door, shone a ray of hope. Song Doin said, "All tech personnel, listen up. We must repair the nuclear power plant now." Someone asked, "Has the gunfire stopped over there?" "Did you win the soldier?" is asked. There are no winners here. Both sides are collapsing almost. Major Ren is handling the A-grade mutant released by the Defense Ministry. Technicians were more worried about the major failing. Failure meant detonating the nuclear plant. Song Ziyun actually said, those explosives were fake, set up for Defense Ministry spies. The major never wanted to hurt innocent people and apologized for scaring them. After repairing the nuclear plant briefly, they would go home safely. Meanwhile, the revolution hasn't been failing. Most government army forces died here. Returning to Busanyu, we'll soon know how people fear batons and guns. Begin to break free. We started a revolution in terrible circumstances, creating a chance to change the world. Fixing the nuclear plant is stopping us from becoming true terrorists. Now this nation is like a new sun. What horrible circumstances would make a person decide to inject zombie blood into himself? Only under the A-grade mutants attack. Many civilian slashers sustained severe injuries. The burning hearts of civilian slashers unite. The courageous face powerful foes using a dual spear. Despite slasher rankings being different, this became a fight to survive. For those people present, were rookies battling an A-grade slasher, thinkers using judgment as a weapon, and believers following God always. They all wanted to kill the mutant, but they all had some injuries. Looking at that mutant after extended imprisonment, they want to enjoy this free life. No one could cage them again. After trading blows with the major, Jinjazu uses a shovel to follow. Sandland wields dual axes, slashing the Legion soldier's legs. Choi Peter tries a grappling throw. The Legion soldier is steady like a rock. Piajungu yells immediately. Attack all together at once. Many slashers swarm one target, like ants around an elephant. The Legion soldier's foot stomps the ground. Choi Peter's heart nearly stops. He senses something bad will happen. Right now, the Legion soldier gurgles continuously. Golden light beams shoot out. The situation is now reversed. Everyone could not believe it. The Legion soldier broke free. One knee sent Choi Peter flying. Nearby people were sent flying with one hit. Nearly all close combat personnel then collapsed. Jin Jezu saw a critical situation. The shovel flew out once again, grabbing the Legion soldier's left hand firmly. It pulled back. Jin Jezu was lifted high. Zhou Huan knew Jinji's midair. Couldn't dodge the Legion soldier's next attack. He was going to shoot. His heart suddenly stopped. His neck felt a bite. The Legion soldier's tongue did that. Renziguang cut off its tongue fast, but it seemed too late. Zhou Huan had already been infected now. Blood vessels bulged and blackened badly. Blood pumped the virus to his brain. But there is no true sympathy here. Until the needle hurts, people don't know its sharpness. Piajungu ended his suffering quickly. Former comrades fell before him one by one. Jinjizu, enraged, wanted to kill the Legion soldier. Shovel bullets, a military sword, fell together. Yet the Legion soldier was totally unharmed. Bone spikes came through its body. Recoil made Jinjizu and Renziguang's arms numb. Renziguang's military sword developed some cracks. Both sides pulled apart just now. Ren Shiguang looked at Jin Jinyu. His heavy breathing showed his limit. Looking at the surrounding situation, 2 civilian slasher captains were down. Ordinary slashers were in a worse state. The Legion soldiers have a hard exoskeleton rapid regeneration. He was wrong about such monsters. You need very strong firepower, or the combined force of grade slashers. Those conditions were absent now. Dragging it out would increase casualties. He remembered telling Zhang Suli once. The dirty work he had to do. That was a leader's responsibility. He seemed to have a decision made. View life from the highest peak. True results need hardship achieved. Shinjezu was stunned. What will you do? If it is possible, live well. Renziguang quickly threw down his sword. The Legion soldier raised its shield up. He undid his belt, strangling his neck. A zombie blood vial jabbed his chest. Time seemed to just stop then. The virus stimulated his body's cells. A humanoid monster roared on the battlefield. Come, let's see who is the real monster. Mutated Rinza Guang, right hand a blade. Left hand became a cannon. The huge battle with the Legion soldier will soon begin. Who will be the ultimate winner? Long ago, Renziguang was from a poor family. For his family to survive, he had explored different career paths. But when the apocalypse arrived, there were too many to feed. There are many people like him. Joining the army was the one way to survive. During this period, he trained mornings, studied at night, and got into university. Entering society, a non-commissioned officer. His belonging to country H and military spirit wasn't strong until he met some passionate comrades. That's when he changed his mind. Right now, he wanted revenge for those killed by Legion soldiers. The sad figure then spoke. Should you just turn away now? Walk away, Jinjizu flatly refused. The major yelled, no wasted words. I am leaving the others to you. Facing Renziguang, the Legion soldier felt pressure. He tightened the belt around his neck, preventing the virus from rapidly getting to his brain. This buys about 10 minutes time. So, Renziguang must beat the Legion soldier in 10 short minutes. After the body mutates, the two sides were evenly strong. Spear and handblade colliding produced a teeth-grinding sound. Everyone watched without blinking an eye. The major's handblade hit the shield. It actually caused cracks. The spear also left wounds on his mutated body, centered on 2 mutants. A fierce battle. Energy waves burst forth, the major showing everyone. Killing the mutant was his final battle, and his very last responsibility. Behind every success, there is a tenacious heart. One handblade strike hit the Legion soldier's neck, but the attack only scratched skin, unable to go any deeper. The major was shocked. It is exoskeleton defense. Back and forth, the Legion soldier's spear slashed horizontally, cutting one of the major's arms off. Losing the arm, the major's combat ability decreased significantly. The spear went through his chest. The Legion soldier looks proud. Mocking him, its eyes curved like crescents. But then its smile suddenly stopped. The spear couldn't be pulled out. The major's body was covered with blood vessels, tightly wrapping the long spear. It roared angrily. It tried to pull back the spear, but awaiting it was the major's dark cannon barrel. In this very quiet moment, only energy gathering in the cannon could be heard. Then a blue fire snake appeared between them. The first shot the Legion soldier seemed to resist. The second shot it began to weaken. With its spear stuck it used its shield, but it had lost the upper hand. How could Jinjuzu allow this? Old man, fire quickly now. Trusting friends is the way to have trustworthy friends. The major yelled, using his strength. Fired the most powerful shot. The hand cannon was destroyed. The Legion soldier's helmet broke. Jinjuzu's hand was on the major's shoulder. Everything had finished. Under the blue flames, the Legion soldier body was headless. Victory's dawn lit the path ahead. Everyone saw the major's relieved smile. It's not over yet, there's one zombie. Everyone seemed to recall something the major's. He slowly spoke to Jingzhou, letting you end this. Jingzhou was shocked, absolutely. He had killed many zombies. Now, he hesitated. The pressure came from inside. The major continued, you're my last comrade ever. Having you do this is my last wish to fight the mutant. He became a zombie at the incident's end. He wanted his junior to take care of him. This was more about passing a legacy on. Fake friends are found and lost easily. Real friends are hard to find and harder to lose. Although time spent with Rinzagwang was so brief, Jin Jinyu already saw him a good friend. The battlefield was fierce, now became quiet. You could hear almost anything. The hand giving the shovel showed the major's determination to face his death. Don't hesitate now. Give me an end before I become a monster. From the government's perspective, Rinzagwang was a traitor. Taking his head would surely grant amnesty to everyone in the resistance. Everyone could return inside the walls to peaceful lives. This was the only path to survival. Jinjizu felt a sheltering wall from wind had collapsed during his youth. He never thought or did anything until seeing his brother's desperate fight. Then he understood the comfort's origin. Before his brother joined the land recovery operation, he left hope of life to him. That scene now appeared before him. This time he could choose. He gave a no. The shovel stopped midair. The major spoke very seriously. Only this way everyone survives. Although time with them was short, Rinzagwang didn't want people dying by his hand. Jin Jezu shook his head fast, saying he really could not do it. Maybe Jin Jezu was not even aware. The major started this revolution for him. Their first meeting was near the Gimhae blockade. He was leading workers fighting B-grade slashers mutants. Go into the nuclear power plant. Because of Jinjizu, his squad had 0 casualties. The major saw his younger self in him. Having him do this was passing a legacy down. In a selfish world lacking any laws, there was this fool in a hospital who cared about helping these people, preventing them from again losing their homes. Rinzagwang never expected this. In this era of scattered human hearts, a seed of strong passion would still live. Only Jinjizu kept his original heart pure. The major's words suddenly stopped now. Coughing black blood, his eyes turned pitch black. In his last moments, the major shared his vision. The interim government's army was worn out in this revolution. They can no longer suppress public feeling. Their unjust distribution system would quickly topple their rule. Slasher Company taking over was a question of when. All new generations alive. Slashers present would be a new dawning hope. The major wanted Jingzhu taking up this burden, saving everyone, finishing what he started. Jingzhu realized matters couldn't change, but seeing it as a deal with a major made his heart feel somewhat better. He held that shovel. It felt much heavier than ever. Jin Jezu's last question echoed old Jin's query. What do you want? Many scenes flashed inside the major's brain, finally residing on his officer oath day, entering the society. It was a perfect nation where strong protected weak. This is initial intention when enlisting military. Operation codenamed Salamander ended. The nuclear power plant was fixed. Ministry of Defense total casualties. 17 civilian slashers dead or missing. 83 regular soldiers total dead and missing. Approximately 2,200 A-grade slashers. Big Brother Zhong Deja is missing. Grade A mutant Legion soldier killed. Finally, A-grade slasher is gone. Commander Renza Guang passed away. Prevent escalation, the Busan interim government stated. No military action took place at all. On the empty road, 4 lonely figures appeared. Old Jean had waited here a long time, seeing white bundle in Jinjizu's hand. He seemed to know what it was. Kid, what is that? The word came out, I will help you. Continue to walk forward you. Military, political, high-level officials, celebrities all around, gathered to see a poor 20-something kid. After the rebellion, each country's interim government lacked strength-managed society, urgently needing establish a symbolic figure. Right now, even loud helicopters couldn't disturb exhausted sleepers. But some people, no matter tired, couldn't sleep for him. He had killed his life's mentor. This memory only be buried his heart. I found I a brief visitor your life. Yet you took root in my heart, growing endlessly, and Samlin watched silently. Everything was fully understood. Without words, Operation Salamander. Too many died, many were killed, seeming to empty everything within Jinju. This mission would definitely make him famous. Fame and wealth often go together. He'd said once his debt was paid, he'd retire. The major's death involved him greatly. He carried a heavy burden. The helicopter landed atop the Kueizhong office building. Here there's no blood nor killing. The air now felt fresh. Jingzhou saw several slashers coming together. They hadn't immediately gone home. Piao Jingwu said concerning the commission fee, he'd go to the Ministry of Defense to claim it. Surprisingly, several slashers bowed simultaneously to them. Clearly they were there for something else, more than just money. They were grateful Jinjuzu kept them alive. Truly grateful Jinjuzu forced out a smile. Go rest, everyone has worked so hard lately. The empty helipad held only a few people, not even a Ministry of Defense reception. Clearly the Ministry of Defense considered them potential traitors. Soon the Ministry of Defense would summon everyone. And Sanlin then called out to Jin Jeju. The major's attitude towards him had stirred something different within her heart. She wanted to experience this being needed feeling. After apologizing, she ran off quickly. Old Jean felt after this operation, the brat would definitely gain many admirers. Jin Jeju did not agree. He did not have strength to protect anyone. Old Jean firmly believed someday this young kid definitely would achieve great things. Let's go for treatment now. We need to hand over the major. What makes people mature is not age, but experience after going through all life has. One naturally understands everything then. Next day, the Defense Ministry started interrogating nuclear power plant survivors. Instead of interrogation, it felt like forcing survivors' testimony they desired. Kueizhong's legal advisor suggested Jinzezu on this. Declare direct cooperation with government forces. Executing Renzo Gang now. The interim government could not maintain Busan's security militarily. Alone doing this, they announced a temporary commander, responsible for nuclear plant repair, had rebelled meanwhile, stabilizing Busan's mood, also security. They put the unknown slashers in public view. Afterwards, a featured person was a youth executing Renzagwang, the grade mutant. Jin Jezu appeared to people as country hero. Rational people knew it a disgusting act, but nobody cared under the interim government direction. First came an A-grade position. Jin Jezu just needed to complete a loyalty contract to immediately become an A-grade slasher. Next, lots of risk investment came in the country, made him a hero. The growing slasher profession interested investors. Various celebrities wanted good relationships with him, throwing money around freely. Moreover, talented folks gathered. Survivors returning from the nuclear plant began telling his deeds around slasher circles, bringing more people begging him accept them. Status, money, talent. Jingzhou possessed it all at the Kueizhong office building. Jingzhou then kicked open the door, startling Kuei-Yang. What are you doing? Who knew? He slammed a booklet on the table. It was a bank book opened. It surprised Kuei-Yang. Exactly 8,010 billion. You leaving the company after you paid back the cash. But then Jean saw Jezu's friendly international gesture. I gave 10 billion extra. I'm taking Minari. Before Kuei could even respond, he closed the door, leaving. The assistant then asked, Miss, is giving him Minari okay? Times are changing, everything slasher related. Prices have increased greatly. Just let him have it since the world changed. And he should chase dreams. Inside the venue, Piao and ANS stood facing Elder Hanoi. You say you're departing. The elder wondered what company could possibly attract them. More than Jaguar Enterprise could. All right, attend a farewell dinner. The same thing happened Jehovah's Church. Troy Peter said farewell to Beck, leaving resolutely. The assistant questioned. He is talented, so is it all right letting him leave? Following the army's collapse, the religious group grew daily. The assistant just couldn't understand why he gives up church now to choose small company. Beijing just smiled mysteriously. One act of faith may be a lifetime thing for some. Things get more interesting in this tottering country. Will they inherit Rin Ziguang's legacy? And what changes come? Innocence and reality made me understand the world's fakeness, the coldness of the human heart. Zhongdes limped along the forest. He most wanted to return Busan and get people for revenge. Suddenly the mountain top of voice Zhangdetzi, making him shudder hard. The appearing person was Kuei Zhong's other founder, office escort slasher apostle Zhang Shaheyo. Zhang Dezu was sure he had killed him. How did you get here? What do you want? Zhang Shaheyo then pulled out a small bottle of zombie blood. You will see soon. The guy's first time training newbies scared the rich. Second generation made him sweat badly because he could not see clearly his moves. At sunrise, Jean Jezu wakes up preparing to go to work. He looks at his family photo before going. It has become a routine. The photo shows obvious smoke damage, but is precious to him. They might never take another one. He recalls a normal day when his brother, Jean Jimin, got an acceptance letter from a university. He was sharing that news with family. The world then changed, buildings burned, planes falling, streets chaotic. It's like an apocalypse. His brother returned after struggling. He saw his family look panicked. Because resources are short, the family must go out to find more supplies. Along the way, they meet and join other survivors. His brother looked at their dead emotions. Open spaces detect danger fast, but also make them easy to detect dangers. That night, a husband lost a wife. Families lost their child. The Jean brothers lost parents. The two brothers joined other refugees. They flowing into Busan's wall, barely alive on few resources and much begging, desperately waiting for their parents to come back. But it was useless for survival. The older brother changed from a university student to construction. This made him physically and mentally very tired. Life's pressures made him want to escape. In these times, kids abandoning parents. Parents abandoning their children happened often, were common sights every place. So when the older brother wanted abandoned Jean Jezu, it seems kind of understandable. One day, he resolved to act. This would make living easier. The new residential zone was the target. He dozed off on the train. Then a conductor woke him suddenly. This conductor resembled their father exactly. It reminded him those words. Shimin run. Must always protect your brother. He'd forgotten that promise now. He frantically searched back. That lonely figure still sat there, shaking in the cold wind. Jean Jamin tightly hugged little Jezu, wondering why he was sitting here so cold. Brother told me wait here. His hands held food saved for his brother. This darn Ginjamin silence. He must save money to buy a house, he told himself. Looking back, he saw little Jezu sleeping soundly. Actually, when his brother left. Little Jezu knew, but wouldn't blame his brother's decision. Everything could be blamed on the apocalypse. So Jean Jezu want to change all this. Minari said in the slasher world, zombie killing power is named ability. Converting ability into money is considered wealth. So Jean Jezu started his company. Former Jaguar Enterprise, B-grade slasher Ripper, and Chanlaw. Former Jehovah Holy Society member, C-grade slasher Bearman Choi Peter. Former Chue and Zhang office worker. A great liaison Minari. Former Jaguar Enterprise C-grade slasher Discipline Pio Zengwa. Everyone bows welcoming this wall company founder. A grade slasher Shovel Jinjizu. The company's location is right at the Gimhe blockade. The reason is simple: the human-faced earthworm incident, which gave Jingzhou a bunch of loyal supporters here. After the isolation wall was constructed, they also built many other houses, available for Jingzhou to use for free. This was also the workers' gesture showing goodwill. Meanwhile, they learned from some channels that military numbers were going way down. Having a slasher company station around here undoubtedly made everyone feel much safer. The company now has 32 slashers. 19 signed up for 2-year contracts. The rest serve an unemployment form. Minari speaks up very seriously. The number of people doesn't represent a company's strength. Piao Xinghua agrees with this statement. Slasher companies have unwritten strength standards. Finishing over 7 small jobs means a small company. Finishing at least 3 Medium jobs with 3 people counts. As a medium company finishing a large job, including the company rep, Jean Jesu with 7 people or more. That makes a big company, though company jobs are still rare. Now things are looking up. Reputation is key in this field. Jean Jesu is a national hero, so there's no worry. But clients threaten the company with their money for unreasonable demands. A company representative must learn how to say no. Jean Jesu immediately thinks of that vampire guy. Piao Xinghua says he isn't a fighter, so he hopes to be operations director. Jean Jesu agrees and gives the first order. Improve industry standing and get funds. Then recruit more talent eventually. Carry the plan out, opening the CEO's office door. A slap happens unexpectedly. It's a rich man's son wanting to join up as a slasher. Minari looks disdainfully. They just confirmed it. Refusing unreasonable requests, threatening the company using money, is a burden to carry for unreasonable commission. Rich folks will do anything to keep their status, to maintain family wealth. During wartime, they'd send kids to military academies. When it leads societal control, they send children to special schools. When overseas returnees are valued, they send children overseas. So with zombie infestation and H country's military collapse now, slasher companies are obviously the superior choice. The person before them is U Group CEO Liu Shixiang's son, an impressive slasher having killed 7 zombies already. Liu Shihei, they're disrespectful before their young master. Bodyguard Jean Shou looks disdainfully at them. Liu Zihe says his father invested 200 billion in Wall Company personally. Another 200 billion followed in the group's name. So if you cannot join, return these funds. After Jingzhou separated from Chui and Zhang, office funds were low. He accepts this unreasonable task. U Group's investment conditions stated. Jingzhou must train Liu Zihe personally. The 3 reach the underground training area. Jin Zaizu wants him to practice first with dolls. This training is to familiarize with attack, range plus patterns. Li Zai says no, he has trained before. He wants to fight an A-grade slasher. Jingzhou feels the other guy misunderstood. Training them is strictly for money, not because the other person has slasher ability. Liu Zihe says yes if Jingzhou totally defeats him. He and Jin Shu will quit the company and convince his dad to keep investing. As a trade if he wins, Jin Shu must include them on his next job. Seeing Liu Zihe being persistent aroused Jinsu's real interest. First see, does he have the strength? If so, he could be developed. Both sides agreed to come back here in 30 minutes. Once geared up time is 30 minutes later. Liu Zihe has a chainsaw weapon. Jin Shu carries a hand shield and a riot baton. Jinzu slowly speaks. The rules are very simple. You attack me together. Don't worry about injuring me. Show all your strength. The chainsaw starts instantly. Jin Shu is on high alert too. They have analyzed this A-grade slasher before them and made response plans, though he is strong. They are sure they will not be totally defeated. Come on, show me an A-grade strength. Next, a rumbling sound comes from their behind. Jin Shu was knocked flying with just 1 hit. Liu Shihei suddenly shivers badly. He cannot see how Jin Yezu got close. Following every plan will not work. The rich man's son wants to join Jin Shu killing zombies. Yet this zombie killing job belongs to those desperate people in life. Why does this rich kid want to become a slasher? Liu Zihe just analyzed Jin Jesu's cheerful personality, plus an A-grade slasher's dignity. The chance of fighting 2 against 1 is 200%. As they expected, Jinju lets them attack together. Use your full strength, don't worry about hurting him. Jin Shu is agile, he can entangle Jinju. The hand shield has mechanisms gripping the shovel. That's his opportunity then. Make a strong impression on this A-grade slasher. In the following commission then, they'll perform together with an A-grade. Around that time, he'd soon become a lieutenant under the A-grade. Also, he will get recognition from his family and team. Under influence from this A-grade. This is the whole plan of Liu Shihai. But Jin Shu was instantly downed. It all became imaginary with these uncontrollable factors. Boy having plans doesn't always work. Liu Shihai is grinding his teeth. It's not done, he can still fight on. But Jin Jesu thinks this kid would struggle. Against just few zombies even. Awkward motions, very slow pace. Plus, there's his terrible fighting sense. Liu Zai already shut his eyes, but he felt the shovel didn't strike. Does this mean you're taking it easy on me? Dazed, he sees Jin Shizu's mouth corner upturned. Am I getting mocked? He heard the shovel hitting the ground. only because Jinzezu is dealing with Lu Zai, and he needs no weapon at all. What exactly is a slasher in your eyes? A Chabal son living carefreely within the walls. You ever experience life and death awareness of those outside the wall? Just because slashers get public attention, you want to get in on it. Truth be told, the slasher world isn't so beautiful as you think. Lu Zai hadn't yet landed. Jinzezu hits him in the waist again. Although the force was controlled already, it still exceeded Lu Zai's tolerance. But compared to the physical pain, his heart is what hurts even more. He wonders, am I still a failure? That night, Father told him becoming a slasher was the last chance to really shine. For him, an illegitimate son, the group would never give him money, nor would they support a lazy person. He felt from his birth moment, he's just a burden people hate. This word makes the A-grade slasher remember. You truly are a burden. From Jinzezu's view, being a slasher is not glamorous. This profession is only for desperate people. Would be in. A rich family's young master should pack up, go home quickly. Lee's eyes drop lower. The word desperation echoing in his ears, lingering the very next second. The chainsaw's chain appears near Jinxu's neck. But danger. Warning is a skill Jinxu mastered from life and death fights. He's not mad. Instead, he's curious about the rich kid's fighting spirit right now. Lu Zai also shares why he wants to be a slasher. Being a rich kid eating daily, he can't feel the desperation of freezing or starving. But this golden spoon gave him another urgency, a different one. The old saying, a mother's status depends on her son, is ancient. During this zombie apocalypse, it is clear his dad sees himself as emperor, continuing the family line, but today's world lacks resources. Families won't keep useless members. That night, he saw his family abandoning his mother. His father told him, your incompetence caused this. You are here only because of the family blood. Remember today, if you remain a failure, you will suffer her fate. He doesn't get why he must endure this pressure. His siblings are doctors with healing ability. Our politicians commanding wind and the clouds. Our architects making names everywhere. Our officers with many merits. Children are puzzle pieces continuing family wealth. One day, father said the fourth brother was dead and urgent. If he became famous as a slasher, the family would welcome his mother back. News is about people freezing or starving. More than dignity, Liu Zai wants his mother alive. Jinzuzio dodges the chain to the side. 2 slashes get to Liu Zai, his stance making him scared. This is the strength difference. Only one text line appears in mind. Sorry, mother. Unexpectedly, Jinzezu didn't punch him, just flicked at his forehead. There is no other reason. That chain made Jinzezu remember old Jin taught himself. Jinzezu also felt his will from that expression. Their situations are totally different, but somewhat similar circumstances. Losing what matters most. Desperately, they are searching. Struggling is Rinziguang wanting change. These kinds of encounters that happen. Then slowly speaks, study hard, become someone real. Slasher loses, I am stunned. Can he really stay? Please take good care of me. Representative stooped old man is a legendary craftsman, making axes fast as wind, making shovels spears like dragons. Yet discussing prices, he tricks Jinyu and others. Time arrives 1 week later. Growth is improving yourself a little every single day since then. Lu Zai and Jinsho practiced, desperately sweating at the training ground. Jinsho fakes at Lu Shi. His head aims to kick him unexpectedly. The previously certain hit move was blocked by the young master, only because all this time, Lu Zai has sparred in training, or been in the fitness room for reaction and muscle training. Unlike before, he only swung weapons. Now, he prioritizes coordinating all his movements and understanding combat. Jinsho wonders why just 1 week. Someone can improve so much. Lost in his thoughts, he has been cornered. Next comes Lu Zai's charged attack. Jinsho just blocks with his shield. They struggle for an advantage. Who knew Lu Zai would be kicked from behind? He turns and curses, seeing company representative Jinzezu. I told you practice using dolls. I never said fight real people. Lu Zai heard Jinzezu beat Rinziguang, so before he could finish talking, Jinzezu smashes him. Slashers are zombie catchers. Liu Zai, he is running before walking. He has still made some progress. Jinjuju tells him get ready. They will go out together. Hearing go out, Lu Zai thought a commission. This stops Jinjuju. Doesn't this kid fear any zombies? No, we're picking up gear. Jaguar headquarters it is. International market is each country's biggest market now. Here folks seem to be living peacefully pre-apocalypse. Jinshizu's group of 4 people disguise themselves because they're in another company's territory now. Better to be cautious, Jinshizu is asking. This is where Shanlin should meet us. Let's go find her now. Minori spots Shanlon waving at them in a corner. Jaguar Shanlon and Jungle are very familiar. If they don't alert Elder Hanhua, everything is fine. Their goal here is to find a legendary craftsman. Hiding now, Shanlon also notices Zaihi with the team. Who is this kid making Zaihi's face turn black? Who's really the kid? Jin Jezu gives an explanation. Although many slashers cooperate now with the company, they're only C grade or maybe D grade. And for B grades and above, the company's offers aren't enough. So training new people is better for company development. Chun-Lin is now a company director. Her personality is still very straightforward, saying instead of accepting new people, she'd rather solo kill zombies. Minori comforts Lu, AIHA, and Shanlon is actually cold outside, but warm-hearted as original team members. Walking behind is Director Choi Peter, and ahead is Executive Director Pia Jungwoo. Lu Zaihi learned within group activities. These are veterans who fought at Uljin, so he knows his newcomer place. Seeing this, Minori encourages, and she states, the story behind Jinjuzu is scarred. He won't easily connect to others. Getting recognition from such a person proves excellence. Of Lu Zaihi in a flash. Everyone arrived at Jaguar Equipment Manufacturing, Brotherhood Steel Mill Factory. This isn't the imagined scene. The factory has few people. Without the nice equipment around here, you would think this a refugee camp. Jinjazu then finds an old man on a bed. Could he be Brotherhood Steel's Iron Jellu? This is different from the legendary craftsman image in mind. Shanlin's grandpa says that's him. You hear him say, come get equipment. They ordered equipment using Elder Hanhua's name. Jinjizu is worried they will be discovered. Shanlin grins, looking mischievous. Just don't be discovered. The old man slowly speaks. First, our Shanlon double axes great for swinging, but distance is so short. These axes combine executing a propeller, like killing move coming next. The old man faces Pyozengu. A flare gun is ready. Flares are green-red, and blue-black is an incendiary. Troy Peters is alloy armor, made from material like Zhang Deja's gloves. Next comes Jinjizu. His shovel looks the same, lighter than before and bigger. The old man says twist right half a turn, then swing it now. The shovel splits down the middle. Jinjizu knows what this immediately is. The shovel head releases a snake-like chain, weaving past everyone. The design idea is not having Jinjizu run around like a caveman, with rope on his shoulder. Finally, Lu Zaihi cannot believe it's his turn, because during the last fight, Jin Jezu had broken his chainsaw. Take that it's for you. Holding his chainsaw carefully. This brilliant design is for portability and also durability. Jin Jezu wants the prize for this great gear. Suddenly, the old man speaks. Join us, fight a match. The next moment, one by one, slashers filled with murderous intent enter the place. Among them walking up front is an A-grade slasher fish market boss. Hanhwa, rude little brats, I'll teach you for your elders. Guys sneak into others' territory to take equipment. Then, after getting caught, they suggest forming an alliance while freeloading. The other side suggests uniting against some big religious group. Moments ago, a grade slasher fishmonger. Hanhwa is Jaguar Enterprises' chief executive officer, and also the current manager for every nation's biggest agriculture market. Before everything went down, he worked at Jaguar, treating this area like home. When it all went bad, he stayed, and he led other company employees to rebuild here without saying any words. And you dare come to someone's territory buying equipment. I will discipline you for your elders. Elder Hanhua appears, instantly leaving everyone speechless. Facing this most senior person, Chunjizu and folks cannot resist. Hanhua's eyes sweep around. Seems some people in this crowd once dined together. Now, answer me, coming south here. Using others' names, deceiving others. Using technology to create equipment. What do you really want? Jin Jezu nervously glances at Xianlan. She whistles, looking away though, expressing no intent to aid him. Before they could still have gotten away. But Jin Jezu now represents Wall Company. This is the first meeting with slasher companies since the company started. Denying it means losing face within this industry. Now, they can only bluff a lot. He states 2 reasons exist for coming. First, this place is the country's best equipment manufacturer. We have 0 reason to go anywhere else. Second is the neutral Jaguar enterprise. Jinjizu thinks this is the fastest method to meet the righteous elder. This is all Jinjizu could create as excuses now. Plus, he just obtained equipment and hasn't familiarized himself with them yet. He really doesn't want to start a needless conflict here. This childish explanation naturally causes unhappiness among the remaining slashers. The elder silences the crowd's noise. Then he asks, "What is your reason for meeting me?" Wall wishes to ally with Team Jaguar. Jin Shirshu gets more excited as he talks, stating Wall's biggest problem is being lonely and vulnerable. He knows he's different from people who became a grade through the strict standards before him. Although, getting temporary government funding rich people's investments, opposing that old system during this grade vacancy. He got forcibly promoted become a grade. Hearing about this, Minari is quite surprised. Is this lie truly made up? Maybe since he became company CEO, he has constantly made bold assumptions, careful verifications, having some self-awareness. The elder starts appreciating this young man. Jinjizu keeps on narrating. His prior relationship with Kueizhong involved employment. An alliance might make others think it's subordination. He turned down Jehovah Baekjian's offer, openly creating some opposition. So among groups having grade slashers, only Jaguar fulfills alliance criteria. Who could imagine Jinjezu is still thinking? However fake this lie seems, this show continues. So he gives Elder Hanhwa a solemn bow. Seeing this happening, all Wall people follow their company representative, bowing deeply. A fight isn't happening, but encountering the Jaguar situation. People are confused. Someone shows respect to the elder too. Accepting the proposal means we will lose our neutral position. The elder ponders momentarily, then asks a nearby cook about space for a group of guests. As guests from afar, we should eat now. Everyone then moves to Jianshan Hall. Jaguar has Troy Peter and Luzeha in the main hall, but everyone passing casts unfriendly glances at them. The other 4 are seated in a private room. The elder warmly invites all to eat. A bit earlier, he was angry Shanlan brought people without notifying it, which constituted espionage already. Meanwhile, he doesn't believe what outsiders say about Jinjizu, defeating Renziguang and Zongdij easily. But he is interested how Shanlan and Zhanghua's pride would follow such a young person. Before answering questions about alliance, he needs to ask Jinjizu a question. What ultimately happened to Zhouan? This very name evokes sad memories for Jin Jezu, because Zhouan had died protecting him, killed immediately by Legion soldiers. To him, he felt he was an unqualified leader. The elder states Zhouan also belonged to Brotherhood Steel Factory. Extremely skilled in equipment manufacturing he was. Jin Jizu's upgraded shovel took inspiration from his previous ideas. The elder always treated Zhouan as his son. Hearing this, Minari subconsciously becomes excited. This time getting equipment is certain. Could the alliance also be possible? However, before officially creating an alliance, Wall must assist Jaguar accomplish something. Jaguar has long planned to reclaim Great Han City, though control normally should be in Jaguar's hands. Jehovah Holy Society absorbed many groups there. This reclamation will inevitably conflict with Bibation. The elder wants to know Wall's choice. Jehovah Holy Society headquarters now. A priest rushes into Baibakian's office. Bad news telegram Hanhwa, Jinzeza contact. Cold glimpse flashing by Bakian's eyes. That is really bad. No eternal friends. Only eternal interests. He is a slasher, eliminating countless zombies, his hand waving. Yet he understands under the apocalypse. More dangerous are not the zombies, but instead human hearts. This time invited to participate in territory reclaim. How will the man's fate go? Just now, Great Han City reclaiming begins. This will inevitably conflict Jehovah Elder. Hanhwa wants to know Wall Company's decision. Minari seems to discover something. Getting equipment, then Hanhwa appears quickly. This means he had planned from start. His purpose to use Wall's strength. Being a gun is not good. Please tell us what you want. Minari is right. Jehovah is recruiting continuously, becoming the top slasher company gradually. Pio Zengwo says if war starts, Jaguar won't provide equipment dismissively. Right, the elder speaks slowly. Everything has a price. Human life has more value. Using price to measure stuff is an estimate. National defense forces are ruined. Slashers pushed to front lines by Bexian can reach farther and deeper, already beyond cohesion. Jaguar and free warriors are simple. They're a religion easily replacing government. Whose trust collapsed? They preach unite to live, divide to die. After Algin's actions gained 1 million followers over 2,000, Slashers then used money for paving the way, pushing some followers into different levels of temporary government positions. About Bei Xian's activities, Chunjizu thinks it is wrong, but it does not require dealing with them. If viewed simply as expanding, this is fine. The elder is over 60. Experience tells him without somebody pulling those reins, horses will for sure kill someone. Simply speaking, by Bekian is an actor, a dude who rose through ambition. Ancestors saying actors ruin countries is not baseless. Speaking of this, Jinjizu realizes its seriousness too. Wall will now participate in Great Han City's action. Inside the car, Jinjizu is sweating bullets because Minari's been looking at him 20 minutes. We have equipment formed alliances. Isn't that great? Minari is concerned. Jehovah is now the biggest force and has political connections. Wall was just established, yet starting a war with them. Did you get agreement from company leaders before definitively agreeing? Who knew Jinjazu sees things more clearly than her? Both sides now maintain a fragile balance, as long as everyone maintains boundaries. Without attacking, there will be no large-scale war, only because he already saw it in Algin. Compared with zombies or mutants, fellow humans are far more dangerous. If Xian and Xiao Chongxiang are similar people, there's nothing to say not for Jaguar, but it's for himself and that person's beliefs. Minari scoffs and then turns away. You must consult with me before war, because after all I am a founding elder of this company. Jinjuzu quickly gives her head a pat. Understood, absolutely. Next time, the Great Han City recovery operation goal. Wipe out all zombies and mutants in the city. 4 forces involve Jaguar Enterprise A-grade leader Hanhua. Wall Company A-grade CEO Jean Jezu got lost in victory. Church Chairman plus Jehovah B-grade Officer Quan Chung. Chung is finally Jehovah Holy Society A-grade Chairman Basian. Intelligence reports. Great Han City has many regular zombies, 3 C grade and 1 B grade mutant human side, 3 A grade, 27 B grade, plus some other combat power, 110 people total. The numbers are really uneven vary. This uneven fight ended in only 12 days, but the operations intelligence was not correct. They anticipated 4 mutants up till now. Jinzezu's group has taken down 8. That doesn't include the other teams. Luzai doesn't share this concern. He believes the companies. People are all monster tier. The current strategy, everyone must keep sufficient strength. Jean Jezu inquires about Zhongde's remaining forces. Piao Zhenghui says, so far 0 friction incidents. Everyone's actively expanding their occupied areas. Shannon believes Elder might be worrying too much. Colleagues have their professional ethics generally. This operation strengthens Busan's surrounding security too. Jean Jezu thinks it's not time to relax our vigilance. Just then Jean Jezu gets a notice. The last zombie area is cleared, requesting everyone. All slashers must assemble board vehicles return to Busan. Everyone went different ways initially. When they gather, they find followers there. Their numbers exceed expectations greatly. Jinshizu gets squished, boards a car confusedly. They are separated. The representative is on this car. It is Lu Zaiha. He also barely squeezed in. Naturally, he's delighted finding Jean Jeju here. The car ride back is quiet until night when they rest. All the followers aboard start moving suddenly. Weapons appear in their hands, shining coldly. The Jehovah Holy Society suddenly launched a purge plan. 3 top fighters from the society surround Elder Hanhua. At this moment of certain life or death, the S-grade slasher arrived on the battlefield. Though the church wasn't fully rational, a real church should never go against reason, but under Bibation's command, this principle seemed to be twisted. Anyone blocking the Holy Society's progress became their enemy. Anyone not joining Jehovah became the enemy. Therefore, everyone must be eliminated. On the second bus going to Busan, a Jaguar slasher is slowly opening his eyes. He wonders why the intruder woke him, but he received a cold reply. A gleaming dagger. This terrible incident happened on every bus. The driver simply glanced, then continued driving, because the driver was a Holy Society member. On bus number 14, The followers were also slowly nearing Jingzhou, his companion, just as the dagger was going to strike. Jingzhou grabbed a weapon, delivering a watermelon-smashing blow. The believer immediately saw so many stars. They faced an A-grade fighter's rage. The followers were shocked totally. Attack together, take that guy down. A cold glint flashed through Jinzu's eyes. The shovel swept swiftly through air, cutting through that crowd of followers. With one strike, several followers fell. He complained how boring this was. Then he woke up sleepy. AIHA. You can really sleep next time you're woken up. It might be by Hell's King. The followers surrounded them currently again, seeing they were so outnumbered. Luz AIH anxiously inquired, "What do we now? These are people. Who can think Jinjizu's gaze was on the driver? Kid, you don't want to play." With an invincible wheel hold on tight. The very next second, the new shovel shot out like a snake with flames, immediately taking down some followers. Finally giving a deadly strike through the driver's heart. The driver fell the bus, losing control. All followers tumbled around the carriage. But Jin Jezu and his companion had fastened their seatbelts. Reality proved the traffic police's advice correct, whether it's private cars or big buses. Fastening your seatbelts is never wrong. The bus plunged from the cliff after rolling violently. Not many of followers could even move. Only a single one slowly crawled from the bus. Dizziness made Lu Shihei vomit a rainbow. Jinjizu took a deep, long look at the believer, only to hear him shouting, "You heretics will get retribution." Well, well, well. Looks like you're correct using violence or not. Change as he tossed the shameless guy away easily. Tell me your scheme. The believer immediately laid down. Kill me, I'm saying nothing. What he received back was, no need for killing you. Let's play something more fun. I am using my shovel, turning you into a torso, starting at your toes, then ankles, fingers, then shoulders. If there is nothing to cut, I will give you zombie blood, becoming a crawling worm. That's surely interesting. Lu Zai immediately yells out, "Oh man, Representative Jin's dark side is so scary." In Jehovah's teaching, those becoming zombies are sinners God didn't choose. This was way worse than direct killing. Soon they learned by Beijing's plan. Earlier than expected, Jehovah decided total war, targeting not only Jaguar, but our wall too. The assistant talked to Chairman Bai Sheen. The holy war is going to start. After bold reorganization of forces, after this holy war concludes, the only slasher group rivaling us will be the Q and Zhong office, but they are driven by money. So they are not worth worrying over. Maybe they really believe their plan was perfect, only because they thought slashers were good at killing zombies, not good at dealing with people. Former believer Troy Peter discovered their terrifying truth, sacrificing their own lives for a belief, then taking many other lives. Jehovah was a big mental hospital pretending to be a church. Now the radio transmits a news report. See Group Lion King and other personnel. Elimination complete. Hanhwa is seriously hurt. Give us 5 minutes more, we can defeat him. Ironic light. Beijing's split lips illuminate. Amen. At Hanhwa's location, Busan bus number 1, Jehovah gathered their top forces, including Zhang Shuji, killer of 30,829 zombies. Codename Slag Lupingdong, killer of 53,211 zombies. Codename Academy and Shun Huanyong, one step away from grade. Killer of 99,999 zombies. Codename Lion King now. After intense battle, the Elder was all wounded. Shen Hanyong lauded the Elder's great courage. Under siege, he killed the followers while staying alive. But with injuries so severe, he probably will not last longer. Now a figure appears on the mountain. It was the S-grade slasher, Apostle Zhang Zhuhao. Behind him, a giant zombie followed. Initially, they believed an S-grade slasher reappearing would bring new hope for humanity. Nobody imagined his return meant war on humanity, leading many mutants and zombies. In S-grade slasher, Zhang Zhuhao's mind, only people caused species extinction. Historical events prove this point, including the current zombie situation. Nobody knew the virus origin, but it arose from somewhere. Was the virus the original cause? It was just a small trigger. Because of shortages, refugees from Untai civilian zone were expelled, causing refugees fighting for survival. Finally, the refugee camp experienced complete misery. The Age country interim government didn't assess its problems. They called refugees rioters. Under this, the president announced countermeasures. Thus, Operation Reclaiming Territory was created. The operation's goal was making empty promises to fighters, then abandoning them. All able-bodied family members participated, except for women and children. But soon after departure, soldiers took resources from elderly people and weak women and children. The government's view. Controllable force was called power. Uncontrollable force was called chaos simply. They claimed mass-producing medicine, wishing to turn all zombies to humans. This was a lie. One dose costing 500 billion. It needed enormous manpower and resources. Abandoned returning people might cause chaos. So scheming and human deception was the real problem, leading to the current situation. Chunjin Yuan felt sympathy for this. It was actually begging for mercy. After Zhang Xiaohao beat him to his knees, Zhang Xiaohao calmly said, "I never wanted to kill you, but that other guy is different." Zhang Xiaohao commanded the giant zombie. Put him down now, obviously. He could seemingly control the zombie's movements. Then he checked if Manhwa could still move. The elder was worried about Zhang Xiaohao, who was just slightly stronger initially. Could now control these mutants. However, I explained, "You do not understand." Zhang Xiaohao came. Just wanted to pass a message to the elder. Then a shovel flew through the air. Zhang Xiaohao was startled. What is this? The shovel dodged, sticking straight into a bus behind. Zhang Xiaohao smiled helplessly. "Elder, look here. Someone misunderstanding has already appeared now." Jin Jizu stared intently at Jiang Shahan. He didn't know Jehovah got such a powerful new fighter. "Elder, are you okay?" Jin Jizu's eyes swept quickly past. Secretly shocked, a giant zombie was beside the elder. From a face, it looked like Zhonga Dehe. It was a mutant. "Better kill this first," pulling the shovel back. At that moment, Jin Jizu startled. The shovel could not be pulled back. Maybe. The elder wanted to see their match outcome. He had no intention of stopping them. Who knew Zhang Xiaohao could overpower Jingzhou with just one hand strength? Then he plunged the shovel into the ground. "Your weapon is now confiscated." Jingzhou was completely bewildered by this. "You could use the drag, making me vulnerable. You did this for something else." Zhang Xiaohao clapped and said, "Didn't you? I like talking to smart people. You all helped me deliver a message to Busan. In a month, I will bring many mutants, zombies, over the isolation wall into Busan to kill all survivors." This news was like a thunderbolt, shocking all their eardrums. Jin Jizu seriously doubted if the helmeted person was human, or perhaps zombie. "I'm human, but unlike you survivors. Mutants are thrown into darkness after you deceive them. Forced to sacrifice, they're the real humans." Zhang Xiaohao planned to control humanity, cure zombies while rebuilding civilization. "Tell everyone the apostle sacrificed for your survival, abandoned outside the wall by all of you. Zhang Xiaohao now formally declares war on you all. Escrates, Slasher, Apostle, Zhang Xiaohao, leading zombie hordes declaring war against Busan. Scheming human factions are standing together again. Would despicable people truly be of one mind? With Zhang Xiaohao's declaration of that war, people wonder if he's gone crazy. It gave Jin Jizu an ideological struggle, although there was scum among higher-ups. Few soldiers returned from Deir Uljan. But the system remains, though threatened. Survivors take up their arms spontaneously to kill these millions upon millions of people. Jin Jizu, how many zombies he needed. Zhang Xiaohao's way of speaking didn't seem fake. If that's true, he should immediately take the elder back to the wall. But Jin Jizu's gut told him, if this guy wasn't taken out now, the next time will be terrible. Right now, he was at full power. The elder and Iron Head got hurt, but could keep fighting and thinking. Zhang Xiaohao yelled loudly, "What are you considering? If you want to strike now, I can clearly inform you. At best, only you'll live to return. That's because I need someone important to relay a message. So avoid needless sacrifices. We'll see each other again shortly. There's another reason. Say hello to Yajiang. Tell her I will be seeing her." The mood now was extremely heavy. Each step felt like wading through mud. Ironically, to maintain humanity's fighting force, Jingzhou needed Baibation's executioners alive. Shen Huang expressed his gratitude for this. But this thank you destroyed the alchemy furnace. Jingzhou's burning gaze was fiery. If Zhang Xiaohao had not appeared, you all would now be dead. Can you reach Bei? Baixian needs ordering us immediately. It's no longer humans warring. The more survivors, the better it is. Contacting Bei Xian about this. made his eyes widen surprisingly. You're saying Zhang Shouhao returned. He can control mutants now, and he declares war on remaining humans. Baisian CPU burned out from this bombshell news in Busan. Damn, why'd he show now? His conflicted heart felt extreme. If he eliminated Jaguar and Wall completely, it would decrease human slashers. Eventually, there wouldn't be enough forces dealing with Zhang Shouhao. If he let them go, however, they might resent him and create bad public opinion. Then he is savior, would become hated by all. He seemed to reach a decision. Assistant Stephen, my father, you've been with me for years, achieving so much. The chairman seldom gives praise. Stephen seemed to know something. So make one final contribution to Jehovah. For humanity's sake, we must stop fighting. But someone has to be responsible. Stephen's hands trembled after hearing this from Bikesy. Bikesy comfortingly put a hand on his. The Holy Society will remember this sacrifice. You'll be a saint. All devout followers, please stop attacking Jaguar. I wasn't aware of this. Assistant Father Stephen started it himself. Not my idea, please stop fighting now. All followers go back to Busan. Right after the order was given, the followers laid down all their weapons. One believer showed great happiness. They also didn't want to die. Unshan Lin strongly criticized those believing that crazy man. Those fake words were so unbelievable. He was hiding his real intentions. Henhua Elder suddenly woke up. Jinjezu sent him to a hospital. Minori yelled, "Boss, the Elder's gone. You see that I am not blind." The Elder also recognized Jinjezu's kindness. He survived thanks to him. Jingzhou deeply regretted Jaguar's damages. He had now told the interim government about Zhang Shihao. Meanwhile, Baibaxian blamed everything on Steve, washing his hands completely clean. The Elder knew the government valued slashers now, and Baibaxian led the biggest organization. Dealing with him was not easy. The Elder had one more issue. The government was summoning all slashers. The location was the Defense Ministry building. The theme was handling Zhang Shihao, who declared war on all of Busan. Though it was a strategic meeting, men fought on the meeting room floor. Others thought this man was crazy, but the man stood firm, choosing this. As various A-grade slashers were seated, the strategy meeting started officially, but the room was totally silent. Nobody spoke. A heavy atmosphere filled the room. Everyone's mood was incredibly heavy, all because of one person's arrival. S-grade slasher apostle Zhang Zhao. Finally, dog food Pia Chunji broke the silence. You're saying he can turn Zongdes into a mutant and not a zombie, and even give him direct orders. Just taking one of those powers could easily destroy cities. Running away right now is the smart choice. To that, OL Jean gave a negative answer. These A-grade fighters seemed really powerful, but aside from their missions, leaving Busan would be considered high treason, and they would face bullets, in Pia Chungji's opinion. Bullets could possibly be dodged, but being surrounded by the zombies meant certain death. Panhua believed he couldn't make unlimited mutants. Just dealing with Zhongshu Hao and Zongdes won't be a problem. If everyone works together, if he could create unlimited mutants, he'd have already charged in. The month-long deadline demonstrates it's his prep time. Jin Jizu agreed and looked at Piao Qingyu. So don't only think about being scared and running. The mockery was unbelievably obvious. Piao Changyi is a grade A veteran. Naturally, he wouldn't look pleased, reminding everyone Jean. Jez's promotion was only by special circumstances. Then Beijing starts clapping loudly. Acting like a host, he had everyone look at him. Now we choose Busan as Zhongshu Hao's battlefield. So let's stop talking and start the war meeting. But first he wants to propose some conditions. If they're not accepted, the Jehovah Holy Society will withdraw from this battle. After hearing this, everyone's looks are daggers. Everyone feels this person has absolutely no principles, abandoning principles to pursue profits only. There's a feeling of happy anticipation of success and deep thought about its benefits. At this crucial time for survival of Busan, he uses the situation to gain leverage. Without them, what will they defend with? Knowing Jehovah was the biggest slasher organization, Baekjian disregarded everyone's scorn, explaining his own importance using examples. The interim government's forces are spread thin, not enough for a full-scale war. The Chui and Zhong office takes an elite path, though they have some quality advantages. In large-scale war, it's hard to be decisive. As for Jaguar after our conflict, they can't really be called a force. Manhwa, hearing this, burned up with anger. Conflict, that was your one-sided attack. Libation sneered, that was the interim government judgment. Wasn't that appropriate? The newly built wall is even less significant in manpower. Their CEO receiving a grade qualification was to fill Rinzai vacancies. Also Guang and Zongdesh. Libation folded his arms, assuming a pious look. How do you compare to Jehovah? Your company's staff is decreasing fast. We grow stronger every day. This gap widens more over time. Joining followers brings cash, contacts, and great equipment, eventually reaching the interim government. Old Gene interrupted his babble. What do you want to say, actor? If buses and falls can God keep zombies from you? Who could have imagined Basien? Acknowledged not being bitten, because Jehovah had several ships that could hold much more than followers. Thinking Libation was really the weakest, a rank in defense battle. He would observe from the ships. At the slightest trouble, he would flee faster than rabbits. Everyone watched silently the show. Okay then, my first requirement. I want to be supreme commander of this defense, leading this whole campaign. If Busan is defended successfully, Jehovah invested the most manpower resources, will become the official state religion. He got to the third condition. Jingzhou couldn't listen anymore. Libation knew somebody would disagree, but long as troublemakers leave, everything would follow his plan. By then, who cares if you agree? So he pushed responsibility onto Jin Jezu. At such an important moment, you want to leave an old Jin's view. This scene seemed familiar somehow. Hypocrisy can't create anything, it is nothing. Everyone was very shocked, but remained silent. They had endured this actor. Libation flew back 19 meters. Now, we're negotiating about leadership. You crazy, why hit me? My third condition is killing this guy. But everyone remained totally motionless. Jinjizu was grabbed by Baishin's collar. Now he was scared, facing others' fury. Nobody came to stop this. Maybe they all awaited this. Jinjizu had previously discussed things with Minari. The Jaguar attack was settled. Everyone knew Bakian did it, but now the government was facing a dilemma. They needed Jehovah's great power, but didn't want it too strong. Jinbizu wanted it dismantled, if not quickly resolved. This whole month of preparation could be politicized or wasted. With Jinbizu's hero status, plus Jaguar's petition together, the government might just let it slide. So it was Bai Baisien, who looked for death without Jehovah supporting him. You think you can beat Zhang Zhuhao? There's still time to quit now. But his answer was a furious fist. The guy threw one single punch and killed the big organization's leader. Who would imagine that? His men quickly made the guy their new leader. Though Jehovah Holy Society was big, its leader couldn't even fight. They carried the flag of saving humanity, but did countless really evil deeds. Beijian was a very careful guy. Why did he lose his careful ways? In such an important meeting, its simple acting too much made him view life as a play. This script was about humanity's hero. It must be said that in some ways, he did it very well. The organization grew constantly, made him want to fight the interim government. It made him blindly believe his own character's design. He was the real savior sent to Earth to save the world. Seemed like this was justifying all the bad deeds. I'm not wrong. I am an all-knowing, all-powerful being. So what he told Jin Jizu was just asking for death. This operation's military had lost its basic ability as forces, enforcing systems of unfair distribution. It was visibly fading away. This cake would definitely attract greedy eyes from a great slasher companies around. Rin Jiguang had seen this very clearly. He believed only Jin Ziyu could do this. I Beechin, am your salvation until your death. He couldn't see his own role clearly, but Jin Jezu saw things clearly. As long as this villain was alive, he'd keep making more trouble. Those who disobeyed would end up like Jaguar. Suffering heavy losses, humanity would fall into internal conflict again. The final outcome was clear. Jin Jezu did not look back. None of y'all think this is wrong. In the room, only breathing remained. Seeing Jingzhou picked up, then leave. Piao Chenji anxiously asked him, "Where you going after this blows up?" Piao Chenji wasn't alone thinking this. Merge into the Jehovah Holy Society. These words shocked everybody present. Jinjizu thought they must unite all slashers, also survivors, to gain power resisting Jiangshe. The Holy Society's headquarters was his first stop. The suddenly intruding bus terrified the followers. Hearing all the commotion, Shun Hoyang. Having one arm hurriedly ran outside. Is someone just born getting hit? The door opened slowly. The appearing person shocked him deeply, because this person had thrown their leader. He falls like a busted bag. Your precious savior was killed by me. You want to do something now, huh? Tell me you want to follow your faith. Die with him, or will you work for me? A church leader has fallen. The killer was right there. But strangely about Beijin's death, the followers did not get angry. Instead, deep down, they felt some weird satisfaction. Wasn't the leader saying he was God's son? How could he, a believer, become flustered? High priest, what do we do? The high priest thought a bit. He shouted without pausing. This is God's new chosen leader. Those words woke everyone up. Jin Shishu thought, wow, it was resolved so easily. The high priest's head was spinning. He believed he made the very best decision. This brother is correct. The crooked leader should have been gone long ago. The followers all agreed unanimously. They were just regular folks who want peaceful lives. The church's endless growing cost them their lives. The expansion's gains wouldn't reach them. Shen Huanyong knew the high priest said that, just to protect his job. A disbanded church would for sure cause total chaos. He understood that way nobody could fight Jiangsu House's blade. So right now, they had to go with it. He lifted Jingzhou's hand high. This Jingzhou, a brother, became grade slasher quickly. Will be our new boss now. All followers cheered loudly, leaving Jingzhou pretty down. He was planning some negotiations, ready with many words, looking at the bus. Three peeking folks watched his big moment. Together through all times. Only then they could face new challenges. Old Jean asked after persuading Jehovah. Now you're coming to persuade us. Jean Jesu admitted this. He looked at Choi Yajiang. Tell me about you in Zhongshanhou and Seoul. Each country's government couldn't protect civilians. During the apocalypse, people fought zombies. They feared these people who might seize power. This disillusioned Zhang Shuheo earlier. When Kueizhong's people heard Jingzhou asking about their boss, Jiang Sahao's history, their expressions turned strange. The assistant quickly covered for the boss, saying they couldn't believe enemies. Choi Ajiang interrupted him. He wanted to hear what Jiang Sahao had said, just about being abandoned by companions. Jin Jeju thought this made him lose his faith. Choi Zhang looked at old Jin, then slowly accepted this request, just before hearing everything. Jinjizu must listen fully before making judgments. He didn't want Jinjizu following Jiang Suhao's path. Jinjizu gave affirmation growing up civilian. He had already decided fighting for those within. Choi Yung then deeply breathed. Zhang Shiheo was brilliant hunting zombies. He was the very first returning from reclaimed territory. Possibly the only guy treating zombie hunting as a hobby among the slasher folks. He had tags of strength leadership. He co-founded Kuei Zhang office with me, so they made lots of money. Every calm, composed person had a foolish, naive past. Knowing life's ways without being so was the greatest maturity. After each reclaimed territory operation, he directed. Jiangsu Hao's fame exceeded today's Jinzhou. Some familiar people named this zombie-killing profession. Slasher was also among the first to get a grade. Everyone silently treated Zhang Shiheo as the leader then. They diligently worked restoring world order. From then on, Zhang Shiheo was a legendary figure, spreading among military folks and civilians. Everyone believed that if anyone could restore peace now, it would only be that helmeted man. However, this also affected some people's interests. Lower-ranking officers saw these butchers as mere civilians. Organizations, they could use these as disposable tools. No big loss if blades dulled. But higher-ranking generals didn't think that way. They put them at a threat level to society, because these people had their companies, earned the money from Busan's lower classes. Not only that, they secured many military orders, gradually becoming the biggest armed group besides the military. Meanwhile, that helmeted guy was worshipped like some god. If one day he called out, Busan's entire interim government might just fall apart. Officers suggested the slasher profession was efficient at reclaiming territory and finding supplies. They proposed screening some usable people. The general agreed. He wasn't a fool looking at benefits, so he decided to divide them. Only killing that core figure with slashers. Become the interim government's blade. Was Yang Shou wrong from the start? No. What might be wrong are the words people need him. Later, Kueizhong received a new commission. I truly then believed this commission was extraordinary, because this was an exclusive contract issued by the H country interim government. The reward was 50 trillion plus shares in Shui and Zhong office, making it a state-run enterprise. In other words, the government recognized slashers and was elevating Kuezhong's status. With this, more people would join the company as slashers. The commission's content was not difficult. Clear the Yangbu Expressway Busan to Seoul, then establish a Seoul City outpost. The operation codename was Reclaim Seoul. Often what is terrible is not the thing, but the mindset viewing problems. The zombie clearing team was hundreds. Only 40 remained. The military commander refused retreating. Zhang Shouhao just now discussed the commission. The interim government's conditions were offered were very tempting truly. If this commission succeeded, the interim government would back Kuezhong. Slashers' treatment would rise also. Everyone had various different thoughts. Zhang Dehe thought shareholders make huge profits, never needing to go outside again. Old Jean thought collecting family information would be easier. Seeing higher-ups had no objections. Zhang Jinhao also pointed out dangers of commission. Busan to Seoul, the shortest distance was 400 kilometers, even without mutants showing up. Just zombie numbers were frightening. Many could die and we might fail. He didn't force anyone to join. If numbers didn't meet requirements, he would abandon this task. After he spoke, a lot of people thought this was a suicide mission. But how could Zhang Des give up such a chance for a rapid rise? His meaning was blunt and simple. Catching zombies is already dangerous work. You are being careful now. Don't you all want to get rich? Escape poverty, you should all think. If we miss this now, will the government give another opportunity? Slasher's influence is now declining. Within about 5 years, do you all want to be discarded to Yuntai's civilian area like trash when there's a chance at humanity? Why choose to be trash? This commission was issued directly from the interim government. For useless folks, wouldn't they create some obstacles? Finally, think about your own families. Do you want your kids born in Yuntai? Obviously, after he spoke these words, he convinced many present people, while several higher-ups initially had zero resistance to this task. Finally, voting decided whether to execute the commission. That voting day result was overwhelming approval to go ahead. Thus that long, hellish trip officially started. No, it was too early. Apocalypse dangers were lurking everywhere. Endless. Emerging mutants made all people exhausted physically and mentally. Fortunately, Zhang Shouhao could hold his ground. Still hadn't stopped this seemingly national effort operation end hastily. Our daily progress was extremely slow. Meanwhile, the military showed no intention of any support. They just set up camps, providing rest stops and nothing else. Their role was like a dog owner feeding his dogs. That night, the military commander came with an arrogant attitude to question Zhang Zhuhao about this speed. When could we reach Seoul? This obviously angered Zhangdes. They ignored how mutant numbers grew closer to Seoul. This lowered our morale. From the several hundred slashers who began, only 40-something remained, including leaders. The commander didn't believe these 40 could reach Seoul. Even Zhang Shouhao isn't very confident. He suggested the commander halt operations now. Wait for his return to Busan. Regroup and clear the Gyeongbo Highway. The commander clearly didn't agree. He ordered us faithfully complete that contract. From where he stands were only expendable soldiers, not people retreating. This was Zhong Shuheo's first time ever feeling such extreme anger. Originally, right from the start, the temporary government never planned on letting us get back alive. To Busan dignity is something that you need real strength to defend. Otherwise, that's just dying useless. Everyone believing in him followed him now into trouble. Frustration caused him lift a heavy fist. But finally, Zhongshu Hao still held himself back. He said he would clear Jiangbu Highway responsibly, but must get manpower from the army, because he knew that killing this commander, we would never get going back to Busan. He brought people out, so must be brought back.